And two, Hello, this is the captioner. May I get the Zoom link to start captions, please?
طيب يلا بسم الله. عمار ما يكون. والله 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 يا عجوز ترى نفس الشيء اسمه محمود. Why you change? You so change. When you told me I will beat you and kill you. Brother, when you go up, I will be scared or not? Brother, I don't scare from this in the God. I don't scare from anybody. I don't scare from
When we
anybody.
finish here,
You
we
will.
must tell your brothers we must create the match. I will box you to death.
It's me. It's me. Did you love me or not? Did you love me or not, brother?
Yeah, I love home then. Hey, yeah, it's too much.
Yeah, yeah. But I know your mentality. I know your mentality, right? And we have two communication together. Remote.
Come on.
ما في غير عنا هذا. لا لا الريموت سامسونج ما عندنا. بسم الله. سامعني؟ شفت السيستم عم بحكيك. سامعني؟ ايه خلص. ايه وعندي بالزوم ميتنج كويس. الصوت واصل لونه ما في لا صدى ولا شيء. عرفته عندك تمام. كيف عندك هلا؟ شوف بدأ الناس.
هوست ولا مو هوست؟
هذا الهوست.
مي كو هوست، هذا كو هوست.
هذا كوهوست.
خلاص شكرا لله. I've joined.
يا غرام.
أنا بقول لك لأن
كان يجوين ناو. كان يجو اجين.
الفارس. أوكي
اوكي
خلاص،
الفار.
خلاص، start.
اصبر يا قلبي اصبري. اصبر.
بس بعد الميتنج، بعد الميتنج عندنا ربع ساعة.
خليك معي.
I think I'll just wear it. Of course, yes. I'm doing that. Is it channel 0?
Just checked up over there. Digitally.
That's just the languages.
So channel 1? 1, huh? Okay. We should start, right? Okay, we'll start in 1 minute. All right. I'm just going to silence my phone. I know. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Right. Good morning, everyone. We are seated in Riyadh at the Internet Governance Forum.
Don't do record. Just I need 2 minutes.
Okay.
Do record.
Okay. Sure. 2 minutes. We'll start in 2 minutes, I've been told. Channel 1. No. All the speakers are on site.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be too complicated or what? Sorry? We can start now. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. From wherever, or good afternoon or good evening, from wherever in the world you're dialing in from. Um, Thank you for attending today's session on building universal standards for digital infrastructure resiliency. My name is Jeannie Gan, and I am the Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy from Kaspersky, and I'm your moderator for today. We're here today to discuss the challenges and opportunities of securing the backbone of a modern digital economy, our critical infrastructure, including data centers, cloud services, and other foundational digital assets. Of course, we all know that cybersecurity and resilience of critical information infrastructure, CIIs, have become well-established requirements over the years. However, as the digital landscape evolves, we actually need to broaden our focus to include not only the security of information and data, but also the physical and operational resilience of the digital infrastructure that house these information and data. So when we started conceptualizing this workshop early this year, we were using an example of how an outage of a major data center in Singapore actually disrupted 2.5 million banking transactions across Singapore's largest banks, Citibank, DBS, to show how vulnerabilities in digital infrastructure can have far-reaching consequences, even when it's not triggered by any cyber attacks. But of course, its close linkage to cybersecurity was not immediately obvious as well. Yeah. And then in July, everything all changed when a rogue software update by a US-based cybersecurity company led to the crippling of up to 8.5 million computers worldwide, which were using Microsoft systems. And suddenly, many people realized how resilience requirements which apply in the cybersecurity industry could apply to digital infrastructure. And governments around the world were beginning to recognize this even before the incident. For instance, Singapore is studying the introduction of a Digital Infrastructure Act, going beyond cybersecurity to address a broader set of resilience risks, ranging from misconfigurations in technical architecture to physical hazards such as fires, water leakages, and cooling system failures. The UK government from the other part of the world also has launched a public consultation on enhancing the security and resilience of its data infrastructure. And these developments mark the beginning of a global shift towards more comprehensive frameworks for digital infrastructure resilience. So, well, since conversations in this area are still pretty new, and early stages. I think we're in early stages, right? And there is a chance for the IGF to sort of shape some best practices and common standards. That's our goal today, to brainstorm ideas. And really, we have today with us speakers from around the world from different regions. And we hope to brainstorm ideas that will help shape the future of digital infrastructure best practices. We have regulators as well, industry leaders and experts from academia to discuss these critical issues and collaborate on creating a white paper that we hope to produce at the end that will serve as a reference for countries developing laws and regulations to strengthen digital infrastructure resilience. Right. So let me now quickly introduce our speakers after this context setting. First of all, I think I'll start from my right. On the far end, we have Ms. Adoronke. She is head of public of policy and process review, corporate planning, strategy, and risk management department at the Nigerian Communications Commission. She'll speak about the role of national cybersecurity and digital infrastructure governance, particularly in Nigeria. And then I have Major General Dr. Pawan Anand, who is Director of United Service Institution of India and a PhD guide and mentor at the National Defense College. He will share insights from India, focusing on the challenges and threats to digital resilience, particularly in rapidly developing countries. And on my left, that's Ms. Ala Abdulal. She is Chief of Digital Economy Foresight at the Digital Cooperation Organization. She'll discuss the role of the DCO, Digital Cooperation Organization, in shaping and enhancing digital infrastructure both in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and internationally. Right, so for today, we will explore several key topics throughout, focusing on three main themes. First, threats to digital infrastructure. We'll discuss the latest threats to digital infrastructure, their economic and social impacts, and how different countries are responding with new standards and regulations. And of course, the second theme will be multi-stakeholder collaboration, which I think it's a running theme as far as the UN and IGF context is. We'll encourage the exchange of expertise among all stakeholders, government, industry players, academia, and all that. And of course, lastly, we'll talk about the regulatory and standards development, focusing on the importance of international standards for digital infrastructure, particularly, and examine how best practices from cybersecurity can be adapted to this domain. Right? So let's kick off with some initial thoughts from our panelists. I'll ask each of you to provide maybe a brief impulse statement, not more than 2 minutes, based on some following questions. Maybe we'll start with Aderonke. So Ronke, in your opinion, is digital infrastructure a universally accepted term? And could you also maybe give us a brief overview of the role of Nigeria's NCC in digital infrastructure resilience?
Um, Thank you, Jeannie. Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Kaspersky, for sponsoring this conversation. I'd like to start by saying that this topic is timely, considering that it has a lot of interplay regarding development of standards, corporations, and what have you. In the course of reviewing this topic, across a statement by Sharon and Karen Rudler, some sociologists. And what did they describe infrastructure as? It struck me. It says infrastructure was described in a provocative manner as something that remains invisible until it's broken down. So let's just look at the picture. We all wake up this morning, our emails are not sending, we can't connect, people cannot even see us all over the world. We can't do any transactions. I'm sure everybody will go like, what's happening here? So that's the perspective. Infrastructure as the bedrock is the underlining framework for digital connection. So having said that, looking at is digital infrastructure universally accepted? I think that's yes. It's a universally accepted term because when you look at different organizations, the ITU sees it as an enabler for provision of digital access. The OECD reviews it as an so for social economic development. In Nigeria, can you hear me?
Sorry, give me a moment. I think we need some help here. Ronke's audio is coming on and off. Can we maybe switch a mic for her, please? Or we can let maybe you use that first.
So is it off?
No, it's not that. It's
Can you hear me?
I think you use that mic first. Just let me switch that up for you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now it's okay. Yeah. Please.
Just keep it close.
Okay.
Now it's good. Yep.
All right. So do I start all over again or just continue from the Nigerian perspective?
Yes, just a Nigerian
So as a
perspective.
regulator, I work for the Nigerian Communications Commission, and we are the regulator for the telecoms communications industry in Nigeria. Basically, we oversee the technical and economic regulation of the industry. And coming from the perspective of digital infrastructure, the commission was established by an act of the parliament, and we have amongst various powers or functions to facilitate an enabling environment. One of the things we are looking at is promoting digital infrastructure. We have various actions or interventions that we have taken, such as providing licenses for infrastructure development, either operational spectrum licenses. We also currently in Nigeria, we have our Cyber Security Act 2025, and part of what was identified was the critical national infrastructure, and digital infrastructure was part of what was identified. Portion to this, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Portion to this, a critical national information infrastructure order was lately or recently launched. What is it looking at? It's because we have identified as a nation the importance, the sensitivity of the infrastructure. I believe, in my opinion, that we have moved beyond cybersecurity to cyber or infrastructure resilience. Is the ability for us to bounce back if there's any attack. Jeannie did talk about the Singaporean experience, but if you also cast your mind back earlier in the year, and the SG, ITU did mention it about the submarine cable cut. It affected a lot of countries around the West African coast. But the good thing was Nigeria, and I would give kudos to my organization. We had always been proactive in our regulations, and we made sure that our operators had, resilience in their network. Risk management is something that for, and also we ensure that they have redundancy in network. How do they survive if there's any attack? So for Nigeria, we did not really feel the impact, but the West African coast did have their internet connectivity shut down for a while. And Nigeria has 8 submarine cables landing in its shore. So you can imagine the amount of
Yeah.
data network structure that we have. And the ITU also acknowledges that, say, nothing less than 90 or let's say 80 to 90% of data connectivity is carried on the submarine cable, internet connectivity, and all of you. And because of this, the Commission, Nigeria, is passionate about ensuring the resiliency. So we are also part of the working group that was established by ITU. The Honorable Minister of Communications from Nigeria is a co-chair for the corporation to work on developing standards for this. As in me, developing universal standards for digital infrastructure, for me, it's something that it's timely. It is expedient for us to look at it holistically. And we have pockets, national, like I mentioned, experience. We also have regional and group interventions. But like the SDG or what the is doing, I'm not sure we have something that's universally means everyone. So well done to Kaspersky for sponsoring this. And I think it's a conversation that is timely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronke. In fact, in your very short impulse statement, you've already touched on all three themes. You've discussed the threats to digital infrastructure, and I love the submarine cables example that affected the West Africa. That was a fantastic illustration, actually, and also about some multi-stakeholder collaboration and efforts already. So maybe I'll now turn to Ala. So the DCO, as we all know, plays a significant role in shaping and enhancing digital infrastructure internationally. So could you perhaps take a couple of minutes and share the goals of your organization in this area and what efforts are being made in addressing digital infrastructure resilience. So switch it on.
Here.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm very honored to be a part of this panel with you all. So the Digital Cooperation Organization, just to start, we represent 16 member states, having an 800 million of population. And our goal overall is to make sure that every person, nation, and business has a fair opportunity to participate. As you have said, Jenny, now we are in a world of digital economy is accelerating very quickly. So our organization really focuses on giving that fair opportunity for everyone to be part of this growth of the inclusive digital economy. And for that, we have mentioned now, and even my colleague here mentioned how important is it to have the right infrastructure and have access to that infrastructure from businesses, from governments. And what we are doing at DCO is that we are promoting the use of having the development of resilience framework, those specifically in the response of the increasing risk that is coming on the digital infrastructure. We are giving guides and advices to all our member states, putting all the stakeholders on one table. So what happened during what you have mentioned in July, one of the fastest response that we have done is that we gathered all our member states on one table to discuss the issue that has happened with the faulty deployment and the outage, and how did it impacted each and every nation. What was their lesson learned? What can we do together? What are some of the missing regulations in some of the countries that can be shared? And this is why, and we are the Digital Cooperation Organization. We believe in the cooperation, and we believe that also it should be in a multi-stakeholder approach, and also looking not only at infrastructure, because again, infrastructure is one layer, but even as you have mentioned, we have services, operations that are running those infrastructure. Okay, do the people have the right skills and capacity to be educated to run those infrastructure with the advancements of different technologies? Now, when infrastructure is varying from supercomputers that are supporting AI, that is even bringing different layer of risks. So by focusing on providing the right information, by putting all the right stakeholders and bringing countries together, we are aimed and focused to really enhance the digital infrastructure of our member states and even contribute globally to all countries.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that. I like the point that you made about infrastructure being overlaid with systems and then, of course, capacity. And then maybe we can talk a little bit about capacity building later, because that's the human element too.
Definitely.
Yeah. So now I'll turn to Major General Pawan. From your experience, what are the main threats and challenges to digital resilience, particularly in India and other leading economies?
Yeah, thank you, Jeannie, and thank you, Kaspersky, for getting us all together on this interesting subject. So, well, to my mind, firstly, I'm from the USI, the United Service Institution of India, and we do a lot of emerging technologies work with the National Cybersecurity Coordinator, the National Security Council, Ministry of Electronics and IT, the Ministry of Internal Affairs or Home Affairs, and of course, with the Defense and the Defense Cyber Agency. It's actually interesting that India today is in every conversation that takes place globally on anything to do with digital, because India has gone deeply digital. And with the Honorable Prime Minister of India offering the DPI, the Digital Personal Infrastructure, for almost all the global South countries. Literally, India seeks to help the global South in coming up with their DPI. So that having been said, what's the main threats and challenges that we are looking at? And I would start with the main thing, and that is sovereignty of data. And everything hovers perhaps around that. Uh, you may have all your infrastructure in place. You may have the storages. You may have the transit points. You may have the networks. You may have the processing infrastructure. But at the end of it, it's the data which really counts. That's the thing that makes the mayor go. If money makes the mayor go, it's data that makes the mayor go here. Data sovereignty, to my mind, is something that we really need to keep in mind, and India is very cognizant of that. We are, of course, would like to have all our data onshore in India, which perhaps is not totally possible at this minute because we don't have the entire capacity to be able to store that kind of data. So obviously, much of it is offshored. And when it's offshored, and if we don't have the capacity to keep the data, we don't have the skills, as Ala had brought out, as yet, we would be looking at the legal implications of keeping your data offshore. And that's something that the DPDP Act that we've come out with in 2023 really looks into. And I'll come to that sometime later in our conversation. The second most important thing is integrity. So we have to look at integrity of data in storage and integrity in transit. Both of these are very important to us because wherever the interfaces happen, wherever there is a joining of networks, wherever there is a joining up with the storages, that is the point where we find vulnerabilities occur. So as your digital penetration increases in India, the contact surfaces increase and the attack surfaces increase. And I think the final point that I'd like to make quickly is that when it comes to emerging tech, AI in cybersecurity begins to get more and more important for us. So the ethical use of AI and also the responsible use of AI is so important. We would look at accountability wherever AI is used, whether it is for cyber or for protecting infrastructure physically or digitally. We would have to look at interpretability as well, because you should be very clear as to what exactly is coming out of that and how it is protecting your infrastructure. I think also what we'll have to keep in mind is supply chains. And we'll talk about that later, but supply chains could be compromised. And that is one huge threat that we need to keep in mind. Today, at the end of it, with all the infrastructure that has come up, DPI that has come up in India, we have now become the 10th most vulnerable country in the world to digital assets. And I see that coming up further and further. And you can make out also by the increase in the number of cyber attacks. Maybe I could give out those figures, but that's pretty obvious that the number of attacks are going up geometrically every year. So I pause here and come up with some more thoughts later on.
Thank you. Thank you. When you say top rank number 10, I think what came to my mind was that this is really the kind of ranking we don't want to top, right? But thank you all for your thoughts. I think it's time for us to turn to the moderated discussions. Yeah. We do have a set of policy questions that we will like discussed today and to explore with our speakers. So please, however, feel free to jump in if you've got thoughts to add on to whatever that the other speakers are saying. But of course, please help me to keep your interventions concise and short. Yeah, not more than 2 minutes, maybe. So first, maybe I'll get Ronke to take a first question. Do we need universal standards of resilience, or is it the case that every country's digital infrastructure has unique needs that require a customized approach, right? So how should we balance these two perspectives of having something universal versus something that's highly customized? What are your thoughts? Yeah.
Okay. So for me, universal standards is not negotiable. I think it's something that's meant to be open and something that needs to be adopted. Like I did say earlier on, you can start from the regional level. So like what we've done in Nigeria, I will use my national perspective, and maybe because we also boast of the largest economy in Africa, our numbers speak, our economies speak, especially our interventions when it comes to development of digital infrastructure in Africa. So back to universal standards. Yes, we do need one. What we have also done in Nigeria is to come up with the Critical National Information Infrastructure Order. It outlines strategies, methods, or will I say activities or actions by several stakeholders on how to tackle. When General Powen was speaking, he did talk about the physical protection of infrastructure. We have our own vulnerabilities back home, issues regarding vandalization of structures and all of that. So when you look at it from that perspective, you drill down, you need to look at how you protect that. And you move from the national to the regional. How do we come up with KPIs, standards? What works for Nigeria may not work for Ghana because of our peculiarities, but you cannot undermine that. The reason why all of us are here in this room is because the infrastructure, digital infrastructure matters to us. And we've identified the need to see how we can continuously sustain it. So that's the conversation around the room, whether it's services or whether it's what have you that runs on the infrastructure. So you move from regional and we look at the universal perspective. Like I did say, the IT is already working on something, the submarine cable resiliency, just to guide against what happened. Singapore had probably come up with their own solutions, and the DCO also is that sharing experiences. So in summary, for me, it's from home group to regional and universal. And at the universal level, I would like to liken it to the SDG. It can be adopted amongst all nations, and the churn would definitely go back home. So when you say, you talked about, does it require different approach?
Yeah.
Implementation may require different approach, but the standards can be global. And this conversation, like you did say earlier on, probably develop a white paper, and not all but about adopting, having more stakeholders, especially policy level, to look at it critically and see how we can run with it. Thank you.
I like that response. Thank you for putting it across so elegantly, because really standards can be universal and they need to be. It's like what we have at the UN with the SDGs. Indeed, I think that's a pretty apt parallel that you've drawn. But of course, drawing experiences at the regional level and also having implementation localized. I think that's excellent. I think that has helped us to set the stage. I'm not sure if other speakers have anything to add. Dr. Pawan?
Yeah. I totally agree with what Adaronke said. I mean, she really built it up, from bottom to top, and took the whole width of the subject. But I just want to add here that when we talk about universal standards, standards would be something that we should all be should be all able to take on, because if we don't do that, we would be not able to connect globally. So those universal standards, I think, are so important. At the same time, when it comes to bringing in regulation, I think we'll need to be a little careful. So while we set standards, we will have to be careful about compliances. And we need to differentiate between the two. Because the moment you bring in compliances, and those compliances become too stringent, then there is a fear of stifling innovation. So we need to find that balance between compliance and innovation, and we need to differentiate between standards and compliances.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those remarks. I am going to move, I'm going to ask maybe Ala a next question. Um, what do you think are the biggest challenges in adopting universal resilience standards that we have been talking about for the most part, especially in developing regions? How can we make sure these standards are accessible and scalable in different parts of the world? And if you could maybe draw some experiences from working in DCO. Thank you.
I think we have a lot of challenges in that, several key challenges, from economic and technological disparities between countries, different countries. So let's look at it, and even it has been mentioned by my colleagues here. Different countries have different level of readiness. Some of them even at a stage that they lack infrastructure by itself, not only having it resilience enough. And this goes to having lack of financial support and technological support. Another aspect is also we talked about it when I mentioned in my key or first opening, which was capacity building. Again, for a country to start adopting standards, are they ready for those standards? Do they have the right human capital to understand the standards, to apply them, to make sure that they are customized in the right way? Again, definitely it's very useful to have a framework and standards for everyone to adopt. But again, there will never be a one size fit all. There will be a need of cascading to the needs of the country, to their status. But it's very good to have that solid foundation that unifies everyone. And this is why having those right human resources and experts is very crucial on a national level, which will really make sure that it's being adopted in the right way and implemented in the right way. Another aspect, one of the challenges is, as I said, is those standards flexible enough to fit the current status of that country? What is the flexibility of those standards? And maybe another aspect that one of the challenges is currently every country is tackling this challenge by their own, even from only a government perspective, not looking at, okay, what can the private sector provide, what can the academia provide. Again, academia can provide a lot of research on and understanding of those standards in coming up with the right ways. Are we putting all those people on the same table? Are they having the conversations? Is it a government approach, or is it a multilateral approach, a multi-stakeholder approach? I think all of those challenges is being in the way of us, first of all, having the right standards in place, to adopting them, and then even measuring their impact and the way that they are executing.
Thank you. You have covered several very good points. Again, I think we are seeing this recurring issue or question to do with the human capital and their ability to appreciate the issue, apply the standards, and of course, to rightly implement them in a way that makes sense in their home countries.
And even let me add, because
Please, yes.
there is a very important point until we all reach that universal standard, okay? Things are accelerating very quickly. Are those standards are agile enough?
In
Are
fact,
they
too fast.
Exactly. We are talking about AI. We are even now talking about quantum computing.
Yes.
Again, this is adding another layer of complexity from a security perspective, from an infrastructure perspective.
Yes.
Again, until we reach that agreement on those are the universal standards, we will be in another point of era
I know.
that we need to make sure that this is another layer of challenge that we really need to start thinking of to move fast. Can
Yes.
we build something that is agile enough
Yeah.
to take that very fast advancements that we are
Yeah.
moving in?
It's great that you point this out because Dr. Pawan and I were just having a chat yesterday after hearing some sessions in the opening segment of the IGF. And we're just saying that, shortly after this whole global digital transformation movement, and then we have got AI, and now already we're into quantum computing. It's like we're trying to play catch up all the time. And I think that is definitely a theme that we need to come back to about how we can seek to remain agile and fast enough to respond to have standards or laws or policies that actually respond to real issues, real questions that are evolving faster than we would like. Yeah.
I totally agree.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
Yeah, I totally agree. It's all the time a game of catch, and most of us uh, would agree on some points, and we would have disagreements in some areas. And I think the solution lies in quickly reaching the places where we have consensus, um, and issue them as some sort of a guideline, or at times even as a regulation where we all agree. And then we can keep resolving what we don't agree upon. So I think when we come together to talk about these issues, we need to be very clear. Where is it that we've quickly found a consensus? And let's start implementing that as quickly as possible. And the rest we will work on. At the same time, when we are working on those, the difficult areas where consensus is a little more difficult, we need to bring in the new technologies also that start influencing. So perhaps that is the only way that we can remain in the picture. Otherwise, compliances will always, or consensus will always be so far behind.
And they really like the word we. You have meant we have to work together. We have to agree because yes, it's not one person or one nation or one
yes.
country. I think it is the core of it is that we are working together on it.
And I also like how he says we just need to get started. Yeah, let's just stop talking about this and let's just do it. All right. Since so I just want to stay with Dr. Pawan, and I would like to ask the next question. How can governments be equipped in digital resilience? What policies, regulations, and codes of conduct, as you may like to put it, need to be adopted to ensure a secure infrastructure across healthcare, governments, finance, CIIs, and data centers?
So that's really a tough one because when you formulate policy, you have to take so much into consideration. And just to tell you how tough it's been in India, but it's been a very sure-footed move. We came up with the DPDP Act, and we started talking about the Digital Personal Data Protection Act in 2016.
Yeah.
We finally came out with drafts in 2022. It was given out to the public. There was blowback.
Yeah.
There was a lot of feedback. They went out with the second bill. That was about 6 months later. There was a bigger blowback. And finally, the DPDP Act came into existence in the mid of 2023. It may have been late, but it was there and it's for sure. It is yet to be fully operationalized because there are certain rules which are being worked out, and there are about set of 20 to 22 rules which are going to come into place. So it just gives you a sense as to how you go about making policies with keeping in mind various stakeholders throughout the country and abroad. So, but I think what really gave us a big boost across the globe was that COVID-19 gave us all a real wake-up call because we all went digital, and suddenly all of us realized that we need to have certain policies in place where we are able to converse digitally and, of course, transfer data digitally. We've seen how it's impacted public services. We've also seen to the extent how it's started impacting elections as well. So during COVID, there were certain elections in Europe which had to be postponed. Even the US and India elections, which were held later on, were impacted somewhat by this kind of digital interventions which were happening and the influence that it played. Yeah, I think how you can strengthen the policy structure for this is, you have a digital first approach for public services. So this needs to be built up with almost all within the country and outside the country. We also need a remote enabled kind of a structure in our policies so that everybody is able to work somewhat remotely and that it is controlled. Of course, everybody needs to give a higher priority to digital infrastructure. So with these three in, connectivity between various digital infrastructures would bring us into a complete picture. So policy has to hover around all of these. Not to forget what we spoke earlier, physical protection of our digital infrastructure. So we have to look at the housing of the infrastructure underground, a distributed infrastructure, how to protect it physically, how to it's not disrupted, how to ensure it's not interdicted physically. And then, of course, during transit. And finally, I think we need to look at third-party risks and how these will be managed as technology innovations take place. So all in all, policies will have to be whole of government. Now, when it comes, let me just take two examples and to bring out the difference. The United States has, in healthcare, has those guidelines for HIPAA. And these are very stringent guidelines which have been brought in for various healthcare, for protection of healthcare digital information. On the other hand, they also have the SSA 18, where they have certain reports, SOC 1, SOC 2, SOC 3 reports, where these are standards by which you would expect certain reporting to happen in financial transactions. Now, in India, we are very clear that we follow the SSA guidelines. And so our reporting in SOC 1, SOC 2, and SOC 3 is fully in place. So we expect all financial transactions to be fully transparent, to be fully controlled. On the other hand, when it comes to healthcare, and the US has the HIPAA, India has come out with its own standards, and that is, we call it DISHA, basically digital infrastructure in healthcare. But it leaves a lot of space open for data to be utilized. So you can't have a universal standard as per us in that, but we would say that we've left a lot of space open for data to be utilized for research. So we don't mind our data being used for research, but private data has to be kept in place. So it's a little more nuanced, if you ask me. And that is the kind of nuance that we need to have so that we are able to utilize digital infrastructure and data to its fullest for innovation. Yeah, back to you, Jerry.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think just one point of clarification, when you talked about third-party risks, you're basically talking about different people in the ICT supply chain, right? Okay, cool. Now,
Jeannie?
I think questions are coming. Yeah, please. No, I'm just gonna say that questions are starting to come in, but I think let's go with the flow. I quite like the flow. Please, Adoranke. Yeah.
I just wanted to add 1 or 2 points to what General Pawan said when it comes to
Yes.
how governments needs to be equipped with developing policies regarding digital resiliencies. So for me, I look at it as sometimes people may see resiliency as being subjective, based on levels of development and technology or infrastructure availability. In some cases, issues of topography, weather, may also serve as a point of focus for us to consider because you did talk about the physical protection underground. How do we store this infrastructure? Some places it's nearly impossible. It's a Herculean task for the infrastructure to be protected, talk less of being resilient. Then also for the Nigerian perspective, because I'm a regulator, we've come up with various policies. We have a Nigerian National Broadband Plan that helps us to fashion out stages, phases on how to ensure integrity, resiliency, recovery plans, standards for infrastructure across the country. Then, like I did say, the Critical National Infrastructure Information Order did engage or gives plan for various stakeholders. I recall you did say is the private sector aware, the academia, all those are also included. It's a model maybe for a national level, regional, or even other countries that we want to look at it. If we say we're looking at or developing standards, we're that proactive. And I also want to say perhaps that's part of what gave us that resilience, so to speak, from the submarine cable breakdown or cut and then yeah. So for regulations as well, we keep doing catch up. It's a cliche, but is it
Yes.
something that we want to look at? Can we get to a level where you will start considering standards or policies or regulation that can be self-regulated? Maybe we come up with soft laws as regulators, thinking outside the box to speak to these global standards that or universal standards we're looking at, rather than put in laws or regulations like General Powell did say that stifle innovation.
Mm.
Okay.
Okay.
I think,
Yeah, please,
I
please.
think there is one important point also that I want to build upon because it has been mentioned. Again, we cannot protect ourselves and be 100% resilience. But we, as a country and even internationally, we always have to have like the right response plan for those such emergency. Yes, every country they have their recovery plans, incident response plan, but even I believe from an international level or even sometimes on a regional level, we really need to have that set up in the right way for to have that يعني, immediate exchange of experience, immediate exchange of what did this country do to come back or recover from a specific incident. I think this is a very important point that we should consider, specifically if we are talking about government being digitally resilient.
And when you talk about the exchange, let me just clarify what you mean is that cross-jurisdictional learning
Exactly.
and that communication that takes place, I presume, effectively through platforms such as DCO, right?
Yes, and
Yeah.
other yes organizations.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that's great. Yeah, thanks, Allah. Now there is actually, I know I'm sort of messing up with the order a little bit, but it's really just to maintain that flow because we have a comment from a member of the audience. I'm going to read it, and then I have a small question, which I may want to pose it to Allah. So the comment comes from Vahan from RIPENCC, and he says, coming from different sessions at IGF, there is a feeling that we still don't have a universal understanding of what is this DPI. I think Dr. Pawan mentioned DPI. Yeah. Yeah. Neither the universal approach to what is a core, technical core, or public core of the internet. To develop standards, we should use the same language and have a universal agreed definition of these terms. So let us start from internet and define what is important for us, what is a core, and how we can protect it and ensure the resilience of it. So I think what he's really talking about is to have a common language that we speak when it comes to this topic. So my question is really, how can we begin to shape this common language? Any insights? Maybe Allah can start. Yeah.
Yes, definitely, and I totally agree with his comment. And before I answer this question, let me give you our challenge at
Yes.
DCO when we started. Our organization is focused on digital economy, and when we first started, okay, what is the definition of digital economy? Is a universal understanding of what does it mean? What does it encompass? So I totally agree with him. Is that the first point is that to define and put in a framework what the understanding of what we are trying to solve. This is the first, let's say, ABC in any even research. When you start conducting a research, you really identify what is the question that you want to answer, what is the scope, what is in the scope, what is outside that scope. So, and for us to reach that, we need to sit together, as it's a problem that
yes.
we need to solve. Because again, I can come up with my own definition, that you can come up your own definition and understanding, but then what is the whole purpose
What is the
of this?
mischief?
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we really need to bring all the stakeholders from government, private sector, academia, on different region, on different countries. And I believe this is the role of, for example, our organization and other organization, where we can bring those all of the stakeholders in one table to start defining the definitions of what do we want to solve, and then putting an action plan to actually come up with different solutions.
Yeah, just wanted to add to this. I think it's a fair point which has come from the person who made the comment. But when it comes to digital infrastructure, I think a reasonable amount of definition is in place, especially the technical definitions are, I think, across the globe quite reasonably understood by all. Probably where the difference comes in is when you talk about policy, and there the cultural difference begins to play. So there may be a few issues where the lexicon needs to be clarified in some cases when it comes to policy. But on the tech side, I think we're okay. In any case, at the moment when it comes to AI and when it comes to responsible AI, we are still working out a lexicon. So, and when AI comes into digital infrastructure and cyber resilience, I think it'll get more complicated. So there is definitely a need for some of that lexicon to be firmly put into place.
Please keep the mic, because I'm going to ask you a question. So what
I
novel?
hope it's not an interrogation.
No, it's not. Definitely not. I'm a lawyer, but I will not interrogate you. Not today. What novel threats actually should public and private organizations? Because obviously, Dr. Pawan, you have experience from both ends. So what novel threats should public and private organizations be looking out for? And what strategies or technologies should be implemented to protect against these emerging threats?
So you asked novel threats. So everybody knows about how ransomware is placed, and millions have been paid out in various countries. So fine. So the threats are ransomware. There is a huge threat of DDoS attacks. So ransomware, DDoS attacks, APTs residing in all our computers, ready to give information all the time back to whoever's placed them in our computers and in our servers. So, I mean, these are the standard threats that we all know about. But what's novel about some of them? I think we're looking at crypto jacking, which seems to be now, the more current threat which has come up as more and more people get involved with, cryptocurrencies. You'll get more and more of these problems coming up. And God forbid, when we have quantum coming in, then your blockchains are going to get compromised very easily. And crypto is going to face huge threats. So By that time, hopefully, crypto would have also evolved and blockchains would have evolved to take on the quantum threat. So there's the speed of compute that quantum will bring in will actually be a huge game changer. And it's not coming now, but it's coming in another maybe 5-10 years. If the US and China are at about 1200 qubits, India is just struggling with 14 qubits at the moment. But India is really working on it, and I think we'll be there very quickly, especially as soon as we get our cryogenics in place. Another one would be border gateway protocols. I think everywhere, every country has their own kind of protection for border gateways, but these protocols need to be in place internationally. Otherwise, they're bound to get compromised. And if that happens, then you'll have a lot of data and a lot of information which either gets disrupted or gets diverted or is routed through somewhere else and then comes, so therefore fully compromised. Another threat, I think, is this watering hole attacks, which is very simple to understand. I mean, you just there are those places where everybody visits, and those are the areas that need to be protected. So somewhere or the other, we need to make sure that the usual watering holes are well protected, and we have our policies in place for that. I mean, there will be as many novel threats as there are brilliant minds in the net and on the dark net. So I really won't be able to give you something comprehensive on that, but this gives you a sense as to where we are heading.
Thank you for those insights. I think they're very interesting. Yes, please, Ronki.
So, General spoken from the technical side.
Very technical. I like it.
Yes. So I look at human error threat. Human capacity or human resources is usually key, whether organization, government, nation. So another threat based on the speed and advancement of technology will be human itself. And like Allah said, if you do not have adequate skills, you're as vulnerable. No matter what technical structure we put in, you still have the human interface. So I believe at public level, private levels, and even organizational levels, your human capacity needs to be updated, and sensitization of cyber security or cyber protection needs to be consistent. It's not something you should leave open, because once your human resource or capacity is vulnerable, you're as good as exposed. Then for the policy level, another threat I may see may be inflexibility in regulation and policies. So as government moving forward, it is expedient for us to rejig or rethink or reopen our minds to regulations. We know, like General Pondit also say that we should be careful so regulation would not stifle innovation. The advancement is unprecedented, the speed. But we should also come up as, be responsive as policymakers to think outside the box. What kind of policies do we put in place? Yes, put up different structures, but how do we make sure it's not obsolete on arrival?
Yeah, obsolete on arrival.
Can I just?
Of course, yes, please.
Can I just add on? She's absolutely right. The policy in itself, if you don't formulate policy, it's a threat. So, in some ways, the focus is very narrow at times because we tend to focus on protection. We tend to focus on disaster recovery. But there is very little focus because it requires money, it requires investment, it requires time, and it requires skill at the initial stages to bring it in. So I think Kaspersky is in this business. And I would really recommend that most of us, even though it would require time and effort to invest in the initial protection, it's really important. That has to be prioritized by governments, by companies, by the KMPs, the key management personnel, It has to be prioritized by the financial guys.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I want to maybe ask Ronke, from the perspective of a regulator, what metrics do you think should be used to evaluate the effectiveness of resilience standards? And how can organizations continuously improve their practices?
So, Helen, okay, so I can hear myself now.
Yeah.
So what metrics? I think it should be homegrown or industry grown for metrics, because we've had conversation talking about uniqueness of different experience. For me, our metrics will be measuring the quality and experience and residency recovery plan or disaster management ability or plans for different provide government itself. So how do you develop these metrics? It needs to be analytical and scientific, so to speak, because it has to be measurable and it's something that needs to be adaptive. The technical people will definitely play a huge role in developing these metrics, but as a policy regulator, we should also be open to providing guidelines, so to speak, or coming up with frameworks that can be easily adopted and adaptable. Metrics should not be cast in stone. It should be something that you can review from time to time based on maybe advancement or change in technology or infrastructure expandment, or when you expand or update or upgrade your infrastructure. So these metrics, it's something for me that should be measurable, but it needs to be something that's acceptable, developed by stakeholders, so to speak. And we cannot undermine the role of the multi-stakeholder engagement in promoting common good.
Thank you for that. So, Allah, how can we then ensure that, and that's really because I'm tapping on your experience dealing with multi stakeholders engagements and all that. How can we ensure that all stakeholders, whether they're governments or they're private sector or civil society and so forth and so on, are actively engaged in the development of digital resilience standards? What role does each play? Because it's hard to handle. Everyone has got a different set of expectations or interests, and sometimes they don't agree. Oftentimes they disagree. So tough job.
So, look, I think we have touched upon this during all our questions and our discussions. Yes, every group has its own role, but again, I think it's a shared responsibility between all groups. But majorly, governments are responsible for shaping and setting the regulations and policies and making sure and frameworks that are needed to be digital resilience. And this responsibility of creating the laws and regulations, it shouldn't be only that government should do, but they should involve the private sector in the process, the civil society also in the process, to make sure that whatever they are coming up with from a regulation and policy, it is impactful and also can be executed easily. The private sector, when we look at the private sector, I think we know the private sector is the hub of innovation. They come up with the technologies, they are aware of all the new technologies and advancements that are happening. They are shifting the gears on the AI, on the computing power, quantum computing. So it's very important for them always to have that also conversation with the government. It's very important for them to keep updating from a cybersecurity perspective, and also support in the capacity building, of human resources from a government perspective also, to have that support to the government. Again, also private sector can help a lot from a partnership in providing the right funds with the cooperation of the government. Again, as I said, I believe it's, yes, every group have its role, but it's a shared responsibility. And then we come to civil society and international organizations, the role of academia, the think tanks, where the research, the hub of the research, the hub of how to think of the new innovations, how we can come up with the right set of standards, with all supported but with the right data. This all comes from the civil society. Last but not least, international organizations. Let's say that we are the connector. We are the one who can put everyone together, try to find the common voice, try to unify the effort, try to find the synergies, because again, we need to look at where are the synergies in all, in every group, in the government group, even the private sector group and the civil society group, from a research aspect, from a funding aspect, from a policy and regulation aspect. So for this all to happen, it needs really an effective engagement between those different stakeholders. It needs cooperation and collaboration. It means that we need a continuous dialogue, an open dialogue. We have mentioned this before, we are facing a new or a very quick era of things that are very developing and accelerating very quickly. So if we do not put our hands together, we will not be able to survive those changes, be agile enough and be prepared. We are looking at different building blocks, infrastructure as physical infrastructure. Doctor mentioned the data aspect of it. We mentioned the human resource aspect. We mentioned services. It's a huge, big ecosystem connected to each other.
Yes.
We cannot look at one building block by itself or one group by itself. Rather, we have to look at it as a whole.
Yeah.
And really adopt that effective communication with those different groups.
Thank you for that. So everything from the definition of the problem to coming up with the resources, whether it's thought leadership, research, or financial support, all the way to deriving at implementable solutions. We need that input from different segments of our ecosystem, right?
Exactly.
That's okay. I got that. If speakers have nothing else to add, I would like to move on to a next question. Dr. Yes, please. No, please jump in anytime. Thank you.
I'm sorry for always cutting
No, don't
in.
be.
Like what Alan said about effective engagement, because that's what has been around my head for a while. How do we move it from talks? We keep having all this conversation, IGF level, UN level, like you did say, GSMA, IETF, just name it. But how do we move it? And we also need to start focusing on conversation and ensure that we engage the right person and have it started. We did say earlier on that we just need to move. But how do we move and move effectively?
I totally agree with you, and I think this also goes to back when we talked about, let's have a definition of the problem.
Yes.
Then let's put an action plan on what do we need to solve. Then let's all sit on that table and try to solve it. Conversation for the sake of conversation and dialogue will not take us anywhere. It need really to be structured with a specific goal, with a specific outcome that we want to reach. And then after that, also with a specific measurement. Did our conversation and outcome and that we wanted, is it the correct one? Are we progressing in the right way? Again, with all this acceleration and the thing and how things are really changing quickly, we really need always to revise ourselves and see how effective the current solution that we are doing are really impacting the progress that we are aiming to.
Okay. I think also today's workshop and this dialogue that we're having, I was hoping um, um, to produce a white paper that sort of captures our key highlights from today's discussion, learnings. Well, I definitely learned a lot, and I think we're learning from one another. And with this white paper, I'm hoping that we could gain some traction as well from the international audience that we have, and from there, work towards that common goal to um, find solutions that we can develop in order to galvanize the entire galvanize everyone. And then from there, with these universal standards, be able to find ways that individual countries can customize for their own needs, right? So I think this is a good start. I am mindful of time. I have only about 12 minutes left. I would like to ask a couple more questions before we do a summary of our discussions today. So, if I may, maybe turn to Dr. Pawan with this question. Um, how can resilience standards be designed not just for immediate response, but also to support long-term recovery after a disruption? What mechanisms should be in place in order to ensure organizations can bounce back effectively?
I think the most important point here is to have a risk-based approach, and therefore going by the discussion that just took place between Ala and Adaronke, I would say clearly that we need to have a framework which can be put in place, which talks about a risk-based approach in various sectors where we have our digital infrastructure and the resilience that we need to bring into it. So, I mean, going technically, of course, we would have to have a backup strategy. So wherever problems happen, we are able to recover from whatever losses have taken place. We have to have a constant updates. We need to be, much of the time we find that our softwares are outdated, our systems are outdated, and that's why there is loss of data, there is loss of, there is outage time, so to say. So we need to work around that to see that we are up to date when it comes to all our technologies. You can't underestimate the skilling aspect. So quite obviously, we have to bring people up to speed when it comes to the latest skills of this. So the main things I would say is following a risk-based approach, create a framework, make sure that you have your backups, make sure you have a rehearsed strategy to bounce back. And that rehearsal part of it needs to be done very carefully, because most of the time, again, organizations tend to feel that it's going to take time away from the real work, and therefore they just give it a bit of a lip service. And of course, the human aspect is the final aspect. So if people have to be trained, cyber hygiene has to be understood by everyone. They have to make sure that there is controlled access, that everybody understands the risks that the whole organization runs, how they personally run risks. I think we would be able to be in a situation where we don't suffer from these threats.
Okay.
If you allow me to add
Please,
this,
yes.
because thank you. You have mentioned very important point when we talk about recovery plans. I think it's very important to think of the single point of failures that every country and system have, and not only looking at it from a backup perspective, but also having diversity of technologies and systems. So not relying on a specific vendor, not relying on one company by itself. You need to really think of having that diversity of system, and even looking at open sources, because this will really make you build a very solid backup plan, as mentioned, because it's very critical. We need to think out of the box regarding the regular recovery plans that we have, just having a backup, a disaster recovery from an infrastructure perspective, to really thinking of diversifying the systems, the technologies that we are using, and even looking at open sources.
Yeah, I think the best example I can give of something like this, what we just spoke of, is what happened in Denmark 2023, right? So over a period of about 3 months, there were repeated cyber attacks on their national IoT critical information infrastructure, to the extent that even some of the dams or the dikes that they were working on, the dams that they were working on came under threat, and they went immediately into island mode. And
Yeah.
it took them a long time to get back onto the net, but they had their systems in place, and literally people pulled out their cars and drove down and started operating systems physically. So quite obviously they had worked it out well. But these are recovery plans which need to be very firmly put in place so that you don't suffer outages. Okay.
Okay, we've got
Just
people from the audience pinging us to say we want to ask questions. So quick ones. Yeah.
10 seconds. Also, ensure that your infrastructure, you have redundancy and excess capacity, in addition to open source and not a single point of source. So it wouldn't hit you so hard if all these are put in place, and you also ensure that your infrastructure has enough capacity for redundancy. So if one goes down, you have that space like backup for your resilience.
Buffer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Thank you, speakers. I'm gonna take a pause and take questions from the floor. I think some people pinged us in the Zoom chat to say that, yeah. I think this gentleman, can we pass him a mic? No mic, or we can pass you a mic. Yeah, please. Thank you. Switch it on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the great talk. My name is Dino Dellaccio. I'm the Chief Information Officer of the UN Pension Fund, and I'm here in the IGF. I'm involved in the best practice forum cybersecurity, and also leading the blockchain dynamic coalition on assurance and standardization.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Likewise. So I actually wanted to share a comment, because in my specific role in blockchain, what I'm facing is the lack of standards. And I want to be a little bit provocative in your case. I think that in the area of infrastructure resiliency, we do have universal standards, the ISO standards. For years, the whole series ISO 27001, the 22301, I'm also an ISO auditor, are very well established. And ISO is represented by the National Standard Institute of each country in its technical committee that also is open to various stakeholders. So is there here a risk to duplicate something? And instead to focus on it already exists, should we instead focus on threat models? Because the way to translate standard into those specificities that were alluded to before in each country is actually to look at which risk each country is exposed to, because not all countries are exposed to the same risk, and maybe focus on threat modeling and risk assessment rather than reinventing a new standard. Thank you.
I think it's an excellent question. Any takers? Please, yes.
totally agree with you. Everything you said made sense. So blockchain certainly would require standards, and I think we need to get down to defining those. But you talked about threat modeling and a risk. That's exactly what I meant by a risk-based framework as well. So each one of these will have to, whether you talk about infrastructure resilience, whether you talk about cybersecurity, you talk about AI, in each of these and across these domains, we'll have to create frameworks, and that will have to be risk-based. The threat models you talk of will come from scenarios, and you need to keep building scenarios from where the threats emerge. And based on those scenarios that you game out, you'll be able to actually see what kind of frameworks will have to be built around them. So I totally agree with you on that. And the way to go about it is what I just said.
Anything else to add, ladies? All good? All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for that question. And remark, actually, that those are very good comments as well. Anyone else has got questions? Yes, please, sir. You need the mic? Could you maybe just share the mic? Thank you.
Am I being heard?
Perfect.
Okay, so just to follow on on what was just raised there, and what Dr. Pawan said about a risk-based approach to establishing standards. And we're talking about universal standards here. The ISO standards came from somewhere. They were developed through some institutional framework. And the question would be, in taking the risk-based framework, are we identifying the institutions or the partners maybe that have to come together to develop the relevant universal standards for resiliency, that the various scenarios that we're identifying need, basically, right? I came in a bit late, so I don't know if you're talking about institutions or anything like that before, but maybe in answering some of this, we could try to identify the ways forward. Who are the people who would like to take action on these things? Thanks.
All right. So thank you for your comments. So I'll start with the last speaker. I recall one of the goals for this conversation is to come up with a white paper. We've identified, I believe that's why we're all here, we've identified that perhaps we do need a universal standard. How do we go about this? I recall that Allah also did say that once we identify them, we now move forward to practicality, and that's the next phase. We look at who are all the stakeholders involved. It's not going to be lopsided conversation, but this is getting the conversation going. Yes, we do recognize the ISO standards, and I like that you did say it comes, so the standards are, developed by institutions. So what are the roles of these various institutions? I recall also did say earlier on that we have different pockets, regional pockets, national pockets, industry pockets, having conversation, having standards to address, or even their own actions to address different issues regarding infrastructure resiliency. The fundamental point for me and conclusively is, do we need to develop standards or a framework or measurable actions that would ensure universal resiliency of this infrastructure? Yes. Have we seen trends move from just developing cybersecurity frameworks to cyber resiliency? Because these threats will continue to come, networks will break, human capacity may fail, or human error would occur. But how do we ensure that universally, what happened with CrowdStrike, what happened with the submarine cable for the African region does not repeat itself? Jenny, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those remarks. I have 1 minute left before some people have to run off. I will summarize our conversations in 1 minute, and then we'll call it a day, okay? So basically, I think what we managed to discuss and agree on is that we do need universal standards, which will form which basically are a common language that we need to develop. And of course, how do we do that? How do we do that will be that we start by asking ourselves what exactly is the mischief or the problem that we're trying to solve, the why, right? And then with these universal standards as a galvanizing, um, a f- um, well, a galvanizer for everyone, we also will have to tap on shared experiences. And that is where the multilateral network, regional and international cooperation from within the community, cross-jurisdictional learnings will come in to play. I think we could also benefit from some use cases, learn from past experience, and then also coming down to the local level to make sure that we have localized implementation and solutions, which will work for the individual countries in a customized manner. And of course, and that's simply because nothing is one size fit all. And we also discussed some challenges that we could possibly be faced with and already are facing, which basically will be the very fast evolving threats that is facing the world today, from technical perspective or from a human element perspective, because humans can be the weak link, and which is why we also touched on capacity building. And of course, lastly, the policy element, which basically the usual problem is that, like what Ronke had said, it usually becomes obsolete upon arrival. So we have to try to avoid that and make sure that the policies, the frameworks that we put in place are agile enough to respond or be an effective tool that can help us to respond better to evolving threats, which are fast and furious. And of course, lastly, I think a takeaway, again, I'm saying this again, Dr. Pawan had said that we really just need to get started. We just need to get started. So what we'll do in terms of next steps is that we will compile today's discussions into a white paper, and hopefully this will serve as a guiding reference for countries, for regions seeking to enhance their digital infrastructure resilience. And of course, thank you everyone for being a part of this panel discussion and important conversation. And we really look forward to continuing our work together to shape a more resilient digital future. Thank you. Oh, my ears are hurting.
Did that go transmitted?
Oh, let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. Be there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Yes, definitely. I can also exchange the details with you.
Yeah.
She's very busy, always in the go. Yeah, yeah, I know.
That would be nice.
I know it's a hustle with you. Thank you so much. I don't know. I don't need. I think I'm not going. Having a headache. I think, yeah. No, I just need I just need to grab some. The box is not big. It's not that bad. Leaving tomorrow. No, I'm leaving for hotel. Oh, my flight is at 2.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Same trip.
Oh, yeah.
feeling bad? Really? بسم الله بسم الله. صوت كويس عندك صح؟ اوكي.
هيقعدوا هنا يجيب من فاضي فاضي بقى. اقعدوا هنا كده.
لك الكاميرا رح تاخد هيدي ولا بس ناخد حابه تشوفين اذا بدك تشوفي مين
الخط ده هنلاقيه تقريبا محدش يقعد بظهره. دايما انا بس انا بتكلم عن
لا عربي عربي
هو قال ما في بنس صح ايمن هلو
كل الخط ده وانا صوره في عايز صوره عشان نمشي
لانه ما في بكير انا
في عايز صوره
انا اقوى وياهم بالفن
عايز اتصور
لا بالصيف صوره بس احنا كلنا هلا معنا اثنين
This there. Check, check. Just wait here. Just wait here. Check, check. Wait. Check, check, check. Hey, 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 hey. Go back. Check, 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 check. We work together. I know you. I know you. You're professional man. I know that.
تحتاجي المايك؟ ايه بس ناخذ هذا المايك. Victor, please give him the mic. This one. The one with the other side.
Yeah, no problems. So once again, select this. Not here. I can put it here because if I put it here, you cannot sit. It will be disturbed, right? So I can put it here. It will be comfortable.
مين بدنا لنعطيه وغوص ليقدر يحكي فيه.
بالقاسم وشهر
بالقاسم وصفا.
هم دول خالد مش موجود.
طيب يعني بدنا نعطيه بالقاسم.
بالقاسم وشهر وكريستين. هلو هلو هلو. انا خدت منك الموبايل. خدت الموبايل. اه
عطينا اشاره بس بدك
We have two microphones here. So if anybody wants, I could put it.
عليك يا بنت. عمرت عليك يا بنت.
انا سايبر دلوقتي. سايبر. انا ده مش هستخدمه ها. ولا كده انا بسألك.
انت عايز تستخدم ده؟
Should I use this or this? I just talk.
That's up to you, sir.
I mean you can hear me and I can hear. I should hear. I'm the moderator.
يا شغال صوتك
يعني
عندي.
I don't need anything else.
لا ولا شيء.
ولا دي.
ولا دي.
يا-
تقول اللي حتحكي.
يعني this is my speaker
Yes.
and this is my mic.
والناس حتسمعك بالمايكات.
Okay. It's more comfortable. اريح ان الواحد يبقى مودريتور. بس كانوا حاطيننا هنا فكان هنكلم الناس بظهرنا. كانوا حاطيننا هنا الاول فهنكلم الناس بظهرنا مش حلو فعملناها كده. صباح الخير جميعا.
صباح الخير دكتور أيمن. صباح الخير.
صباح الخير دكتور أيمن.
تبقى 3 غالبا. صباح الخير.
اللينك انا
الصوت
بعمل له كوبي
واصل؟
اذا بده يحكي.
شانل واحد على السبيكرز
الصوت
بليز عشان الصوت عن
الصوت
طريق
واصل.
الهيدفونز.
دو ريكورد. ريكوردون. ريكوردون.
صوتك واضح دكتور أيمن.
ريكوردون.
صباح الخير جميعا. النهارده بنرحب بيكم في هذه الجلسه الاوبن فورم رقم 11. الاوبن فورم رقم 11 on digital cooperation in the Arab region. نظرة المنطقة العربية للديجيتال كوبريشن نظرة وراها خلفية منهجية خاصة بعدة بروسيسز بتكون مفهوم الديجيتال كوبريشن عندنا. هل الصوت واصل؟
واصل دكتور، سامعين حضرتك. حضرتك سامعنا؟
لو في
واصل يا
other
دكتور
mics
واصل.
please shut down the other mics. وهنخلي بس المايكس مع السادة البانلست الموجودين هنا. مرة تانية عنوان هذه الجلسة الأوبن فورم رقم 11 في القاعة 10 بعنوان ديجيتال كوبريشن ان ذا عرب ريجن. ومفهوم الديجيتال كوبريشن عندنا مؤطر مؤسسيا وفقا للتايتل اللي كان موجود دلوقتي قدامنا، وهو ارتباطه بالبروسيس الخاصة بالقمة العالمية لمجتمع المعلومات وهي الورلد سامت اون انفورميشن سوسايتي، ومرتبط كذلك بكافة المسارات الدولية وأحدثها هو الجلوبال ديجيتال كومباكت. وبالتالي العنوان التأسيسي هو ان احنا بنعمل راوند اوف كونسلتيشنز بعد ما عملنا فيرست راوند في دبي في This is the second edition of the Arab Consultative Conference on the WSIS Plus 20 review and the Global Digital Compact process. هنتكلم عن الباكت اوف ذا فيوتشر جلوبال ديجيتال كومباكت والديكلاريشن اوف فيوتشر جنريشنز از اطار كونتكست لهذا الحوار، وفي نفس الوقت هنحاول نعطي يجاوب على بعض النقاط الأساسية في هذه المحاور، ونعطي وقت إن شاء الله فلور وريموتلي من خلال الزوم. أول حاجة أحب أعرف الضيوف اللي معانا. معانا ريموتلي البانالست من البارتنر الرئيسي بين الإسكوا والمنطقة العربية. علاقاتنا مباشرة مع جميع الدول العربية، ولكن بتكون كمان معززة أكتر من خلال جامعة الدول العربية. ومفروض إن معانا السيد خالد والي Director of the Communication and Information Technology Development Department في League of Arab States، وهو عارض طبي هيمثله في هذا الاجتماع السيد بالقاسم والسيدة سهى. السيد بالقاسم هو مدير وحدة أو قسم الاتصالات في جامعة الدول العربية، والسيدة سهى خبيرة في قسم الاتصالات. هيكونوا معانا فيرتشوالي من الزوم. على اليمين السيد شارل شعبان، وهو له عدة هاتس، بس عادة بيمثل هولدر كومبوننت المتعلق بالبزنس سيكتور ان جنرال، وكذلك ممكن نقول بالتكنيكال او المنظمات المتخصصه التكنيكال اكاديميا. وهو بيمثل كمان دور مهم في المالتي ستيك هولدر ارينجمنت اللي في المنتدى العربي لحوكمه الانترنت Arab Internet Governance Forum، فهو رئيس المالتي ستيك هولدر بروجرام ادفايزري كوميتي. سيد شارل شعبان معانا هنا. كذلك معانا ريموتلي من احد الشركاء المهمين في الديجيتال كوبريشن السيده كريستين عريضه. السيده كريستين عريضه كان المفروض تكون معانا برضو لظرف ما صعب شويه، بس ان شاء الله اموره تتحسن. يعني اتفضلت تكون معانا فيرتشوال، ودورها يعني اساسي وهنشرحه في اثناء السياق. وهي انترناشونال اكسبرت ان وعرب strategic advisor to the executive president national telecom regulatory authority في جمهورية مصر العربية، وبرضو ليها دور كان مهم في فترة طويلة في إدارة فريق الأمانة الفنية للمنتدى السكرتارية للأرب IGF. وعلى يسار معنا السيد قصي الشطي موجود معنا فيزيكلي، وهو خبير دولي في مجال حوكمة الإنترنت، وكان رئيس أول لجنة للمالتي ستيك هولدر ادفايزري كوميتي في الفترة من 2012 ل 2014، وهي المرحلة التأسيسية للأرب IGF. وكمان معانا على ذا رايت سايد مستر شفيق شاية NCC، وهي اهم الار اي، وهي الار اي ار الرئيسي اللي يعني مهتمه بالمنطقه وباوروبا. هو ريجنال مانجر للببليك بوليسي اند one of the champions برضه بالارب انترنت جفرنس فورم، ورئيس حاليا الماج اللبنيز IGF. ولاست نوت من اهم الشخصيات الوسس بصفه عامه، وهو هيكون تاسيس للندوه النهارده، السيده نرمين السعداني، وهي حاليا بتشغل منصب ريجنال فايس بريزيدنت ميدل ايست للانترنت سوسايتي، بالاضافه لادوارها كده مع الاداره المصريه. معانا كمان السيده ميرنا بربر من فريق الاسكوا في فريق الديجيتال كوبريشن اند ديفلوبمنت، وموجوده معانا ريموتلي، وهتكون تتابع معانا هذه الجلسه ومخرجاتها، وكمان الريموت انكوايريز. ومن هنا معانا من تيم الاسكوا برضو السيده ريتا وهبي من فريق الاسكوا البحث والدعم البحثي، وهتكون معانا نتابع الاسئله وتقدم الملخص في اخر الجلسه. طيب without further ado خليني اقول بسرعه الستوري بتاعتنا هتمشي ازاي النهارده. ببساطه احنا الموضوع الساعه ونص ده لازم يكون ان شاء الله في شكل جورني، هنمشي مع بعض نتشاور وناخد اراء فيما يخص الرحله اللي قمنا بيها كلنا في المنطقه العربيه مواكبه للعالم ابتداء من 2002 2003 2005، وهي ليها سيجنيفيكانس معين وما انتهت اليه حتى الان. ثم بنعرج على اشياء معينه ظهرت في 2006 ومستمره حتى الان، ثم اشياء جديده مسارات اخرى ظهرت في 2019 ومستمره حتى الان. فلقينا ان الكرونولوجيكال ديسكورس هو هيكون انسب طريقه نتحرك فيها في المسار ماذا يحدث. ولانه كل الاشياء دي حاليا ما زالت فايبرنت وما زالت محل التجديد والتطوير، فهنحاول نقسم الاسئله بشكل يتعرض للبروسيس الاقدم ثم الاحدث ثم الاحدث ثم الاحدث. ببساطه هنبدا من الويسس، وحضراتكم سمعتوا كتير للي ضالع في هذا الامر او اللي هو جديد عليه ان احنا الفتره دي فاضل لنا 10 شهور على التجديد الثاني للقمه العالميه لمجتمع المعلومات، حيث انها بدات في 2003 في مرحلتها الاولى في جنيف، 2005 في تونس، وصدر عنها تونس اجنده، لكن صدر عنها كمان تعرف على اشكاليات كبرى كانت اعظمها واكبرها في منطقه التمويل، وده موضوع لا ينتهي، ولكن في موضوع حوكمه الانترنت. فاذا في 2003 اللي هي بدات في 98 في مينيابوليس، ناس والستيك هولدرز من خلال البلاني بوتنشري اللي كان في مينيابوليس 98 قرروا ان لابد من دخول الاي سي تي لعالم التنميه وعالم التعاون الدولي، وبالتالي حطوا هدف يكون في قمه عالميه. وطبعا انا فخور ان انا بذكر الموضوعات دي لان انا واكبت الاشياء دي كلها يعني لايفلي في الكارير والبروفيشن بتاعي من ايام قبل اليونايتد نيشنز لما كنت لسه في الاندستري. ف 98 كانت لحظه فارقه، مش بس في الويسس وفي تشكيل الايكان وفي تشكيل امور كثيره على مستوى العالم. فالامور دي ما زالت ممتده. الويسس يدخل في تفريعاته، تم مراجعه الويسس بلس 5 ثم مراجعه الويسس بلس 10. وبذكر السيده نرمين في الاداره المصريه وقتها كانت مسؤوله جلوبالي عن موضوع الويسس بلس 10 ريفيو 2015. وفي هذا الوقت نظروا باكورد 10 years ولقوا ان من الاهميه بمكان ان تستمر الويسس ل 25. النهارده في سنه 2024 فاضل ايام وندخل 25، هنشوف هنجدد الويسس العالمي بشكله بمضمونه بهيكله، ولا هنغير في الامور دي ولا هنلغيه، محدش عارف، لكن هيبان من الحوار. طيب يبقى دي بروسس النهارده وصلت لمرحله التجديد الثاني للويسس بلس 20، واحنا شاركنا من خلال الدوره الاولى اللي عملناها هذه السيشن في دبي يوم 22 مايو اللي فات، وعملنا الفيرست كونسلتيشنز. هنبني عليها النهارده لان في متغيرات تمت من مايو لغايه النهارده، يعني 7 شهور مش شيء بسيط في عمر الانترنت، وكمان بقى سريع في عمر البوليسي ميكنج which is good news. طيب يبقى اذا دي اول كونتكست هنتكلم فيه، وبعدين هنتكلم عن المسار اللي نتج من في قضيه الانترنت جوفرنس، وظهر في تونس اجنده في شكل الدعوه لانشاء المنتدى العالمي لحوكمه الانترنت. طب نحضر الدوره 19 ليه، والتاني مره في المنطقه العربيه، حيث اول مره كانت في شرم الشيخ 2009. اذا هنسال السؤال الثاني النهارده حول الاي جي اف العالمي وكذلك العربي اللي انشأناه في المنطقه في سنه 2011، وبدأت فعالياته في 2012 بناء على مبادره من الاسكو في 2009 في شرم الشيخ، حيث كان الاي جي اف العالمي موجود في المنطقه، وقلنا آن الأوان إن احنا نرتب أمورنا في خلال سنة سنتين يكون عندنا منتدى عربي. هيكون ده السؤال الثاني النهارده للبانلست ولحضراتكم. إذا احنا النهارده هنسال ماذا يحدث الان. ما يحدث الان هو اكشلي مش تجديد للويسس كما فقط في خلال 10 اشهر، ولكن تجديد للاي جي اف برضه. هل الاي جي اف هيفضل بشكله مضمونه بهيكله، ولا هناخد اراء ونساهم في تشكيل جديد؟ يبقى السؤال الثاني حول البروسيس التي ولدت في 2006 حتى الان، حيث جدد لها في 2015 ل 25. فاحنا في لحظه فارقه. الحاجه الثالثه مختلفه تماما، مسار لا يعني يمت الى تونس اجنده عضوي، انه هو كانت رؤيه الامين العام للامم المتحده في 2018 2019. المفهوم العنوان بتاعنا اللي هو الديجيتال كوبريشن، فكر في عنوان جديد، لانه لقى ان من 2006 ل 2018 في اشياء كتيره ما زالت تو كامبس شغالين، كل كامب لوحده. كامب المالتي ستيك هولدر شغال وبيطلع حوارات ومسجز، بس مش متصل بالمالتي لاترال بشكل كافي. وكامب المالتي لاترال اللي هو كان يتوقع اشياء اكتر مما نتجت عن تونس اجندا، وكان واخد جنب شويه وبيحارب في موضوعات لها قيمه مهمه، وخاصه قضايا السياده ودور الحكومات. فالامين العام لما قرينا توجهه في 2018 بمصطلح الديجيتال كوبريشن وما تحتويه من ريبورت الهاي ليفل بانل اللي حصل، كان بيتكلم على تقارب كبير جدا من كل المسارات، تقارب بين المالتي لاتراليزم والمالتي ستيك هولدرزم، ونتج عنه من 3 شهور بالظبط في مضمون وسياق سامت اوف ذا فيوتشر، نتج عنه الجلوبال ديجيتال كومباكت واشياء اخرى. فده هيكون سؤالنا الثالث. هو مش خلص خلاص من شهرين 3؟ حتى زملائنا واحنا بنتناقش بنرتب ما فيش جديد. لكن النهارده الصبح فيليبو زي ما شفته في جلسه في الورك شوب نمبر 7 قال اللي انا كنت هقوله، قال لا احنا شغالين، على فكره احنا ساكتين بس شغالين. واي ثينك ذات واز جود نيوز فور ايفري ون. فاحنا هنناقش فيها ايه؟ اللي بنناقشه هناك هنبتدي نناقشه معاكم، وهو مرحله التنفيذ، تنفيذ الجلوبال ديجيتال كومباكت. واخيرا ليس اخيرا هنتكلم على ازاي كل البازل دي تركب مع بعض. فخلينا دلوقتي نبدا بالسؤال الاول وهو خاص بالويسس. خليني اراجع بس النوتس في ثواني. السؤال الاول هيكون لجامعه الدول العربيه، بس في جزء من الحدوته نسيت ان انا اقوله، او تعمدت ان انا اخليه لجامعه الدول العربيه، لان اول مداخله هم اكتر حد ممكن يتعمق فيها، ولكن الباب مفتوح لكل الزملاء. السيد بالقاسم والسيده سهى والسيد خالد والي. جامعه الدول العربيه مؤخرا يعني دخلنا في شراكات عديده، منها المنتدى العربي لحوكمه الانترنت، منتدى الويسس اند 2030 اجندا، ديجيتال كوبريشن اند ديفلوبمنت فورم اللي هو بيجمع كل المفاهيم دي. انا خطته الثانيه في عمان. ولكن اهم من كل ده ان احنا حطينا ارب ديجيتال اجندا شبه الجلوبال ديجيتال كومباكت بس للمنطقه العربيه. اشتغلنا عليها من 2019 حيث اقترحناها هنا، يعني برضو كان لينا الشرف ان احنا نقترحها هنا قريب في الريتز كارلتون 2019 في اجتماع مجلس وزراء العرب الدوره 23. وقلنا لابد ان احنا نعمل حاجه للمنطقه زي يوروب عندها يوروبيان ديجيتال اجندا. فاحنا هنرتب امورنا ونعمل منظومه عمل نشتغل على الارب ديجيتال اجندا. خدنا قرار في 2019 ان احنا نحط رؤيه، الاسكو حطت رؤيه في 2020. اشتغلنا مع كل الدول وكل منظمات الامميه والجامعات، الجامعه العربيه ومنظماتها، وانتجناها واصبحت النهارده الاجنده الرقميه العربيه معتمده على مستوى مجلس وزراء الاتصالات العرب، القمه الاقتصاديه والاجتماعيه العربيه، والاهم على مستوى قاده رؤساء وملوك الدول العربيه. فالاجنده الرقميه العربيه دي مقدمه بتاعتها. واعتقد ان السؤال دلوقتي حول الويسس، لان دي اول حاجه هنتكلم عنها. والاجنده الرقميه العربيه موجه للزملاء من فريق الامانه العامه لجامعه الدول العربيه، وهي الامانه الفنيه لمجلس الوزراء وشريك في الاجنده الرقميه وفي منتدى الويسس العربي. فلو معانا سيد بالقاسم زوم صوت لو واصل عند حضراتكم.
صباح الخير. صباح الخير.
انا مش سامع بالقاسم، انتوا
لا،
سامعيني؟
أنا سهى.
سهى،
أهلا،
حد
صباح
سامعها؟
الخير على الجميع. سامعني؟
انا مش سامع. فهتحكوا لي بقى ولا؟
صباح الخير على الجميع.
هم قالوا مش هحتاجها.
سامعني دكتور أيمن؟ السادة الحضور.
اوكي. سهى اتفضلي، سيدة سهى اتفضلي. لسه ما سمعتكيش.
صباح الخير. سامعني
علي
كده؟
علي صوتك، اتفضلي.
صباح الخير كده، مسموعة؟
ايه تمام.
تمام. صباح الخير عليكم، صباح الخير يا دكتور أيمن. زملاء، صباح الخير. دكتور كريستين عريضة، أستاذتي وزميلتي العزيزة. طبعا زي دكتور أيمن، أنا طبعا كنت راكبة حضرت من 2005 حضرنا قمة تونس وشفنا كل البروسيس بتحصل ازاي، والبريب كومز ففي الوقت ده ما كانش فيه ما كانش فيه تجاوب كبير من الدول العربية، وكان لسه فيه كان في جاب، وكنا احنا بنشتغل في عالم منعزل. لكن with time with progress دلوقتي بقى في نشاط كبير جدا. الجامعة شاركت في حاجات كتير في الآونة الأخيرة. تعاوننا مع الإسكو زي ما حضرتك تفضلت. ركزنا على مبادرات كتيرة زي مبادرة المحتوى الرقمي العربي. ابتدينا ننظر للويزز بشكل أكبر وبشكل أعمق. عملنا الأجندة الرقمية العربية، ودي طبعا مهمة جدا. عالجت لنا قضايا خاصة بالبنية التحتية والأمن السيبراني والحكومة الرقمية. شجعنا على الابتكار. كمان كان في مساهمة في تطوير الميثاق الرقمي العالمي، شاركنا فيه. مؤخرا ابتدينا من المسودة الصفرية وشاركنا مع الإسكوا في خطوات كثيرة. كمان موضوع الاقتصاد الرقمي ظهر بشكل قوي جدا، ما كانش لينا وجود تقريبا في 2005. كدول عربية ككل، مش بتكلم individually. بعد كده حصل تطور كبير، والنتيجة انه من سنتين في مؤشر رقمي عربي للاقتصاد الرقمي لأول مرة. وده طبعا تعتبر طفرة. المنتدى العربي لحوكمة الإنترنت زي ما حضرتك تفضلت يا دكتور أيمن عنه. طبعا المجال الأوسع دلوقتي قدامنا كان مبادرات الأمن السيبراني، لأنه اتعرضت دول كتير لتهديدات سيبرانية، والرد كان سريعا. وهيظهر دلوقتي الشهر ده في أول قمة عربية للأمن السيبراني، هيتعمل مجلس للأمن السيبراني. تعاوننا مع الإسكوا. حصل كمان تطور كبير في موضوع بناء القدرات، وده كنا كنا بنحارب عليه في ويزز 2005. في اعتقد كان تي 3، واحده من الاكشن لاينز. ما كانش فيه الموضوع، ما كانش مهتمين بيه في كل القطاعات بشكل كبير. بالنسبة كمان ظهرت حاجات جديدة زي مبادرات المدن الذكية، ويعني تحسين الأمور الحضرية والتنمية المستدامة. بدأت الأشياء تبان بشكل كويس في إطار الويزز، وده بيعكس إن الدول في التزام كتير من ناحية الدول دلوقتي بمبادرات كتيرة. بالنسبة للمراجعات البيزنس اللي هي بلس 20، حصل تقييم. عملنا تقييم للتقدم المحرز من 2005 2003 بالذات في مجال الاي سي تي. وبعدين
الصوت راح. الصوت راح، حد سامع؟ الصوت راح. طيب شكرا جزيلا سيدة سهى. وعلى فكرة أنا نسيت أقول إن يا ريت كلنا نحاول نعمل مداخلات في حدود الدقيقتين إلى 3 دقائق، بس لغاية ما يرجع تاني المجال والصوت والميكروفون للجامعة العربية. ننتقل السيد قصي الشطي، وخاصة إنه هو من الناس اللي حضرت موضوعات الويسس لقيتها. فيا ريت لو تدينا نبذة عن رؤيتك لموضوع الويسس، وقبل ما ندخلش في الجي دي سي دلوقتي، الويسس مينلي والارب ديجيتال اجندا لانها انبنت على الويسس اكشن لاينز.
شكرا استاذ ايمن، وشكرا على تنظيم هذا ورشه العمل.
سامعين؟
هل التحدث بالعربيه مناسب؟ أوكي. الحقيقه اذا راينا الارب ديجيتال اجندا او اجنده التعاون الرقمي العربيه، وهذه الاستراتيجيه، وقارناها ب تسمعوني الان؟ هو قارناها بعمل القمه العالميه لمجتمع المعلومات. هناك تطابق طبعا كبير، خاصه فيما يتعلق بموضوع الاكسس او النفاذ الى خدمات الانترنت، والى الديجيتال بابليك انفراستراكشر او البنيه التحتيه الرقميه العامه، وتطرقها الى مفاهيم مثل البيانات العابره للقارات وحوكمه هذه البيانات، وايضا مواضيع المتعلقه بامن المعلومات السيبرانيه، إضافة إلى المواضيع المتعلقة بحوكمة العربية. لكن ال 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 إلى شكرا. لكن الأجندة العربية تتطرق أكثر إلى خلينا نقول ردم الفجوة بين الدول العربية في هذه الموضوعات، وهذه تحديات قائمة. يعني مثلا إذا أخذنا اليوم موضوع النفاذ، إلى الإنترنت، ورغم مرور أكثر من 25 سنة على انعقاد القمة العالمية لمجتمع المعلومات، التفاوت بين الدول العربية في النفاذ إلى الإنترنت كبير، كلفة وجودة وسعات. موضوع السعات العريضة أو
وهنا مش سامع حاجة برضه. هنا مش سامع.
الوايد باندويث إلى الآن يعتبر تحدي كبير في المنطقة العربية. وجود نقاط التبادل الاي اكس بيز في داخل الدولة العربية وبين بعض الدول العربية أو الإقليمية يعتبر تحدي كبير. يعني الايسوك قام بمشروع جيد في القارة الأفريقية لإنشاء اي اكس بي بين الدول الأفريقية، ولكن احنا ايضا على المستوى الوطني عشان حتى نخفف عبء الانترنت ونخفف نعمل اي اكس بي محلي ما بين المشغلين او اقليمي، الى الان هذا يعتبر تحدي كبير. وبالتالي تاتي اهميه الاجنده الرقميه ليست في خلينا نقول مشروعات بينيه بين الدول العربيه، ولكن تكون هناك مبادرات وطنيه تقلل الفجوه وتعزز النفاذ وتحل تحديات بشكل مشترك، وتخلق شراكات ما بين القطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني والحكومات لمواجهة هذه التحديات بشكل مشترك، إما عن طريق الاستثمار لحل هذه التحديات، وعدم الاعتماد على خلينا نقول الموارد العامة فقط كوسيلة. وبالتالي بوجهة نظرنا أن الأجندة الرقمية هي أجندة طموحة نتمنى أن تكون هناك مؤشرات لقياسها وتنفيذها وتعالج التحديات التي نعيشها اليوم. نحن لا نزال عندنا دول عربية النفاذ الإنترنت أقل من 50%. لا تزال هناك دول عربية النفاذ إلى الإنترنت مكلف مقارنة بدخل المواطن. في المقابل هناك دول عربية النفاذ إلى الإنترنت ما راح نقول وصل 100%، ولكن نقول 99%، مثل ما احنا اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية على سبيل المثال، وكلفتها أقل. فاليوم دخلنا في المعادلة الدولية أن الدول الشمال اللي انترنت الاشتراك بالإنترنت أقل كلفة وأكثر نفاذا، وكنا نقول عن دول الجنوب النفاذ إلى الإنترنت أقل كما ولكن أعلى كلفة. اليوم الدول العربية تواجه نفس الموقف. الدول المتقدمة تكنولوجيا أو متقدمة في البنية التحتية كلفة النفاذ للإنترنت أقل، في حين أن الدول التي ذات الدخول البسيطة أو الضعيفة كلفة النفاذ للإنترنت أغلى من وجودها في دولنا المتقدمة في هذا المجال. وبالتالي هذه كلها تحديات تنظر لها الأجندة الرقمية العربية ونتمنى معالجتها. وشكرا استاذ.
شكرا جزيلا. الحقيقة المداخلة الجاية تكون للسيد شفيق شيا. قبل المداخلة أحب أعلق برضو على نقطة الأجندة الرقمية العربية. فعلا الأجندة الرقمية العربية لما حطيناها هي بتجابه مشاكل كبرى ما زالت موجودة، ويمكن بينشئ مشاكل في الديفايد، الديجيتال ديفايد أحدث، سواء بوليسي ديفايدز أو في الكونتنت أو في مسائل الخاصة بالاي اي او لكن الجميل في العرب ديجيتال اجندا ان هي اتبنت بمنظومه مبنيه على القياس، وده الوحيد اللي يمكن على مستوى العالم وكافه القارات ما عدا اوروبا. احنا واوروبا عندنا منظومه قياس انترنزك جوه مفهوم الاجنده الرقميه العربيه، اللي هي عباره عن بوصله فيها باين نحن واين نبغي ان نكون في خلال 10 سنوات، متقسمه ل3 مراحل زمنيه: 4 سنين وبعدين 3 سنين وبعدين 3 سنين. فعندنا مش بس بيز لاين، ولكن عندنا نيجوشيتد تارجتس لكل جول. عندنا 35 جول في متقسمين على 5 مجموعات كبرى. ال 35 جول دول بيغطوا موضوعات خاصة بالسياسات بصفة عامة، بالنفاذ، البنية الأساسية، البنية التشريعية، الأمن السيبراني، وكذلك موضوعات الديجيتال ايكونومي وموضوعات الشركات والايمرجنج تكنولوجيز والاي اي حتى الكريبتو كارنس، يعني كل الموضوعات الخاصة بالديجيتال ايكونومي، وصولا الى استخدام الاي سي تي سيكتورز عندنا بعد تعزيزها في خلق فرص عمل في التصدير. كذلك بتروح للديجيتال ترانسفورميشن وبتشوف موقعنا ايه في الدول وازاي نحسن متوسطاتنا العالميه، مرورا بالاي هيلث والاي اديوكيشن ومستقبل العمل وما الى ذلك. في كمان في شابتر مخصوص للكالتشر والميديا بيتعرض لامور خاصه بالسوشيال ميديا والكونفرجنس وغيرها من الامور. لكن ذا جود نيوز ان احنا ما فيش عندنا حد بيعتقد انه وصل الى الكمال. فقبل ما نخلص الاولى اتفقنا على تحديث ليها في خلال 2 سنين. فاحنا في الفتره دي بنحدث كمان، بنضيف جولز جديده، بنعدل في بعض الاشياء حتى ان هي تغطي موضوعات المناخ، الكوكب، الزراعه، المياه، حتى الاستخدام السلمي للفضاء الخارجي والذكاء الصناعي. الاسبوع اللي فات عملنا اجتماع كبير عن الذكاء الصناعي، تكنولوجياته وصناعاته وحوكمه الذكاء الصناعي من 4-5 ايام، وكان معانا الدكتور حسين بدران بوجه له تحيه معانا النهارده وزملاء اخرين. فهي عباره عن اطار عمل حي، واللطيف كمان ان هو مع حبنا للجي دي سي وان احنا لسه هنحط له اطار تنفيذي، بس في الارب ديجيتال اجندا اتحط الاطار التنفيذي قبل اعتمادها. فهي تشمل جواها اطار تنفيذي لدعم التنفيذ ودعم القياس وللتسيير والاستدامه. فالامور مبشره باذن الله. ومن هنا انا بروح كمان مره تانية، بما ان الاداه اتبنت على فلسفه الاكشن لاينز وتقاطعتها مع 2030 اجندا، السيد شفيق شيا يحكي لنا عن رايه في المبادرات المهمه والشراكات بالذات فيما يخص امتداد الوسس ودور الستيك هولدرز المختلفين وعلاقته بالارب ديجيتال اجندا في الفتره القادمه. سيد شفيق شيا، اتفضل.
Thank you, Ayman. First, thank you for the invitation and thank you for being today with us.
these discussions are really very important to share insights from the different stakeholder groups. So directly to your question, Ayman, I believe that from the technical community and namely from RIPE NCC, to have an inclusive, multi-stakeholder and impactful action lines, we need to have a strong partnerships and collaborations. These partnerships and collaboration should be in accordance and with the WSIS principles and objectives. Let me highlight three main pillars where our activities as RIPE NCC and let's say technical community intersect with the WSIS action line and GDCs. So direct to the point, I will go first to the first action line, which is the internet infrastructure resilience, which is action line number 2. When we talk about internet infrastructure resilience, we talk about connectivity, we talk about security, we talk about how we can connect people to the internet in a meaningful way. So to do this, we had partnerships, we had collaboration with multiple governments and regulators. And I believe we achieved a lot during the last 2 years, where we can see now the region is championing in IPv6 and routing security. Another point that I would like to tackle in the infrastructure from infrastructure perspective is the IXPs. IXPs are very internet exchange points. These are very important hubs to host local contacts, because one of the challenges is to have our content hosted outside our region. Another advantage of the internet exchange point is to have a traffic and to keep the data local, which keep our data secure, and this endorsed with the privacy from the WSIS action lines. I will go to the second pillar, which is the WSIS action line number 4, capacity building and knowledge sharing. And this is a very important point. Without capacity building, without knowledge, we can do nothing. What we saw in the last years working in this region, we are consumers for the technology. We are not innovators. So to be innovators, we need to have the knowledge. We need to have the tools. And once again, technical community and RIPE NCC are there to offer these tools, to support members, to support governments with the necessary expertise in infrastructure. So this is very important point. We need to take it in consideration. And the last pillar that I see an important takeaway for the WSIS and action lines is the action line number 11, which is ensuring collaborative internet governance. And this is a good example. We are here today collaborate. Without collaboration, as we said, إيد واحدة ما بتزقف. We need all the expertise from all the stakeholders to have an impactful actions and to achieve our goals nationally and regionally. And here, last point is, it's not about only collaboration between the stakeholder groups. It's collaboration between the technical community, the UN organization, the League of Arab States, all the organization regionally and nationally, plus the collaboration between NRIs that we discussed yesterday. We need to have this collaboration at the national and regional level to have these impactful achievements. Thank you, Ayman.
Thank you, Shafi. Very interesting. And you brought to the table something that comes also in the real time to mention it. Part of the Arab Digital Agenda is what you exactly mentioned, the collaboration and partnership framework, and the digital platform for this collaboration partnership framework. And we have with Rita here now some brochures for the collaboration and partnership framework. Initiatives as such is not just an idea to be put there in the collaboration partnership framework. Sorry, Shafi, but it was elevated in the beginning and was put inside the ADA. These are called key initiatives, not only projects. So this IXP project and the routing project are one of 10 main, let us say, fundamental initiatives that were put also under the adoption of the manuscript of the 1.0 edition of the Arab Digital Agenda. So we have these ideas deeply earmarked and as well put into this CPF, Collaboration Partnership Framework. But we need all your initiatives, we need all your programs and projects so that we combine them together and create regional programs to support the implementation and also to drive funding and investments to the region.
10 seconds. Just I forgot that RIPE NCC is a partner with ESQA and the Arab State in the ADA. We are working together with them in 2 areas, which is the IPv6 to ensure that we have the good connectivity, and on the routing security to ensure we have a secure routing paths for our data.
Exactly. And the good news, it is part of Action Line 2 of WSIS and part of Cluster 2 of ADA. So infrastructure is fundamental, and we discussed infrastructure of AI last week as well. So I know that Nermeen is the best also to talk about the WSIS, but I will save her input to more the relations, the GDC, the IGF and others. Unless you want to give a quick comment on the extension of the WSIS before we move to the IGF and then the GDC.
Thank you so much, Ayman. I just want to just build quickly on the introduction that you have made and of course the deliberation of my colleagues and highlight how can we make the Arab voice more impactful when it comes to the review process of the WSIS plus 20 and of course the IGF and the GDC and so on. And my comments will be very, very quickly in 3 main pillars that in my opinion would shape how the Arab in that regard. The first is that we should have an Arab digital agenda, and this we are lucky to have the ADA, and it was very much promising to have the ADA modality when the ASQA was starting to shape it up as a multi-stakeholder model. So they seeked input from all stakeholders to contribute to the document or to the agenda itself. However, we have a slight challenge. How are we going to implement this? And this is something maybe we can discuss later, but it's very, very important that we don't only stop at the drafting of the agenda itself, but rather to look at the modality of how are we going to implement, because this will be very impactful, that the Arab goes to the process of the review when they have one voice and one solid vision about the different issues and the different tracks of the WSIS, the GDC, and the IGF even. The other very important component is, is to be open to consult with regional groups. Yes, we do this, but it's not very solid in the way we do the business. So we need to do more consultation of the regional groups, so all groups, so African groups, CITEL, APAC, LAC, and so on, and understand the challenges they face and the opportunities that they see, and share with them as well what we see as challenges to our region, and exchange these kind of views so that we go together aligned. So we don't go in different boats, but we go aligned in the same boat, more or less. And the final thing is to embrace more thoroughly in our beliefs and in the way we think about multi-stakeholderism as a concept. And I'm not referring here to the normal multi-stakeholderism with to be open to the technical community, academia, civil society and the like, but also actually to include stakeholders from the Arab countries. So for instance, we always discuss, for instance, digital skills gap, okay? And we suggest, for instance, that we need to add new curriculum in universities, while we don't have one single university sitting in the room listening to our deliberations and thinking how they can take this and start to implement them in their own arena. So we need to include our own stakeholders, whether they are private sector, whether they are academia and NGOs and so on, so that we can embrace the multi-stakeholderism bottom up from our own communities, as well as to be open, of course, to multi-stakeholder approach or organizations from the rest of the world. Thank you so much, Ayman.
Thank you so much, Nermeen. And now we continue the story. As we go with the story, what started in 2003, 2005 will continue because it's still alive. But we'll add now the new aspect on newborn IGF end of 2005, and it really took shape in 2006. In Athens, we met most of us in the first year of IGF. I remember me and Qusay were skeptical, but he always told me the process will grow. Let us see in 2007 and let us see afterwards. And the process took shape, and now we are in the 19th edition. So I said this before, but I would like to now mention a little bit the Arab IGF. The Arab IGF started, as I said, with an idea in 2009, and the first edition was in 2012 in Kuwait with the support of the Kuwaiti government and kids, and especially our champion, Mr. Qusay. We had established the AMAG, or the MAG of the Arab IGF, in the beginning of 2012. We did a open consultation with all stakeholders. Raif was there at that time. Many other like ICANN, like ISOC, and operators, and so on and so forth. So it started there. We did several iterations. In Algeria, I have Algerian colleagues today with us. And then in Lebanon, in Egypt, we passed by Tunis, by Morocco. We did many junctions in the way. And now the Arab IGF 7 will be taking place in Amman as part of the Digital Cooperation Development Forum during 23 to 26th of February. And we have also a brochure on that, which is the orange brochure on the event. But while we distribute it, I will ask Christine, because Christine is not only now going to talk about Arab IGF, but she will talk about Arab IGF and how can it influence the global IGF, which was part of the idea that we are not doing that to be like ourselves, but we want to make a difference in the world. And the question is, how can these processes, Christine, like Arab IGF, in which you play the head of the secretariat, representing the NTRA for many years, and I have Farag with us who played a substantial role. So Christine, tell us your views now on the second segment of the questions on the IGF, Arab IGF, the relationship, and a little bit on how this moment in history of digital cooperation can help bridge the gap between multilateral and multi-stakeholder. Christine, the floor is yours.
Hello, Ayman, can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see me?
I can see you, but I don't know if you can see me or not. Let me check.
I can see you. I can see you. So I want to start by thanking ESCWA for organizing this discussion. I think it's timely, important, and well needed at this stage. I'm also really happy to see this gathering happening in Riyadh, which I think is a milestone in itself. So, without further thanks, I think there is many people around the room to thank, but I think what is important at this stage is to look at the role of the Arab IGF among the bigger picture of the IGF role as a whole. And I've been listening into discussions and participating to the discussions through day zero and until today. And there is so much talk about the importance of the IGF at this stage with the GDC implementation just barely starting and with the WSIS plus 20 coming up very quickly. And I think the Arab IGF, pretty much like the IGF, has done a great job in opening up topics and issues and shaping up discussions. I mean, looking through the journey since it started until the last session that we had just a week ago to discuss with the Lebanese IGF and the North African IGF, we've been really opening up topics and discussing very important issues to the Arab region. We also had outputs. We had messages coming out. We had partnerships that happened. So I think if we're gonna gauge what we've done a good job. But problem that is at hand is how do we link that to everything that is happening? How do we link the work of the Arab IGF to the other, to discussions among the Arab group in ITU, to discussions among Arab member states in New York? So basically, drawing linkages is, in my view, one of the biggest challenges that we are facing at this stage. And in order to be impactful, we need to remember why we had the Arab IGF, why we have the IGF itself. It's to have a bottom-up, multi-stakeholder dialogue and to come out with best practices, ideas, possibly even policy recommendations. That was all very broad within the mandate, and the Arab IGF was not alien to that. But we really have to take a serious step back and look at the future of the Arab IGF and see how do we want to proceed in that direction, and how do we want to be impactful with other NRIs during the coming year and shaping up also the follow-up of the GTC. I will stop here, and I hope that I addressed some of your question, Ayman.
Okay, sure, Christine. Thank you. And stay tuned. We'll ask you about the other processes as well. And now we move to Mr. Charles Shaban, who is also one of the key players in the Arab IGF process. He was a member of the global MAG of IGF for some time, Christine as well. And he then joined the machinery of the Arab IGF, and he became the head of the multi-stakeholder program advisory committee. So the AMPAC, Arab Multi-Stakeholder Program Advisory Committee, how do you consider the global IGF themes this, and how did we take it into consideration while we were planning the Arab IGF themes for next February, inshallah? And if you would like to shed light on your thoughts on the extension of the global IGF, and let us say the also evolution of the Arab IGF. But the floor is the order as you like.
Thank you, Ayman. But we have 2 to 3 minutes, so I will not cover everything. I'll try to cover whatever I can. Well, thanks everyone for that. In fact, important question, and I think we can go back to the start when Qusay, my friend, was the head of the MAG, Arab MAG, today it was mentioned IXPs, for example. So when we started, even we used to know what our region needs. And based on that, we used to select the subjects we want to present for everyone in the Arab IGF. At the same time, the connection with the global IGF, we used to always take their themes in consideration. We used to think, for example, this theme is important for us too, so we keep it to be in harmonization with the global IGF too. But the main issue I think I should stress on is we were always putting our region in a specific as the priority and what we need here more. Going to the next one in Amman, based on the global IGF and the local even, what we need, as I mentioned, we agreed that we will talk about 3 main themes this February. Hope to see everyone in Amman. We will have one first theme about artificial intelligence, ethics and legislation. The second one will be about the trust, especially data privacy and data governance. And the third theme, my colleagues and I, of course, we agreed on one internet and digital sovereignty. This will cover, by the way, what some people are discussing globally too about internet fragmentation. So these are the main three themes we will consider. You asked again about how we see the global IGF even in general evolving. I think we should push even as Arab IGF that we should maybe renew it for another decade. Even, I know you will discuss GDC later, but I think even the GDC seems they were somehow moving towards this, and that they know that the IGF was an important body and an important event that everyone is participating on and interested in. So I think I'll stop here for now to leave time for my friends. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, if we don't have other interventions on the IGF or Arab IGF, we'll move to the GDC. But before that, I would like to give a chance for the floor inside. and outside. If they want to ask one or two questions. Now on the WSIS, we finished the WSIS and the IGF segment. We will move to the GDC, which is another paradigm, and then the linkages between the two paradigms. So if we don't have any hands raised, I will, okay, Dr. Hussein Badran, one of the key members of the committee of Arab MAG and later the Arab Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Ayman. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor actually to participate in this. Thank you, Saudi Arabia, for hosting us. Very much appreciated. Regarding the WSIS and contribution of the Arab states, I think having a common agenda for the Arab states is priority number one. And I'm very happy to see that we have the ADA and we're looking into refining it. I believe it's also very valuable that on the national level, the community can engage with its own delegate, with its government, to enrich the discussion, to raise the priorities. As we know, ultimately, it will be a multilateral negotiation, and every government will have a vote or have a voice in these negotiations to preparing the government representatives with the priorities from a multi-stakeholder perspective, what is important to civil society, what's important to the private sector, the businesses, to academia, so that when their representatives go to New York and negotiate, they are armed with this information. Some countries are doing this already, but I hope that in the Arab region, we can approach our own governments and make them and arm them with this kind of information. Thank you.
Okay, but before you leave, I will not leave you. Huh? I'm coming, approaching to you to ask something that people think it doesn't relate to WSIS. They think it doesn't relate to IGF, but it, from my point of view, does. Do you think that the AI is alien to the WSIS? WSIS cannot cover the AI and with the action lines of ethics, infrastructure, culture, media, and all these things. Because when we go to the GDC, I would like also to hear your views as we are renewing the WSIS.
Yeah, I think technology, particularly emerging technologies, have a role to play in all these discussions in terms of not only in terms of development and infrastructure, but also on capacity building and businesses. They have an impact on business, they have an impact on the economy, and they have an impact on knowledge. So they have a role to play, and being aware of these concepts and how they impact us and having our voice raised is very critical. They have a role to play for sure.
Very good. Thank you so much. So I will leave another version of the replies to every one of the panelists whenever they want, and to tell us how can the WSIS action lines cover emerging technologies. And I'm with the approach of Shaki to snatch the mic. Go ahead.
No, because you know that, I need to leave in 2 minutes.
I want this.
So just to comment on the GDC, I believe the strategic location of the Middle East region and the advancement, the technology advancement that we are witnessing now, plus the openness of the region could be really a leverage for our strength and to show our cases to at a global level at a GDC. So what we need to do is to take success stories, is to take our collaboration that achieve a lot of progress and achievements, and to share it with at the global level during these global processes like GDC and others. So I will stop here, and I would like to invite you at 1 p.m. workshop, room number 7. We'll have the Lebanese and the Canadian IGF workshop to show how a developing country as Lebanon and a developed country as Canada, both of them, they are leveraging their own multi-stakeholder approach for IGF. Thank you, Ayman, for the invitation once again, and good luck for the end of this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. And once we finish here, we'll go to this workshop because ESCO is also participating in, our colleague Mirna Barbar. So we will go, which room you said, 7? 7, okay. So now I'll move to the GDC, and Mr. Qusay Shati is one of the international experts who dig deep and made a lot of dives while we were negotiating the GDC, Rev 1, Rev 3, and so on, and now the GDC. And can you just tell us what are the 5 objectives, just to give the audience a glimpse these 5 objectives quickly. Until you are ready, I will just give the history of the GDC. The GDC started as an idea during the report on digital cooperation in 2019. Also, the idea of Tech Envoy Office, OSIT. And then in ESQA, we did contribute to regional consultations on this digital cooperation since 2019 in Berlin when we were IGF. And then during the COVID, and then we took it further in 2021 in the first edition of the Arab International Digital Cooperation Development Forum. In our views, we thought this is the way we can be in advance before even it is negotiated and before it went to the Summit of the Future and came up. So I asked Qusay on the main objectives of GDC, but let me explain the context. The Summit of the Future, the pact, had chapter 3, some articles related to science, technology, innovation, digital technology, and so on. But the main annex was the Global Digital Compact negotiated text, another annex on the future generations. But the objectives are the core of the core. So, Qusay, what are the 5 objectives of the GDC?
Thank you, dear Ayman. But let me start from the previous topic, which is can WSIS and IGF accommodate emerging technologies?
Okay, go ahead.
And that will
this
be
is
the
a bridge.
yeah. Paragraph 72 of the Tunis Agenda, which set the mandate, the Internet Governance Forum stated that part of the role of the IGF is to accommodate emerging technologies. Emerging technologies in 2005, that is AI today, that is blockchain today, that is fintech today. This is just an example. So AI can be accommodated based on the fact that emerging technology was always part of the main agenda of the IGF since it is launched, and part of the WSIS too. So moving from there to the GDC, the Global Compact is a positive, proactive evolution of the WSIS outputs, which is the Geneva Declaration of Principles and the Tunis Agenda. These 2 documents has been produced in 2005. After more than years, needed to be more. You're not hearing me clear?
لا سامعنا.
Okay. You need to be more current. You need to update the concerns and the objectives of the global community. So with 5 objectives. The first one, closing all digital divides and accelerate progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. It links digital divide with the Sustainable Development Goals, and yet it put the access issues under the digital divide. So today, connectivity, digital literacy, skills and capacities, and digital public goods and digital public infrastructure became part of the digital divide objective within the global. This is not a contradictory, this is an evolution. So we consider the digital divide is not only the human skill, but also the infrastructure and services that are available to him to improve his skills and use it part of his daily life. The other objective was getting the benefit of digital economy and making the digital economy inclusive to all. So we need to get all as individuals, as stakeholders, as communities, as countries, as regions, and the global world to get the benefit of the digital economy and making the digital economy inclusive to all. This is to promote entrepreneurship. This is to promote innovation. This is to make the digital world more linked to our needs and requirements. 3, fostering an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital space. There is a fact that with the explosion of social networks, social platforms, the daily interaction between us through the digital space created a new issue. So under this objective, human rights as a personal individual right in the digital space, Internet governance became part of this objective. The digital trust and safety, where I need to have where I can have verified, authenticated, validated information available to me as an individual or as a business or as a government or as a public information. And of course, information integrity, referencing information, and having always a differentiation between information that is baseless and baseful information. Objective 4, advanced, responsible, equitable, and interoperable data governance approaches. Of course, this is a major issue today where we are talking about data privacy, security, including cyber security and security of individual, and what is called the data exchanges and standards. I have a good discussion with my colleague Mohammed Rashidi regarding exchanging data and standards in that regard. It is important today with technologies like fintech and blockchains, for example, to have such standards available and widely adopted. And of course, utilizing data for sustainable development goals and cross-border data flows and interoperable data governance. So moving to trans-border data and governance of data. And the last objective, of course, enhancing international governance of artificial intelligence for the benefit of humanity. So the fact is, AI to serve humanity, not the other way around. This is the global theme. I'll stop here because I took time and I'll give the floor.
But the very important, setting the scene for the GDC discussion, as you have seen, divides still the main concern. The digital economy became more obvious concern. It was not very clear in the WSIS, as well as the inclusion and human rights centricity. And the last two objectives were focusing on the data governance and the AI governance. So anyways, it's a very important addition. They still can live together with the WSIS and GDC. But now I'd like to ask Nermeen on her views on how can both processes, the one we just closed, the IGF, and in its renewal, and the GDC during its setting the pace for implementation, how can these synergize with each other?
Thank you so much, Ayman. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you so much, Kosai, for setting the scene. I was just thinking, shall I start with explaining the objectives of the GDC? So thank you. And allow me as well to just play a little bit of a devil advocate and say that the GDC has maybe at its beginning, faced some challenges in the modality that they were working and the way that they will be negotiating the text, multilateral versus multi-stakeholderism and so on. And this took us back in ages when we were starting the process of the WSIS, and there were this kind of, like heat or cloud over our heads. How should we look at the WSIS, and now how should we look at the GDC? The GDC had successfully completed its discussion, and I think the lessons that we can learn from this and how can we link it with the IGF and the WSIS review process is that we will not, definitely we will agree that we will not want to go back in ages and repeat the same mistakes. And we believe as well that the community, again, with the process of the GDC and the challenges that it faced, this by itself emphasized the importance of multi-stakeholderism as a way to communicate and discuss such issues, and that there are very much synergies and similarities between the GDC objectives and the WSIS action lines, and that takes me actually to how can we integrate all this together. And in our opinion at the Internet Society, we believe that the Internet Governance Forum could actually be a kind of a vehicle for the implementation of the GDC, so that we don't repeat or compete with existing models, but rather to strengthen what we actually have and extend the mandate. As Kosai has rightly mentioned and made us all remember paragraph 72 of the Tunis agenda, it encompasses, I mean, the mandate of the IGF encompasses emerging technologies. So easily, with the system and the modality of the MAG and so on, we can always incorporate new technologies within the discussions of the IGF, and maybe include as well how can we implement the output of the GDC, and therefore we integrate the processes together instead of having more than verticals than we can actually accommodate as international community at large. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Nermeen. And we are like approaching seamlessly the fourth pillar, which is by this input. And I don't want to spend a lot of time on the GDC. I think the complementarity is very important. We are now know the GDC, we know the WSIS. We started to get a component of this, say IGF can be compatible. I see that the action lines of the WSIS are all compatible. So the complementarity is there. And because we have only 20 minutes or less to go, I'd like to move to this last segment and see how can these all fit together. For example, the first question, the object, the what, and the mechanism, the how. The what are the targets, the goals, and the concerns of the WSIS, of the GDC are areas of improvements, aspirations, and so on. They fit together, A plus B. There is no contradiction. A plus B, or B1, B2, and so on. So there is concatenation, superset, between more aspirations together. So the what is not a problem. The how, the modalities. We have WSIS forum, we have IGF forum, we have preparatory process for the IOSIS, preparatory process for the forum, IGF. But not only that, but we have STI forum, and we have interagency task team in New York for the STI, and we have also RCM, ICM, many mechanisms for the STI, which is part of the GDC. But all of that, they have the CSTD, and there is a part, an article in the section on GDC follow-up mechanisms relates to the CSTD, and CSTD is there. In the GDC, new suggested modalities, which are also worthwhile. Scientific committee on the AI, international dialogue of organization on AI. There is also things related to the data governance and so on. But as Mr. Hussein explained it very smoothly, easily a few days ago in our EGM on AI, the scientific community of new nature is invited to play a new role as the science of AI differs from the science from critical resources that we like debated 20 years ago. So there is this kind of new mechanisms and existing mechanisms. So how can we take from you some wisdom and give it to the kitchen that Filippo talked about in the morning, which I'm proud to be part of it, shaping the modality of implementation of GDC at the UN global level. So what would you give me as intake that I can bring to the design phase as Isabella has explained in the morning? Okay, you started, I felt you raise hand, but he got the hand first. So it's good to get the hands of the floor. Mohammed Al-Rashid is a good friend and one of the representatives of the young business entrepreneurs and leaders.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, I would like to emphasize more on Brother Qusay objectives that he mentioned under the the Global Digital Compact about data sharing and transporting of data. How this is impacting the community of the startups. I'm coming from the knowledge economy, so we are building startups and supporting startups, especially in deep tech. And this is a very important aspect that will impact three major stakeholders. The first stakeholder is the entrepreneur themselves, the founders, the startups. They would like to optimize. So optimizing their operation by remote workers working on these data. If there is no accessibility to these data to be shared, they cannot utilize the external talents. Building on top of the existing incubators of the clouds that are available anywhere globally
with certain skill sets and certain technologies to access this as an entrepreneur. I cannot have the affordability to have it on-prem or within my jurisdictions. I can, via this data sharing and transporters of data, I can benefit out of that. Also, I'm going to benefit out from the multilateral partnerships that can be cross governments or private in a global scale, not within the country. The second aspect, which is very important, is about the investors. Investors today, as an entrepreneur or a startup, I'm always looking for scaling up. And investors is looking for a company that works on a global scale, not only on a local scale. So accessing other markets, if the data accessibility is not there, I cannot branch, I cannot transport, I cannot scale. So today we are working in a global village. This internet is a global village, and it's a one market, one digital market.
And data has become now a bit borderless with the open flow of data, and it became a shared resource, global public good as well.
Exactly. So the privacy is going to be only on the credentials. So those credentials, if it's tokenized and mapped, and this data going to be available, you can personalize, you can do everything. Then later you can map it to the token to disclose the identity based on a request that is being given ahead to that customer profile to disclose.
Okay, thank you so much. It's very clear. And he picked on this data governance objective, which is 4. It resonates with digital economy objective 2. It resonates with AI and many other things. So again, how can the mechanisms work together? Sorry. And there is a lady over there. And if there is someone from the remote floor and here also. Tfaddal, Qusay. Shafiq, sorry, Shafiq was before you. Can we give him the floor and come back to you? Huh?
We need to focus on the process that is complementary and remove the redundancy. For example, we know for all that the IGF is the most inclusive platform from all these platforms, where all stakeholders on equal footing and coming to an independent platform, talking about all issues, including emerging technologies. So I need to complement the IGF, which is all inclusive, but non-binding, non-output platform with other activities like the CSTD, like the internet-related governance organization, like the WSIS-related bodies, which is intergovernmental. If we complement each other with a clear process, that will be the positive outcome for all.
Okay, so if I rephrase what you said, is like strengthen some nodes and links in this existing ecosystem, existing network, to make it more ready for the new aspirations.
Make it the most inclusive platform. The most inclusive platform exists and operates.
Okay, so what is operating, what is ticking? Don't break it, just fix it and make it more stronger. And what is missing, add it. So that is logical thinking of engineers, of course, and that can be brought in a clear message as an outcome. Shafiq. Sorry, Charles.
Sorry, yeah, thank you.
Sheen.
Well, in fact, I'm glad I gave.
But there are 4 Sheen. Charles, Shaban, Shafiq, Shaya. So I have my excuse.
Don't worry, of course. In fact, I'm glad I gave the Qusay to speak before me, because I wanted to start with that and continue on one other thing. So I can continue what you started, which is mainly, if we go back, as Qusay went back to the WSIS, the original definition of the internet governance, if you remember, of course, I mean, you were from the beginning, when they defined what is internet governance, they said to give each one its own role. I don't remember the same sentence.
In the respective role.
In the respective role. So my addition, as I mentioned, is mainly to give each stakeholder to work on his role more in collaboration with everyone. I think Shafiq, since you mentioned Shafiq, when he was here, he said that this is important.
So we
to
strengthen the idea of multi-stakeholderism,
exactly,
while each stakeholder is entrusted the respective role.
Exactly. This is exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you. I will not talk about.
Okay.
I will leave the for the
And
floor.
I'm happy that the role of the UN as a custodian of multilateralism has taken its respective role in being the, let us say, the custodian of the GDC, of the WSIS, of the multilateral and multi-stakeholder. So that is a strengthened role, by the way, that the Secretary General wanted to bring to the UN, starting his initiative in 2018. And now everyone knows that it's not only the government, but the business sector, the civil society, technical community and academia, plus the international organization as equidistant with all the stakeholders as also the enabler and facilitator for them.
Yeah, as an example, in our region, you worked a wonderful role as ESCO with the League of Arab States when you have the Arab and got everybody, all the roles. And just a small note, since I still have the, for 10 seconds only, the Arab IGF, when we worked on the program next year, since we started working before, to be honest. But, you know, what happened in the region made us delayed.
Yes, we were
So-
planning to do it in November, but because of the political tensions and the military conflicts, we chose to do it next year.
Yeah, and as all my colleagues are here already, Christine online, Hussein, we asked everyone who worked on these themes I mentioned before to review it again based on the GDC outcome. So this is, I think, to make sure that we are having everything together.
Sure. Thank you. Before I give the floor now to Christine, there is a question from the gentleman here and the lady before. Can you just 20 seconds put your question? And then the gentleman here, then I will give the floor to Christine, and then we wrap up.
Everyone, I'm Dr. Nermeen Salim, the Secretary General of Creators Union of Arab. This organization is concerned with the intellectual property rights, and I think and I hope to add the intellectual property part in this mechanism because it's became an important asset in any business.
What is your first name again?
Nermeen Salim, Dr. Nermeen Salim. I'm expert
after the meeting, me, you, and Charles will have a meeting.
Sure, it's my pleasure.
And you do a workshop together in our upcoming Arab IGF.
Okay.
Plus.
Thank you.
And now the gentleman here. A new workshop entrusted to you.
Hello, hi everyone. This is Maher Melhem from Microsoft.
Hello,
Thanks
Maher.
for the informative session and giving us the opportunity. Few points attracted my attention. First, of course, the title about the great idea to bring all Arab countries under the umbrella of the IGF and the Arab League. Few comments. One, we discussed the digital divide, importance of AI and data governance. And also, Hussein mentioned a very important point about how we can introduce ourselves as members of the Arab League in front of international forums as one bloc. I think that there's a clear lack of coordination under one legislative umbrella, more like treaties. Similar for the what's happening in Europe, like the GDPR treaty. International companies would love to invest in the region whenever there is a business case. But to be honest, there is a clear gap, divide between some countries in the region who have the resources and others who lack the resources. All of this can happen and attract, encourage international investors to come to the region and address the AI gap, data governance issues by having one treaty among the countries to share data.
You are right. You are right. We have one of the objectives in cluster 2 of the Arab Digital Agenda, pillar 4, is to harmonize harmonize the legal structures and to also harmonize the memberships and positions regarding the international treaties. So that is an important action. We are going to also announce during our event in Amman the what we call programmatic implementation support modalities for the ADA. And part of it will be programs on the infrastructures, programs on the legal harmonization, and also on digital economy, on many other things. So please continue discussion with us. And now we'll go back to the floor with Christine to give on the complementarity between IGF, WSIS, on the one hand, with the GDC as a newborn, on the other hand, and to add whatever she wants to, regarding the future of Arab IGF.
Thank you, Ayman.
Yes.
So
2
I
minutes,
think
yes.
I will just mention 2 points. The first point is what we're seeing right now is an inflation and duplication of governance processes, and maybe it's good that this is put on the table because it indicates that there is need. But what we need to do right now is to be aware that we, as developing countries, our region is mostly developing countries, we might not have enough capacity to follow and participate in all those duplication of processes. And in that context, I think we need to be very vocal as a region about making synergies and avoiding duplications, and as Qusay was saying, identifying roles. Also Nermeen mentioned that, so that we can avoid having to participate in different venues and have just a process here and a process there, and then get lost in the middle. In order to do that, we need to, second point that I want to mention, as a region, we need to change our perception of this false dichotomy between multilateralism and multi-stakeholderism. We in the region, we tend to believe that there is a strong dichotomy between both. I don't think this is the case. I think we just need to understand how processes such as the Arab IGF being multi-stakeholder bottom-up, how can they support multilateral decisions in different venues in the region, and see this complementary and empower it. And I see in the chat question about how the Arab IGF, does it involve grassroots, does it involve youth? I think we need more of that. We need that involvement. We need to be very inclusive. We need maybe to look at the Sao Paulo multi-stakeholder messages and see how multi-stakeholder our processes are, and enforce that dimension in our processes. Thank you, Ayman.
Thank you so much. And of course, we are involving new stakeholders in the process. Also, it's a good chance to remind Christine that our work on the parliamentarian session is taking more shape. So please, let us give it more momentum together, inshallah. Also work with youth. We'll add the youth segment much more in our new activities. And I'd like to also thank my young team members who are working remotely from Beirut, Lara, Abbas, and Muhammad, plus Khadija. Also, of course, thank Rami and Mirna. Mirna now is moving to the other session in 7. And if there is no final from anyone from the panelists, I think we wrap up. It is exactly now around the clock. And I would like to thank Nibal for being with us today. I'm very happy if the remark, and thank my nice young friend Jamal, who came from Belgium to say hello and be part of this workshop, and everyone here. You want to say something? Final word, 10 seconds.
It's just a recommendation to hear the answer from all of you, localizing IGF in each and every country. And
Yes.
IGF,
we are working on it. And we have good news that the Saudi IGF that we advocated last year with the government in Saudi Arabia has taken shape, and we have now in several countries national IGFs. And we are just like the custodian, and everyone has autonomy, but we work together. Inshallah, together we're strong, and I'm happy that you are here. I'm happy that this is our like 4th or 5th event in the Arab IGF in the IGF of Riyadh. And inshallah, we'll continue until end of the week, but stay tuned. Register in the IGF 7, Arab IGF 7, part of the DCDF, and that's it. Thanks. Goodbye.
الأمين العام للاتحاد مهندس عمر. اي ماشين ليرنينج.
شكرا جزيلا، انا خدت الكارت بتاع حضرتك وكده الكارت بتاعي، والزميله من الفريق بتاعنا ريتا هتتواصل معاكم وان شاء الله تكونوا معانا في عمان.
عاملين حاجه عبقريه جدا، حمايه الملكيه الفكريه، بلاتفورم اسمه
خلاص، ما في الورشه دي اللي يعملها شفيق، هو ماسك جمعيه الملكيه الفكريه العالميه في المنطقه، فيعمل ورشه معاه بحيث ما نعملش حاجتين.
لا اوكي تمام.
خلاص في عمان ان شاء
لو
الله.
عايزين حد، انا اي ثينك ان انتم ما فيش حد ممثل الاي جي اف جروب في دبي في يونايتد ارب.
دبي لا، احنا على طول هنا في هناك يعني
يعني
مع التي دي ار اي تدرا. ما احنا عملنا الكونسلتيشنز هناك 3 مرات عندهم.
انتوا عمان امتى؟
عمان عمان في انت جيت متاخر، من 23 ل 26 فبراير. بدي لك بروشور مع ريتا اللي هو الاورنج بروشور.
بالنسبه للشباب اللي انتوا عمالين تدعوا فيهم،
ما انا عايز اخد الكونتاكت بتاعته. ما انا دلوقتي عندي العقل المدبر بتاع الكونتاكتس ريتا. خلاص، بس انا هاخده عشان انا اتاكد انه معايا. خلاص، عمر سرحان.
بس عمر عايز
ابننا.
ده ابني. ده ابني الحقيقي
بجد ده؟
والله.
والله. مع انه شكلكم اخوات. واحمد فرج ده برضه من الشباب، بس هو عامل ده من يعني ماسك النورث افريكان اي جي اف كمان. يعني احنا عندنا القاده كتير في ما احنا رايحين في 7.
الاتحاد الاعلامي
شفيق شارل مش شفيق.
ايمن بيت.
انا لا، ما انا حاطه هنا جنب الموبايل بتاعي. دول بتوعي، حاجتي انا الغالي. Thank you so much.
hear me? Can you hear me? I am speaking. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Soren? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Soren? I am speaking. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hear me? Now is it? Yeah. Okay, perfect. I'll turn on my camera in when it starts, but I can't hear the room at all. Is that because it's cut off at the moment from the room side? Okay, I'll wait. Okay, but there's no even room background noise.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear the room?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I'm
You
just
can see
waiting
me
for
as
the
well, right?
minister to arrive. Yes, I can hear you also.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
Great.
you. Do you have any presentation to share?
No, I'm gonna do it directly.
Okay, no
Robin.
problem. Don't worry.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Beza. You hear me?
Yes. a bit
Okay,
from the-
I'm Maktar.
Hello.
I'm your moderator.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to start by asking you one question on your understanding by cyber diplomacy. After we'll continue further as a question. At the beginning.
Sorry, can you tell me the question again?
As the beginning, I will ask you your understanding by cyber diplomacy.
Okay, perfect.
What you put in cyber diplomacy.
Okay, perfect.
Because yeah, we can have a lot of definition on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
After we'll continue on the global picture.
Yeah, that and how long do you want me to comment?
Oh, you can take 5 minutes. Five, after we come to the second round. For the definition, 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's okay?
Yes.
I know you have a lot to say. Maybe you can have 7 minutes.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'll follow your order.
Because we have 1 hour, 30 minutes. We have a time, 90 minutes.
Okay.
I want to go full round of questions. Okay.
تست سامعني؟
Hello, Catherine, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. We can hear you too. Try to put your camera on just to check. Yeah, perfect. We are waiting for one of our panelists and we'll be starting in 2 minutes.
Bismillah, Bismillah. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we are waiting.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We'll start in 5 minutes. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this session. Today, we are going to discuss Africa, the role of Africa in cyber diplomacy. Why the subject is important for the continent. Despite the progress made by African countries in digital economy, we are facing several challenges. One of the key challenges is cyber security. Why cyber security is a key challenge in the continent? Because when we look at the negative impact in terms of economic, cybercrime costs 10% of the Africa GDP. And to fight against cyber security, sorry, sorry. You put on channel 1. Thank you very much and welcome to the Minister of ICT of Namibia. Today, we are going to discuss cyber diplomacy in the Africa context. Why the subject is very important for the continent? It's for pleasure reason. The first, we have seen a lot of progress on digital economy in the African continent. We estimated by 2025, the digital economy will generate approximately $180 billion. But we are facing also several challenges. One of the key challenges now, deep in this digital economy, it is cyber security, cyber crime. Why? As of today, cyber crime could cost to around 10% of the Africa GDP. And we need to overcome to this challenge. And we have several orientation for that. First, we need to build the capacity. We need to put in place the key regulatory framework. We need also to collaborate because cybersecurity is not in one country. It is at the continental level, at the regional level, and at the world level. And through this, there is a new concept, evolutive concept. It call it cyber diplomacy. That address the intersection between cyber security and international relation. And why today we are going to discuss on this concept, what key achievement and what is the opportunity for Africa to be part in this world discussion, global discussion on cyber diplomacy. As you know, it is a new concept. Today, I have the honor to moderate this panel with Excellency Honorable Minister Emma Theophilis, the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology of Namibia. And also, I'm going to have also Mrs. Teresa, Senior Outreach Manager from the Global Forum for Cybersecurity Expert. Also of our Honorable Susan, Member of Parliament of Malawi, also member of the African Parliamentarian Network. I'm going to have also Mrs. Beaza, Head of Science and Technology Unit at UNIDO, as well Catherine Getao, Cyber Diplomacy at the Diplo Foundation. We have 5 distinguished representatives and panelists can represent all across Africa. And they are only female. I think it is it's not gender balance, but gender disparity. Now, let me start by, I told at the beginning, it is a evolving concept on cyber diplomacy. We can ask several understanding. Before we start our discussion, I would like to ask each of our panelists to give us in 1 minute understanding on cyber diplomacy. I'm going to start by the Honorable Minister.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Makta, and a very good afternoon to everybody here live from IGF in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, and all our listeners and viewers online and participants. Very happy to be discussing this very important aspect of cyber diplomacy in Africa, looking at multi-stakeholder engagement. And in my small definition, I think cyber diplomacy touches on the ability of either states or multi-stakeholder actors, whether it's intergovernmental organizations, to freely talk about the challenges that come with cybersecurity matters and the ability to converge to try to handle them. I'm talking about skills development. I'm talking about investment of financing. I'm talking about the ability to actually share cooperation between countries when one country is unable to handle cyber incidences. And I think it requires some level of deliberation, some level of discussion, some level of cooperation between institutions and countries to be able to have some cyber diplomacy in order to handle the challenges that come with cybersecurity.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Teresa.
Thank you very much, also, Magda, for organizing the session. Very important topic, of course. So cyber diplomacy basically is how do governments handle new topics that have emerged on the diplomatic agenda in the recent years, and how they kind of defend their interest in cyberspace in this respect. And I would like to stress the link to capacity building that Madam Minister has already brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makta, for this opportunity. I think from my side, a lot has been said. I would say cyber diplomacy is like coordination between governments, whereby we want to make sure that our people are safe on issues of cybersecurity, and also making sure that we have we can promote friendly relations, especially on the cyberspace. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Mrs. Catherine? Catherine, are you?
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. So I believe cyber diplomacy is the field that will enable us to not only mitigate the risks that you mentioned in cybersecurity and cybercrime, but also to exploit the huge emerging opportunities for developing countries. We've seen that developing countries have really taken up this technology in social areas like social media, as well as in technical and innovation areas. It forms a framework for collaboration between states, between single state and the private sector, who innovate, own, and manage the technology, and civil society, who are the advocates for emerging issues. And it gives us the areas where we focus, such as emerging technology, the norms and the culture that we adopt as a globe, the confidence-building measures that prevent and manage areas of conflict, the development of international law that keeps us all in check, and also enables us to collaborate on very important issues, which you also mentioned, such as capacity building. So I'd say cyber diplomacy is a very broad field that gives us a framework to work on all these areas and create a peaceful, safe, and productive cyberspace.
Thank you very much. Let me go now to Mrs. Beza. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I completely agree with the other speakers. Coming from the UN side, cyber diplomacy really entails the diplomatic tools and strategies to address issues that relate to the cyberspace in general. And it could entail negotiation of treaties, norms, rules, setting up norms, rules, and principles, or certain standards. The whole idea is really to understand what type of guardrails necessary in order for states to work together and to be able to mitigate the risks that emerge in cyberspace. It could also focus on many issues. You mentioned about cybersecurity and cybercrime. It could also include governance of the internet, international cooperation related matters, confidence building matters, capacity building matters, managing threats, as I mentioned. So the topic is really broad. Also, cyber diplomacy takes place between states, but multi-stakeholder community also has an important role within the discussion. And also, I would say that the topic itself includes not only the state-to-state relations and how to regulate state-to-state relations, including prevention of a state-sponsored cyber attacks, for instance, and so on, but also it could also focus on frameworks to combat non-state actors. A cybercrime treaty, for instance, is a good example of that. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think from our five panelists, we have a now very good understanding of cyber diplomacy. And all definition is related to collaboration, capacity building. We have something common: negotiation, norm, standard, and infrastructure. Now I'm going to stay with let me say with Beza, because the one issue on cyber diplomacy is a low participation of African countries on the international negotiation. We can have examples, the United Nations group of government experts dealing with this issue. Since 2004, we have only 8 countries selected in this discussion, in this group, very low compared to the challenge of the continent. Beza has either of this technology division, and you work long time with UN. Can you give us a picture of the global picture of the cyber diplomacy at the international level, as well as the participation on Africa and the challenge faced by African countries in this global discussion related to cyber diplomacy? Over to you.
Thank you. Yes, sure. So I can focus I can focus on the international peace and security elements, the pillar that we focus on in the UN system, which covers the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs mandate. Firstly, perhaps I could just mention a little bit of the evolution of how discussions have evolved within the UN context on cybersecurity issues. Believe it or not, the first resolution actually on cybersecurity was in 1998. So it's been a very long time. And from 1998 onwards, we had seen a steady involvement of states. So initially, the discussion started in only a number of states being interested in the topic. And now what we're seeing is a space for an inclusive space for all countries to be able to raise their voice on the topic. So from 1998 onwards, we had 6 group of governmental experts meeting. Basically, it means that the number of states that involved on those meetings were limited, around 25 states or so. And we also had 2 open-ended working group meetings. The 2 open-ended working group meetings, meaning that it was open to all countries. It was an inclusive intergovernmental multilateral discussion. As I said, each meeting, each intersessional or each multilateral meeting add up to the previous work that's been done in this space. For instance, in 2015, states agreed to set up 11 voluntary and non-binding norms of responsible state behaviors. And these are quite important because they provide the guardrails of what is acceptable in cyberspace and what is not acceptable. And from 2015 to today, if you look at it now, the discussions about norms is about how to implement those norms and whether there are more norms that are necessary, whether some of the norms should be binding in nature or not. So there's this great evolution that we are seeing from states. And the last open-ended working group, which is the current open-ended working group, started in 2021. It's going to be until 2025 that it's running. So July 2025 is the last time that it will hold its session. It had many achievements so far, and I think some of those achievements really relate to the African countries. First of all, I think we should recognize that this open-ended working group and the previous work that's been done focuses fundamentally on the capacity building element. And it actually, in one of the annual progress reports that was adopted by consensus, it acknowledged and recognized that capacity building is part of confidence building measure. So if you want to actually address threats, if you want to address state-to-state relations and build confidence, we need to also build capacity. And the draft program itself has a capacity building sub-theme as well that the chair has put together. And one of the elements as an achievement, that's a concrete achievement from this work, is that it set up a points of contact directory. What is that? That's basically states assigning diplomatic and technical experts. They gave us the name of those experts and we created a directory of that in order to facilitate communication between states in case of an cyber incident, in case of they would like to share information with each other, but that they don't know who their counterparts are. Around 111 states have signed up to the POC directory. There are many African states also a part of that POC directory. We would like to increase these numbers. So we're reaching out to developing countries specifically for them to nominate names for us. But the POC directory, the points of contact directory, was established in 2023, 2024. So it's only in 1 year we were able to get 111 states sign up to it. So that's really a good achievement. You also asked me how to increase the participation of African countries in these meetings. It has been always a challenge. One of the things that the chair has been doing is that in the open-ended working group meetings, we are putting the meetings in hybrid format where teleconference setup is established, and that really is all about connectivity and inclusivity. Even if you're not in the room, you would be able to hear what's happening in the room. It's not the same as being in the room. I completely would agree on that. So as part of the work, for instance, in UNODA, we are reaching to countries that has the capacity, that has the funds to be able to provide us those funds so that we could fly in countries from least developed states to developing countries and so on. Ireland, for instance, has been really at the forefront on providing those funds in order to ensure better participation from developing countries in these meetings. There is also, outside of the UN, actually, there's also a women in cybersecurity group that several countries are funding, ensuring that developing country women delegates from developing countries would be able to come into these sessions and speak at these sessions. Thanks to actually that Women in Cybersecurity initiative, we were able to get 50-50% participation in speaking roles in the open-ended working group discussions. So it is not perfect, but we're putting all the efforts in place to ensure that developing countries and their voices being heard. And also we're doing everything to develop that a stronger diplomatic presence of those countries are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this global picture. I'm sure the minister hear you, and we'll see how we can increase the African participation in this negotiation. Now I'm going to give the floor to my dear friend, Honorable Minister Emma. She's one of the key ministers of ICT in the continent. We are very proud of the work you are doing at national and continental level. Since we work together since some years, we have seen a lot of progress made by Namibia and also your contribution on the Africa digital agenda. Now, my question is, at a national level, if there is any initiative on cyber diplomacy, or you plan to have this initiative in the future?
Thank you so much, Magda, and thank you to Beza for giving us a rundown of how the role of multilateralism is very important in trying to achieve cyber diplomacy. And I can almost liken it to cooperations that exist in the physical world. The cooperations of Interpol in relation to our police agencies across our countries, or even cooperations of military trainings for various countries that might have advanced technology versus others. And I think that's very similar to what we're trying to achieve with the hope of multilateralism as a lever towards cyber diplomacy. But coming back to your question, Magda, I think in Namibia, we have tried very hard to start with the right foundations, because cybersecurity matters are moving so fast and so quickly that sometimes countries, and especially developing countries, cannot catch up very quickly in terms of ensuring the right legislation is in place, ensuring that it has the right experts in country to deal with possible incidences, having the right equipment and software sometimes because of the lack of funding and the competing interests in country. So in Namibia, we have done one or two things. One, we have tried to put down the right foundations of legislation. We've come up with a cybersecurity strategy that will run until 2025 to coincide with the working group's timeline until 2025. And now we're busy revisiting the current strategy to look at the next 5 years until 2030. And it's very important for us because our strategies come with an implementation plan and a costed implementation plan, so there is a commitment from government to put the necessary funding in place to implement the strategy. Secondly, we are busy with our cybercrime bill. It's currently still with Cabinet before it's tabled in the National Assembly in our Parliament, with the hopes that at least by next year, we can start with a cybercrime law that is able to govern all cyber matters in the country. And thirdly, that I'd like to mention here, we have successfully implemented a Namibian computer security incident response team. And this is very important to us because we just experienced a cyber attack 2-3 days ago. In fact, I was on my way to Riyadh when the cyber attack happened on our telecommunications company and our Ministry of Health. But thankfully, because of a NAMCERT that we have established and that we costed and funded towards the tune of 20 million Namibian dollars, they were able to spring into action, and now the situation is under control. But a lot of this money went not only to capacity, it went to a lot of equipment, which many a times costs a lot of money, and software. And unfortunately, for a country like Namibia now, where we're in a state of emergency, where we're experiencing our worst drought in 100 years, there's so many competing interests. And many countries are unable to prioritize 20 million of their currency money towards a possible cyber attack they could experience in the near future, and it's so uncertain, you never know when it's going to hit, as opposed to a state of emergency situation happening at that moment, which many countries are experiencing. So this discussion around truly cyber diplomacy and a multilateralism approach to prioritizing funding around cybersecurity matters is important. And it's an honest discussion we need to have between developing and developed countries, because it's no secret that many of the attacks are coming from cyber hacking organizations in the global north, attacking global south countries. So how do we ensure that we help developing countries put the necessary safeguards in place with funding that they do not always have to ensure that their critical infrastructure is protected? I'm talking about telecommunications. I'm talking about water infrastructure, electricity grid infrastructure, which could literally cripple developing countries. So these are some of the activities we're doing in our country, but we know too well that we are still not at the level we want to be at, because if the attacks become frequent, which they will become frequent, in 2023, Namibia experienced 2.7 million cyber attacks, and thankfully we're able to contain majority of them, and they did not do too much damage on our institutions and our economy. But we are seeing that the cyber attacks are becoming more sophisticated. The hackers are becoming smarter in the way they target our critical infrastructure, and we just do not always have the necessary funding to wield them off. So thank you for that question, Mark, and I hope I've painted the picture.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very comprehensive response. I think you are fully right. We need this discussion between the global south and the global north in issue about this attack. You are right also on several policy put in place in the country to fight this cybercrime. Now, let me go back to Teresa, to Catherine. You have a long experience in Nairobi, in Kenya, as representative in cyber diplomacy group. For you, what are the key challenge and opportunity for African country in this cyber diplomacy discussion?
Well,
yeah,
thank
Catherine.
you for.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that question, Mokhtar, and I've been listening to my fellow panelists with interest. Now, I took part in 3 United Nations group of governmental experts, the 2015, the 2017, and the COVID one that spread all the way from 2019 to 2021 because of the challenges. And I would say that the developing countries, even though there were few countries represented, there were about three countries per group, although over the whole period there are around 8 countries. But the contribution was very significant. First of all, I'd say in 2015, we were sort of disinterested parties because we had the big boys and big girls in the room, and they had very clear interests. But Africa came in often as a moderating because we were just looking at the issues. The second thing I would say is that the OEWG was actually born from the 2017 group, even though there was no consensus in that group. There are 11 countries that met and said that we need to allow the whole world to participate in this dialogue because there is no country in the world now that does not have cyber activities in its economy, in society, in government, and therefore all countries should have a chance to participate in global policy making. And this is even more true for Africa because we know that we have a very young population. 65% of our population is young, and they are very digital. They have grown up with this technology. They use it all the time. If I think of Kenya, we use this technology from morning to evening, and especially the young, from something as simple as paying for a bus ticket to health issues. Our health system is now being managed on mobile, to our money. So every part is affected. And when we either receive cyber attacks from inside or outside the country, or when we lose opportunity. For example, we've never been able to spread our technology in the whole world the way you have Visa and MasterCard and the others. There are certain realities in the global field, which means that African technology is not spreading worldwide as it should. So we lose opportunities. So that effort of the developing countries, Senegal, Egypt, Kenya, to say no, not just a few countries, but the whole world, was very important. And in the 2021 group, we saw how we could participate. Even, it's the last thing I'll say, even as I'm participating in this meeting now, using teleconferencing, which means there didn't have to be a huge investment. So the collaboration and the working together that we need to make cyber diplomacy and cybersecurity a reality on our continent does not have to be overly expensive. We can meet and form relationships using this technology in a more cost-effective way. So I think there are huge, huge opportunities for Africa, and that's where I like to focus, even as I appreciate the importance of mitigating and defeating the risks created by cyber insecurity and cybercrime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we know very well now the challenge, understand very well the challenge faced by African country to be part in this global negotiation. And you provide also some takeaway for reflection. Honorable Susan, we learn from the Honorable Minister, from Catherine and from Bieza, the global picture at the national level, at international level, as well as the challenge and opportunity. As member of parliament of Malawi, and also member of the African Parliamentary Network, what role you have seen for the parliamentarian in this discussion?
Thank you very much, Doctor. as parliamentarians, we have a very crucial role that we play, especially in coming up with policies, regulations, legislations, as well as on the issues of governance. As members of parliament, most of the times we are left out on these issues. And mostly maybe the executive would take up these issues and then maybe have negotiations with other nations, leaving us out as members of parliament. But when we want to come up with the legislation, we want to know what are the issues that have been agreed upon, what have nations agreed upon, so that when we are coming up with that the legislation, it should be in line with those negotiations. So as members of parliament, we belong to different committees. And I believe that if we are able to use these committees as, for instance, the International Relations Committee, the ICT Committee, together with the Defense Committee, and maybe the Trade Committee, we should be able to come up with proper legislation, which will be able to, for different countries, to make sure that we are able also to learn from other countries. For instance, what is Namibia doing on issues of cybersecurity? What is Zambia or maybe the neighboring countries doing? So that when we are coming up with that legislation, it should be in line with what our neighbors are also having. We may come up with a legislation, for instance, in Malawi, on cybersecurity. But then when we go to Namibia, we check their legislation. It's talking differently about what we have in Malawi. For instance, we are talking about cybersecurity. Most of the issues are happening not internally, but maybe outside Malawi. In that case, we would want Namibia to help us when those issues happen. How can we be able to come out to work with Namibia? We should be able to come up with a legislation which will can be maybe from both sides. It will be something that will work from both sides. If something happens in Namibia, we should be able to corroborate. We talk to Namibia and say, this has happened and we have noted this is coming from your country. Help us so that we can be able to maybe to curb these issues of cyber security. So for me, I would believe that it's not something that can be done by one stakeholder, but we need to work together with the executive, with CSOs and other non-government organizations to make sure that we collaborate and come up with the best for Africa. If we work in isolation, if we work, maybe the executive works on its own and then the legislators works on their own, then we will not be able to achieve what we want to achieve. So from my side, I would believe that we have the ball in our hands. We are the people that come up with the legislation. We have to be concerted. We have to be together in coming up with the best for Africa. We believe that as members of parliament, you have mentioned about APNIC. We are not only talking about one country in Africa. We are in all countries in Africa. And with that, we believe that we are representing the whole part, the continent of Africa. So we should be able to work together and make sure that every member of parliament, as we have come here, we have learned something, we have discussed this issue. We go out there, share with our colleagues what can be done, what should be done, what can we as legislators take home and then work together as Africa. Otherwise, I think from my side, that's what I can say. But we are very ready to come up with the best legislation. Namibia has mentioned here that they have come up with the best legislation on the same. So we should be ready to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. I think you can start the discussion now. No, you highlight very important thing. Collaboration is a key now in this cyber diplomacy space. Now I'm going to Teresa. As a Global Forum for Cybersecurity Expert, you have a lot of initiative in cyber diplomacy across the world.
And also you work with several organizations like UN Economic Commission for Africa. Can you highlight some key initiatives and their impact in the continent, and also what you plan to do with UNECA on this initiative for next year to support better African country? Over to you.
Thank you very much for the question. In your intro, Mokhtar, you have mentioned a very scary number in terms of how much percentage cybercrime costs Africa, 10% of GDP. That is not a nice number. At the same time, we can observe that many digital projects that are being implemented in Africa, cybersecurity is still not as much, at the focus as it should be. So there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect. And if there is something that we, as the GFC, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, can do in this respect, we will happily do it. Then how? We are a global organization, now over 200 members and partners from various stakeholder groups. We have governments, we have civil society, we have academia, technical community, private sector. Because as you have also mentioned, dear colleague, involvement of various stakeholders in covering this issue, it's key. It's not just a question for governments. Now, to zoom in a little bit more, what we felt in the last year is that it's not us in the headquarters in The Hague who should be telling what countries need in terms of their cyber capacity building. So we are trying to decentralize much more and have a bit more demand driven to cyber capacity building, which practically speaking happened through the creation of GFC hubs, regional hubs. And in the context of this session, I of course need to highlight the hub, the regional hub that we have for Africa, whose director is Mokhtar Yedali, and also Martin Koyabe, who is here at the IGF, is working for the hub. And what we're actually trying to do a little bit more on the regional level is to help connect the dots a little bit more, help to see if we can practically contribute to better matchmaking, less duplication of efforts, because the hub kind of can be those eyes and ears on the continent, can also pass the message, further to the global community, to implementers, and also to donors, because very important work that we are trying to do at the GFC, also at the regional level, is to work more with the donors so that they align their efforts. Because something that we've been hearing from not only Africa, but many other continents is that the donor efforts are not coordinated. They are often ad hoc. They are not complementing each other as efficiently as they could. So that's a little bit on the context, but the bottom line is everything we do comes down to cyber capacity building. And cyber capacity building is connected to another issue, which is very simple, very practical, but also the hardest one, and that's the question of financial resources, because much more is needed. One concrete action that we are trying to do in this respect is throughout our efforts of the so-called Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, GC3B, which took its first edition place in Ghana, Accra, last year, and we will have the next one in Geneva in May. We have the outcome document of the conference has been the so-called Accra Call, where we also try to really encourage global community to do some concrete action, which also, by the way, includes the question of unlocking more resources and also understanding that cybersecurity is really linked to digital resilience and development of countries in question. So another concrete, points that I would really like to mention, especially as you have organized this question, is the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that we have signed with the UNECA, and we are really looking forward of working much more closely and complementing the efforts in however way it makes sense and we can add a value. I'm also very happy when Beyza mentioned the Women in Cyber project. Indeed, it's one of those projects where we really believe that immersion does the magic that we have helped facilitate on behalf of the funding governments participation of so many women from various regions, including Africa, to really get involved in the session of the open-ended working group. So I will maybe stop here and happy to elaborate more in the discussion.
Thank you so much for highlighting all these key initiatives in the continent. And we're looking forward to our fruitful collaboration for next year. We already start in the establishment of the cybersecurity center in Togo also. We have to look at how we can include the cyber diplomacy component. Now let me open the floor for first round of observation or question. Don't hesitate, we have the expert here. You can ask any question, you will find the answer. Want to take the floor now for the first round of question. Check online if you have a question. Okay, you introduce yourself and the question. Yeah. Microphone for him, please. We didn't hear you, huh? Okay.
Hello?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. With all the points that has been raised so far. So actually, I'm very happy with all the points that's been raised so far. But I have one very good question, and the question goes like this. Since many African countries are highly dependent on foreign technology providers and their cybersecurity policies, this means that we are being shaped or influenced by external actors, including technology companies and foreign governments. What is Africa really doing to liberate himself from this autonomy in shaping its cyber diplomacy strategies and policies? Because I really want us to differentiate between collaboration and dependence.
Thank you. Another question. It is a new subject. You have to ask us question to understand better.
Thank you very much. My name is Francis Itati from Kenya, the Communications Authority of Kenya, which is the regulator. Very interesting discussion from all the panelists. My question is about the need to balance between because cybersecurity issues are now matters of national. So between the
Micro, we have a sure use a micro.
how do you balance between the need to, safeguard your national security, but also engage different countries to collaborate on this cyber diplomacy matters? Where do you draw the line? Thank you.
Okay, I think this question is for the minister. All right, let me take online. Did you have someone on? Eh?
You finish?
Dereje, yeah.
It's finished.
Dereje, you have the floor? Dereje, you can speak. Dereje. Okay, now let me give let me go back to the panelist, and after I will come back to you. Is there any other question here? All right, Honorable Minister, I give you the floor to answer to the second question. And the first one, I think anyone can provide input.
Thank you very much, Magda, and thank you very much for the question on the balance between national security and collaboration. I think I can liken it in terms of existing security cooperation between various countries. When it comes to, for example, cooperation of countries around Interpol, and military exercises of one country being conducted in another country. Of course, one would hope that you don't compromise your ability to deal with any so-called enemy should there be an attack on your national security infrastructure. But I think there is much more value in countries then sharing best practices and learning from one another, especially when there are no hostilities. And I think we can replicate the same around cybersecurity matters. Perhaps look at ways in which countries can try to strengthen their cybersecurity systems by allowing a so-called more advanced country to test their systems and possibly look at other ways in which to strengthen them. I think that's the best way to do it when there is no time of crisis, when actually you have the ability to handle the situation, to do proper crisis management, when there is no real threat, but you do the necessary exercises to continuously test. It would be a tragedy for a country like Namibia to believe it has the best cybersecurity systems, and then one day there comes a real threat and we don't. I think I would rather know that we don't have the best systems because we actually tested upon the best who also believe they have the best security systems and we can test them. But I also wanted to add that in addition to cooperation with countries, it goes beyond national security matters. It also goes with legal matters. Imagine a hacker who has done significant damage in a country by hacking critical infrastructure, siphoning amounts of money, or putting the country's national security at risk. And this person is apprehended in Malawi. It would be best to have a legal instrument between Namibia and Malawi in terms of prosecution. Either this person is prosecuted in Malawi and then serves their sentence in Malawi, or there is some level of cooperation between our two countries for this cyber criminal to be able to come to Namibia and face the music in Namibia's prosecution courts and prisons. So I think those are some of the cooperations that go beyond just infrastructure and goes really around cooperation between our two countries, that if there is a cyber criminal in Malawi, Namibia must be able to claim that criminal so that they can face and face the law in Namibia. So I think those are ways we can cooperate without necessarily having the question of putting our national security at risk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For the first question, I think anyone can provide input. Let me start by Beza for the first question.
Sure. For the first question, I think the importance in here is focusing on a multifaceted approach for self-sufficiency, because the question was about how to decrease dependency to other actors and states. So I think one way of looking at it is really strengthening regional cooperation and also empowering local capabilities. So it would be important to create a cyber ecosystem at the national level, for instance, developing a robust cybersecurity infrastructure at the national level, but also regional and sub-regional levels with countries that are trustworthy, that the country itself trusts, I think should be able to easily cooperate with each other. Another important element of that self-sufficiency and linked to that, creating that cyber ecosystem, is really the setting up the training and the education that is necessary for cyber professionals, and training the new next generation of cyber professionals. And I think there are non-state actors, I mean NGOs, I should say, not non-state actors. There are NGOs, there are academic organizations that could help with that capacity building to provide that training. So it doesn't have to be coming directly from another government or country or representative. It could come from the multi-stakeholder community, which is the good part of that discussion today, that like the role of the multi-stakeholder community. But it really all starts with how does a state prioritize it's cyber-related matters. So, you know, we talk about critical infrastructure. There is no definition of a critical infrastructure. Every country has different infrastructure for them to be named as critical. We, for instance, go to Singapore for cybersecurity fellowship that we hold there for developing countries with Singapore as the UN. One of the first things that Singapore says is that the water infrastructure is considered crucial and critical for Singapore. For some countries, it may not be, right? So it's important at the national level, while setting up those national policies, to identify what are the priorities and what are the infrastructure that are considered critical. And in those infrastructures, what are the networks that needs to be protected? Not all of the networks need to be protected under one critical infrastructure setting as well. So we need to also kind of triage which elements of that needs to be protected as well. And then I think under that, you need to also establish layers of protection around data protection laws, for instance. And lastly, I would also say for international cooperation purposes, you can be self-sufficient, but also still relying on other countries, because in a globalized world, it's impossible to be completely independent from others. And I think it's not healthy as well. So as a country, it's important to establish clear boundaries in which areas to share information, for instance, for international cooperation purposes. And if you could be able to do that as a state, then it becomes also easy to rely on countries in the areas that you would like to rely on and be self-sufficient in other areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, you want to add something?
Yes, please. You can lower my hand. So on the first question from Dr. Johannes, yes, it is a concern that when you are totally dependent on the developed world for your technology, obviously you have to follow the norms and the standards created by those technology providers. So I'd say there are 3 areas which I believe Africa still has a chance to assert itself, not only as a consumer of technology, but also somebody who drives technology. First is that cyber diplomacy, participating in the development of international policy, which will also affect and control these globalized companies. So part of the reason why Africa should really be involved in cyber diplomacy and international cyber policy making processes is to make sure that the emerging policy is coherent with the needs and the priorities of Africa. Secondly, I think there is continental technology that's coming up, and this is really a chance for Africa to put its money where its mouth is, and even have a preference for African technology that is appropriate for our culture, that has been locally developed, that will create jobs for young people in Africa. And this includes, I think several countries have tried to promote open source approaches to technology development. It hasn't been very successful, but I don't think we should give up. We should be moving towards an area where we are more in control of the technology that we consume. And lastly, I think Africa has a huge advantage in having the largest youthful population, people who are ready and available to have their capacity built and to become major players, not only in Africa, but globally, in supporting systems, in providing cybersecurity, in innovating systems, and in creating the future, even in the adoption of new technologies. So if we have a strategic approach to technology, and not just a passive consumer-based approach, I believe we will address your issues. The only issue I would add on the second question is the issue of trust. It is impossible for countries to work together if they don't trust each other. And so among our cyber diplomacy efforts, there must be trust-building efforts to make sure that countries can trust each other when they need to work together on solving issues which are sensitive to their national security. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
You just briefly, because what Catherine said really resonated in answer to the first question. If a country anywhere is dependent just on one donor, be it private sector actor or one government, it's a vulnerable position to be in. And that's why, again, back to the point I made at the beginning of this session, investing resources in cyber capacity building is our global responsibility. It is not a smart approach, if donors kind of count on others to step in, because that can cause messy situations, and kind of safer for everybody is if more actors are involved in providing resources, and if they communicate with each other to provide the resources based on how the recipient countries define their needs, because they know what they need. They don't need to be told what they need.
Thank you. Dereje, you have the floor.
Thank you, Maktar. I was not allowed to speak previously. Yeah, thank you for the chance and for the floor. So very exciting to hear the success story of the Namibia. The Honorable Minister depicts the very initiative they are really doing on cyber diplomacy arena. They successfully really implemented different strategies, even to combat, and then safeguard the national asset. 2.7 million attacks were really successfully contained because they really implemented the cyber diplomacy strategy for the national level. We know that cyber diplomacy is not about cyber security issues. It's all about international cyber governance, cyber security collaboration, and it's also digital rights and freedom. And it's also it's an issue of economic and technological negotiation. Honorable Minister, I think your experience will be really a lesson for the rest of the African countries. So we have a shortage of human resource and human capital, a skilled human capital in this emerging field. How did you manage to bring this skilled manpower so that you incorporated all these essential cyber diplomacy components on board so that your national sovereignty is protected? So that would be really a good lesson for the rest of the African countries. Thank you, Maktar.
Thank you. You answer the floor. Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sorina Safa. I think my question is directed to Catherine. Having an experience as a government representative to be in this negotiation table, and as you know that I think only South Africa, Kenya, Mauritius, or Egypt, they are quite active in this diplomatic or UN norm setting process. What do you think we should have as an innovative solution, converting our ambassadors or existing diplomat to cyber diplomacy, and most importantly, bridging the gap from New York to Geneva and all the way to the Addis Ababa, the home of the African Union? What kind of capacity building strategy we should drive to ensure that with our limited resource, we are catching up with the rest of the world? Thank you.
Thank you, Soreen.
No, wait, please. Give him the micro.
I've switched off my mic.
Yeah, wait, please. Go ahead.
Thank you for giving the floor. My name is Isa Dia from Chad. I am Pan-African US Ambassador for Internet Governance at Pan-African US. I've been trained at Pan-African US for Internet Governance Fellowship, which has been initiated by my esteemed founder. Can you please clap for him? She has been able to train over 1,000 African so trained in internet governance firms. So my question is mainly focused on capacity building, as my founder mentioned it. So what role can international partnership play in strengthening African cybersecurity infrastructure? And how should African nations approach such partnership diplomatically? Thank you.
Teresa, for the last question on capacity building, you can go.
Thank you very much. I'll also try to be brief because I know we will soon have to end. What the GFC can offer is depends also on how many members and partners from the continent we have. So there are, of course, many African countries that are already members of the GFC, and there are many African organizations that are partners to the GFC, not many. If we also get more on board, we can try to bring more voices of the African priorities in cyber capacity building to the global audience and encourage international cooperation that you have mentioned in your question. I would suggest that talk to Martin, who has joined us, because he can tell you really so much from the Africa Hub point of view, how we can kind of, leverage the needs of the continent further. So I hope it's helpful for this stage. And I have to mention partnership and membership in the GFC. It's for free, yes. It's not like a paid partnership. No. But we do encourage to have more on board to kind of help us push the mission.
Okay, Catherine, for Soren question, Catherine.
Okay, thank you very much, Mokhtar. So thank you for that question, Soren. The countries that participated, I think there are 8 over the years. So there were a few more than the ones you mentioned, such as Senegal was also there, Ghana, and others. So how can we leverage on the existing meetings? Firstly, I think there are people who are making efforts. GFC, who have just told us what they do, have done a lot of training, especially at the regional level. The Diplo Foundation also, supported by GIZ, German Aid, have also been training the regional bodies and also the AU to make sure that diplomats, because in many cases for African countries, you can't afford to send a fresh person. So it is usually the in-country diplomat who is already in the UN mission of that country who participates in that process. And if they're not well versed in cyber issues, of course, they will be handicapped. Many of them are also quite overloaded with work in many committees at the UN. So continued capacity building and support of the diplomats who are already at the missions could be an important strategy. And this doesn't always have to be done face-to-face, which is expensive. It can also be done through online trainings and courses which they can follow. We've also been trying to influence the foreign service academies, which they have in various countries, and get them to take up these kind of capacity building activities, whether they're drawing on the resources which have already been done by GFC or Diplo Foundation, or whether they are supported to develop bespoke courses which are relevant. So the foreign service academies are already there in country. So it will be a matter of building their capacity to also support their diplomats who are coming into the service in the area of cyber diplomacy. The third thing I'll mention is there usually has to be a lot of collaboration between the technical agencies such as the CERTs and the cybersecurity agencies, some of the ICT agencies in country, both in the public sector and private, and also the diplomats who are going to represent the country in these processes. So supporting in-country exercises and in-country trainings that bring all these agencies together so that they you familiarize them, you build trust between them, means that you will have higher quality representatives participating in these global processes, because they can also consult. If they know their colleagues at home in the technical sphere or in the diplomatic sphere, depending on who is representing the country, they're quickly able to get the kind of backstop support that they need as they participate in global processes. So those are just a few of the suggestions that I can make that would help us quickly get up to speed and to participate more effectively and even more aggressively in international processes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Suzanne, any word before we conclude?
Thank you very much. From my side, I think as parliamentarians, we have spoken more about capacity building. As parliamentarians who want to be capacitated with information on how best we can handle these issues. You have rightly said, this is a new it's a new thing that has just come up, and as parliamentarians, we have to be aligned to what is what our role should be, especially when we are coming up with legislation. So we need more capacity building sessions to make sure that we are in line, we are aligned to this, and as well as we should be able to have the skills on how we can be part of this cyber diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm give the floor now to the Honorable Minister to answer Teresa's question and your final remark before we conclude.
Thank you so much, Magda, and thank you to the question by Dr. Teresa Johannes. Thank you. You asked how Namibia has, in the meantime, been able to defend off some of the cyber attacks, especially the ones we experienced last year, and of course, the one we're now able to handle that just came up with our largest telecommunication company. Well, the first one was to ensure we have the right legislation in place. Like I indicated, we have the cybersecurity strategy, which outlines everybody's role, from public sector actors to private sector actors to civil society, and where that money will be coming from. And at this point in time, it's mostly coming from Treasury, but we're hoping that we find other alternative ways to get the necessary funding to put the systems in place to support our efforts. Secondly, we have at our National University of Science and Technology, we have a department for informatics and computing. And there is a 4-year degree course on cybersecurity that has definitely increase the capacity in country of cybersecurity graduates and cybersecurity experts in the country to be able to, be able to be deployed in the various institutions, whether in the public sector or private sector, but to have this, in-country capacity. But I must also add that we are not yet satisfied, because the cybersecurity space is constantly changing. We need more and more experts. Even with the ones we are graduating, we need more. But we also need those that are able to handle the ever-changing landscape, which means we need more that will be working and others that will be continuously studying to ensure that they are constantly capacitated to handle these incidences. So we have mitigated the best we could now, but there is definitely more to be done, and it's a continuous process. Like I said, it's investment intensive. It requires one actively prioritizing that we're going to put X amount of million Namibian dollars to ensure that the necessary skill set in the country exist, and to ensure that we're able to mitigate any cyber incidences. And finally, I'd like to thank UNECA and all partners for convening this very important discussion. But I want to emphasize truly that when it comes to multilateralism and the global North and global South conversation about the financing of cybersecurity interventions, we must look at the various contributing factors as to why developing countries are unable to prioritize cybersecurity, where they're unable to put the necessary financing in place, where they're unable to put courses in their national universities with experts. And this comes down to the ability of those countries to service some of their international financing loans, which attract higher interests more than any other countries on the planet, and the ability for these countries to prioritize, because many times they are repaying loans as opposed to investing in areas that matter to protect their critical infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And we are at the end of this session. Now for takeaway, we agree during the discussions that cyber diplomacy, so the key objective is to enhance global security at the national level, regional, and the world level. It is one key objective of this cyber diplomacy. Also, to enhance this, to promote safeguard and in the cyberspace. It is something very important we discuss, as well as to safeguard human rights, because we have the link, direct link between cybersecurity and human rights. And for that, following the several discussion, we can have some key recommendation. First, for that, we need to put in place the right strategy, like what Namibia is doing now. Also, we have to foster in this regional collaboration, international collaboration, to increase the participation on Africa in the global discussion on the cyber diplomacy. Third recommendation, capacity building is a key. And we need to build the capacity of all actors, starting by the policy making, the parliamentarian, law judicial corps, all people involved in this digital space their capacity should be built. Another point, it is we have to build trust, because when we talk about international collaboration, without trust, it will not work. We need to build trust at the national level first, at the sub-regional and the continental level. And also we need to improve the private, to make this collaboration between private and partner and public partnership. For this private and public sector, we need to collaborate together to put in place the right infrastructure, because we need also this to develop the norm and the standard. It is very important in terms of cyber security. It is some key takeaway from this meeting, this session. I would like to thank all the panelists for their very good insight, and also I think you learn a lot from them. And thank you once again for the member of panel and round of applause of them. Thank you also participant for your active, you were very dynamic, and it is a new subject, we understand. And I think for the next session, we'll get more questions about the subject. Thank you so much, and see you later. Let's have a group picture. Thank you. We'll invite to have a group picture here. We have one session.
Good, how are you? I'm really proud of you, really.
Thank you so much. He's my boss, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How are you? Okay, I'm good. How are you?
That's from Chad.
Yeah.
Room 5. I'll meet you.
Can we have a picture before you're gonna leave?
See you. I'll see you.
Okay. Ah, okay. All right. I'm waiting for my father to come here.
Want to speak on this?
Audio is on channel 1, everyone. Audio is on channel 1. Can you share? It's here and I'm checking. Carry on is here. Is Carry on online? Who's on Zoom? You have to go back to log on to Zoom. You have to log on to Zoom. You're on Zoom. Oh, you don't. You have to log on to Zoom. Otherwise, you won't see anything. You won't see any questions. You won't see anything. Okay. Watch the screen. Can you send me the link, please? It's on the. Can I do that? Okay, I'm gonna put it on Teams. Put this on Teams. Start recording. All right, everyone. Ready to go ahead? Yep. Start recording.
All right. Good day and welcome to the the Universal Postal Union's open forum on connect.post, digitally connecting through the postal network. Today we have a wonderful lineup of speakers. On my left is Mr. Nigel Casimir, Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. Right, 2 chairs away or 1 chair away. And there's digital inclusion expert from the Universal Postal Union. Directly across from me to my right is Mr. Dan York, Senior Advisor at the Internet Society. And let me get Yuping's actual new title. We have Yuping from the UNDP, and her title is Engagement at the Executive Office of the UNDP. Online, we have Miss Carrie-Ann Barrett. I can't see online yet, so I hope I can see the Zoom room soon. Carrie-Ann Barrett, Chief of Cybersecurity at the Organization of American States. Is Carrie-Ann online? Carrie-Ann, if you're there, can you just pop in and say hi? And as well, we have Mr. Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General, we can see physically, well, see virtually at, yes. And Carrie-Ann says hello. And Rodney, welcome. We'll be seeing you. And he is the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union of the based in Trinidad and Tobago from the Caribbean. And we hope to hear some good stuff from Rodney today as we proceed with our open forum. So I'm going to not talk too much. Without further ado, I'm going to hand the mic over to Mr. Hernandez from the UPU, who will introduce the session to us and give us a quick presentation on the topic at hand. Kevin, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry about that. So hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Hernandez, and I am a digital inclusion expert at the UPU. and the focal point for the Connect.Post project. So if you have any questions about the project, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. So Connect.Post is a project led by the Universal Postal Union, which aims to maximize the sustainable development contributions of the postal sector and to help foster more inclusive and sustainable digital transformations that leave no one behind. And among those contributions are bridging the digital divide and promoting social, economic, and digital inclusion. So very briefly, I think it's important to make a clarification about what we mean when we say bridging the digital divide and promoting digital inclusion. Because although these concepts are often used interchangeably, in reality, they actually mean two different things. So when we mention bridging the digital divide, we are talking about gaps in digital access. On the other hand, when we speak about digital inclusion, we are referring to people's abilities to fully participate in societies as they undergo a process of digitalization. And the important thing to note about these two concepts is that the digital divide can contribute to digital exclusion, but does not automatically cause it. Instead, digital exclusion occurs when there is a digital divide present and opportunities and services can only be accessed digitally. In those situations, those without access or who lack digital skills end up being left out and are put at risk of being falling behind. And we believe that a connected global postal infrastructure Sorry, I'm having issues with the clicker. Next slide, please, if you can control it. Okay. So connecting a post office can contribute to bridging the digital divide. If we connect post offices in rural areas, we can then leverage that connectivity to provide access to the communities surrounding it. And there are different ways of doing this. For example, you can offer public access to digital equipment or provide access to the internet at post offices, such as Zimpost and Zimbabwe is doing, and that's the picture in this slide. They have connected over 200 post offices and then turned them into community information centers. Or post offices can even host a community network, meaning that post offices can become an internet service provider for their surrounding communities. Now moving on to digital inclusion. So as I mentioned earlier, the digital divide does not automatically lead to digital exclusion. Instead, it's a combination of the digital divide and when opportunities and services are only accessible through digital channels that leads to digital exclusion. And unfortunately, this trend has become widespread across the world. For example, the 2023 UN World Public Sector Report found that too many countries and service providers were taking a digital-only approach, which was then resulting in the digital exclusion of marginalized groups. And this has led many governments to rethink this strategy. And they stressed, the report stressed that, quote, a just and inclusive digital transformation that leaves no one behind includes hybrid models of service delivery, including blended or multi-channel service delivery. And some governments try to provide multi-channel service delivery by setting up in-person one-stop shops. We went too far. Okay. So some governments try to provide multi-channel service delivery by setting up in-person one-stop shops or service centers, where people and businesses can access a wide range of digitally enabled services from a single location. Unfortunately, as an FAO report released earlier this year found, service centers are often few in number, and they tend to be concentrated in urban and densely populated areas. So then this means that they are not easily accessible for people in rural areas who end up continuing to be at risk of exclusion and being left behind even when service centers are introduced. Next slide, please. Okay, there we go. Meanwhile, the global postal network infrastructure is the most extensive and expansive retail service network in the world. There are over 650,000 post offices globally, and the majority of them are located in rural areas. So this gives posts an unprecedented reach in digitally underserved areas It means that post offices tend to have a service outlet presence in places where other service providers and government actors struggle to reach. Why did that? Sorry. For this reason, post offices are very well placed to enable a more inclusive multi-channel service delivery. I don't know what's happening with the clicker, sorry. Okay, there we go. Next one. Anyway, I'll continue without the next slide, please. Next one. Next one. There we go. So for this reason, post offices are very well placed to enable a more inclusive multi-channel service delivery. And this is not just a concept, but something that is already happening in several countries. So the graphic on this slide is from Poste Italiane, who have connected 7,000 post offices in rural areas to high-speed internet, and then leverage that connectivity to transform their post offices into one-stop shops for digital government services. And this allows their rural residents to access digital government services across multiple channels, including the post office counter, through electronic kiosks, through advanced ATMs, through a call center, and through the web. And this makes these services more easily accessible to people in rural areas where the post office is often the only public institution with a presence in those areas. And this is the kind of use of the postal infrastructure which we want to promote at Connect.Post. So in summary, the goal of Connect.Post is to connect all post offices in the world to the internet by 2030. And we have created a workflow to get there, and I don't really have the time to get into that. But a key point to highlight for all you is that making this vision a reality requires collaboration with governments, international organizations, donors, the private sector, civil society, and of course, designated postal operators. And we are currently working on building a coalition of actors to make this vision a reality. And we are very keen on building and exploring partnerships so that together we can help maximize the potential of the postal network to facilitate more inclusive digital transformations and to help bridge the digital divide and to promote economic, social, and digital inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that brief but very enlightening introduction on Connect.Post. And I hope everybody got a sense of what those are and how we are to move forward with this project, which really is ambitious in its scope, trying to ensure that the postal community, the post offices, and the stakeholders involved are connected via this network. The take today is sort of a talk show format, going to ask questions of our experts who are here with us today, including our Kevin Hernandez, who may be asked to answer some questions. And I'm going to start with the CTU, the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, because I'm Caribbean, so I'm taking moderator's privilege and putting them first. So probably could start, and let's give the hybrid model a good try. So let's start with the online participants. So we'll have Rodney say a few words as to what's happening, but I think Nigel will give an introduction of the CTU's overarching thinking. But Rodney, maybe given you're the SG, just say a few words about what what's happening. Just
Sure. Good morning or afternoon, good evening, everyone. And thanks for including us in this very important discussion. It's good to be able to join you online. We have been, since 2023, we've signed an MOU, the CTU that is, which we are a regional intergovernmental organization based in Trinidad and Tobago, serving 20 member states. Most of them are independent territories or independent countries, but some are British overseas territories and Dutch overseas territories as well. And we have been advocating for that bridge between the Postal Service and the Ministries of Digital Transformation. In some cases, the same ministers or same policymakers have responsibility for postal services, which of course is a form of communication, and information technology or communication or digital transformation. And so for us, the link is very clear for the reasons outlined in the presentation. because the postal service can allow or facilitate the closure of the digital divide and ensure that there is no, or at least the risk for digital exclusion are minimized. So in practical terms, we signed an MOU in 2023 with the UPU, and that was intended to promote assessments of our postal services in the region, how ready they were for e-commerce, how connected they were under the Connect.Post initiative. The drive is to, of course, ensure that they have good and robust connectivity that they can then in turn service their communities. In addition to that, my own experience working with the government of Barbados was that we partnered in particular during COVID to allow the delivery of a driver's license, so that we were able to stand up online renewal of driver's licenses, and they were able to, even though the offices were closed physically, the Postal Service stepped in to allow for a seamless online renewal and delivery of those driver's licenses. That then evolved to passports, and there are other services now where physical credentials are needed, so it allows for seamless end-to-end e-commerce. So I'll stop there for now. I know there are many other speakers, but for us, it is to ensure that policymakers get it. They understand that the Postal Service is more than the delivery of letters, and that is a very integral part of our digital transformation in efforts, especially if we want to be inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG Rodney Taylor. So I'll hand now to your colleague, Deputy Secretary General Nigel Casimir, who will elaborate a little further about the CTU's role in the project and connectivity in general in the Caribbean region. So I'll hand over to Nigel now. Nigel.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I think I would like to say that a partnership between the CTU, as Rodney has mentioned, we are our mandate basically is to develop ICT policy and regulation in the Caribbean. And say the Postal Service, there's this legacy PTT type governance in government. So certainly there is a history of a relationship between an organization like the CTU looking at telecoms development and the Postal Service as well. So I think it was quite natural that we eventually got into an MOU arrangement. There was an encounter between CTU and the UPU at the ITU's plenipotentiary conference, and it was subsequent to that the MOU was signed. We realized that there were opportunities for working together. In the Caribbean, in many countries of the Caribbean, we do have some hard-to-reach areas, some rural areas that the telecoms infrastructure has not really reached out to or managed to get to us yet. And as Kevin mentioned, and as Rodney mentioned, in terms of the Barbados example, the post offices in those rural areas have been quite useful. The general concept of using remote hubs is something that has been applied in multiple countries of the Caribbean. But one big challenge is making them sustainable. Very often, in many cases, they've gone out and created hubs, built a nice new building, and for one reason or the other, the equipment breaks down, they lose the staff, and so on. There isn't another activity associated with it to make the operation sustainable. So in cases where there are post offices close by, maybe, or that could be upgraded, those are some of the examples that we are seeing. Another option that makes itself available to help make it sustainable is that in reaching out to rural areas for improving connectivity and access to services, that this can often fall under the rubric of universal service initiatives. And there is funding available to get those things going and to keep them going. So the partnership with the UPU and postal services generally in the islands is one that we are seeking to leverage better and utilize the available resources as well to make them sustainable. So I'll stop here for now.
Thank you. And just to finish off on the CTU input, is there anything else you would like to add, Rodney? Maybe how the existing projects have gone thus far. I've worked with you, and I recall we've worked with Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and we're about to start working with Belize and Grenada. From your perspective, how have they gone so far in terms of driving this agenda forward?
Well, thank you, Tracy. Well, the assessments that have been done have been very instrumental in informing policy as to what changes needed to be made to ensure that those the postal services in the countries you mentioned are ready. So that work is ongoing. I think you also presented in the CTO ICT Week in St. Kitts and Nevis on the benefits of this initiative, and subsequently Grenada has made a request. And there's a request in the works from St. Kitts and Nevis. So we look forward in helping those member states advance. Since then, we've also assisted the Caribbean Postal Union in the registration of a .post domain for its operations so that it can benefit from the other service offerings under that .post initiative. We're advocating also for all of our member states to go ahead with the registration of the .post domain for security purposes, for cybersecurity purposes, and also to benefit from the suite of services that are being offered by the UPU. So the work is ongoing. It's not moving as quickly as we would like, but we will continue to push and advocate for resources to be allocated to ensure that the postal services form an integral part of the digital transformation strategy in our member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SG Taylor. From the CTU and Nigel as well. I'm now going to hand the mic over to Yuping from the UNDP. So Yuping, another partner of the UPU from the UN and now from the UN system, the UPU and the UNDP are already collaborating together on several initiatives, including connecting post offices. Now, what do you think will be the benefit of leveraging the postal network to promote digital inclusion and an inclusive deployment of digital public infrastructure? Yuping?
Thank you so much, Tracy, and my thanks to you organizers for including UNDP and the UN system in general here. I think Kevin has already spoken to the core fundamentals of why the post really would be an instrumental tool in promoting global digital inclusion, right? The basic concept of connectivity and using the post as a means to have underserved communities and communities that are in remote areas access the internet and have the opportunity to access online e-government services, e-services, basic information. That's at the core of the idea of bringing connectivity and then bridging digital divides. But I actually thought the element that Kevin had highlighted where we need to move beyond just connectivity, right? We need to look at hybrid models of delivery of government services. Is that sort of interesting nuance beyond just connectivity, which is what the UN has been talking about, and digital inclusion, and really looking at this more interesting area where it's not just about giving somebody broadband access or the ability to get online, but what more has to be done in remote places as well. Because as I think has been already said, there are places where it's not that easy to bring in a satellite or fiber link and then say connectivity is going to solve all these issues. And that's how you promote digital inclusion. Like, what more do you have to do to really reach not even just the last mile, but the part beyond in these communities where it's not possible at all? So for me, I think listening to Kevin's presentation just now really illuminates how we have to go so much further than just what is already said at the UN when it comes to bridging digital divides and digital inclusion. And so when I think back to the Global Digital Compact, which was this agreement that was signed at the UN just this September, which is part of the Pact for the Future and promises to be sort of the next iteration of how we look at global digital cooperation, I'm struck by the fact that it doesn't address some of these issues. And that, in fact, if we go back to the origins of the IGF around the WSIS itself, the World Summit for Information Society, and go back to this concept around capacity building and inclusive enabling environments, that really goes to the heart of some of the broader issues and how we should be looking at digital transformation, right? Not just assuming that it's about connectivity or these types of things, but also going beyond to think of more innovative ways to conceptualize digital inclusion and making sure that everybody is not left behind. I'm also actually quite interested, and I will put this out to experts out there, whether, for instance, you would think that what we have right now around, let's say, internet in a box solutions or Raspberry Pi enabled Wi-Fi networks might be another way of actually equipping posts to be part of this important digital transformation. So again, going back to the question of it's not just about broadband connectivity or bringing up fiber connection, are there innovative technical solutions that could also further this effort that we're making to make sure that Post could be the center, the front line of reaching these underserved communities as well? It also would be remiss of me not to just also mention that from UNDP, we've worked with Post as Tracy had mentioned, in a number of areas besides the UPU. So for instance, in Egypt, we've had a long-standing partnership with Egypt Post since 2005 to modernize the digital services and the postal system itself. We actually now have worked with Egypt Post to deliver 27 government services online. There's a lot of budding digital products as well. But now I'm also thinking about whether that partnership could be taken a little bit further, used as a model elsewhere. I know it's been recognized by the UPU as one of these consistent partnerships that's delivered a lot, but really maybe we should think about this in other places as well. So just to end there, and to also see if maybe perhaps any experts could address the question that I raised around new technologies that could potentially be used as part of Connect Post solutions as well.
Thank you very much. And that's a beautiful segue, Yuping, into Mr. Dan York, who is the senior advisor at Internet Society. I know Dan for a long time, and Dan is extremely keen on the emerging technologies in this space. He's been involved in community networks and now very keenly involved in the LEO thinking and how that can work in terms of connectivity for underserved regions. So Dan, let me pose this question to you. So given your experience in connecting public buildings and institutions and leveraging them as nodes for community networks, do you think there are any advantages to using these public buildings and institutions as nodes for community networks? Are there any unique opportunities in using post offices? And of course, thread through there the concept of LEO and how that is now shifting, maybe shifting the playing field a bit in this discussion. And linking what Yuping said. Thanks.
So wait, Tracy, we only have how much for this session?
We have 10 hours.
Okay. You just added me a lot. So maybe let me back up and for folks who aren't aware, the Internet Society is a 30-year-old charitable organization. We've been around and we have a vision that the internet is for everyone. And that's really our focus and our goal. We have about 132,000 individual members. I know Tracy is one of them. And we have 120 plus chapters out there, including you were in Trinidad and Tobago, and that's where we know each other for so many years. We also, I know you were involved with our fellowship program and other pieces like that. And anybody here is welcome to go visit our booth. We have a whole bunch of information there. But to there, we have a strategic goal for 2030 around that people everywhere will have access to affordable, reliable, resilient internet. And this comes to what we're talking about here. I have to say, honestly, and this is why I ask you why you invited me here on one level, is because we have not done work yet with post offices. But it's interesting because when we've dealt with a lot of other different kinds of anchor institutions. And so let me mention a couple of those. We've worked with, to date, around 85 different community networks spread out across the world. We've given over $3 million in grants out to these organizations through the Internet Society Foundation. We're working with UNICEF and the ITU, the GIGA project, looking at how to go and connect schools, part of Partner to Connect and some pieces there. We also, we came up last year with a community networks DIY do-it-yourself toolkit. You can find that online and it walks through the steps that are there. And I'll come back to that. Well, maybe I'll go directly to Yuping's question. So often, one of the challenges, and you said it when you said about LEOs, low Earth orbit satellites, we jump to the technology, but Nigel's point is really the key one. We can go and drop in a technical solution that is great. It would be awesome connectivity. We can do that, and then it'll be dead because either the people have left or the subscriptions run out or whatever else. So really, the biggest part is how do you have a sustainable, community network? How do you have something there that has an econ that works and that also has this? In reality, I think this is where anchor institutions up with that because of the fact that they do provide sometimes a stronger anchor in that kind of space. Again, we haven't worked with post offices, but we have a large. In Armenia right now, we're currently in a program where we're digitizing rural libraries. and we've worked with libraries. And part of what's interesting is as they start to develop it for patrons, for people who are there and coming in there, people start to come in, they get their Wi-Fi, they get their access there. Then it starts to become more of a digital community center. People come in there and they're having meetings, they're going in there to study, they're doing stuff like that. And so it becomes this kind of home. Similarly, in Paraguay, we were working with a hospital that went and was adding connectivity and doing that. In Winnipeg, up in Canada, we were doing a project that was going and taking a community center and giving it that connectivity. It became a social hub. It really brought people in a way that was different. In Rwanda, we did a school, actually our chapter there helped build a building that would be able to go and help the school provide a computer lab and connectivity and pieces. What they found, though, of course, was that then other people started to show up in Wi-Fi, and they were able to go and work with that. All of these, I think, are great examples of the kind of would also be would be part of that. One key factor, if you look at them all, is maybe we should swap mics because this one's fading in and out. So one key thing is that what we've seen in many of these places is these anchor institutions in some way have a sense of resilience that is stronger than other locations. In some cases, it may be that they're economically sustainable, that they're perhaps funded by the government, that they have some other elements around that. Often they're housed in a place that has additional electrical resilience, might have generators, might have solar panels, might have something like that. Another just basic factor is that people know where it is. They know where the post office is. They know where the hospital is. They know where that is. So it's a beacon where people can come there and be engaged with the digital life in some kind of way. So to all of those, I think those are reasons why we found that public institutions in particular are great places to begin as a node or to be part of it. They may not even be the center, but they may be part of that and providing that connectivity because people know where it is. They can get there. It's maybe even a more rugged building in some form, and they can do that. So that's kind of where we see all of that going in there. And I think we'd be delighted to talk to folks in post offices and other areas as well. As far as the technology, Tracy had mentioned, we did do a project a couple of years ago, and we're still monitoring all these low Earth orbit satellites, things like Starlink, OneWeb, pieces like that. I could go on for hours. So, you'd have to scope that to what you want me to say. But I would just say to you that they are another connectivity solution, right? They're great to give connectivity to especially rural and remote regions, places that you can't get to by other mechanisms. And they can provide high speed, low latency connectivity. Still not as good as what you could get with like a direct fiber connection. But if you can't get that, then they provide another alternative that's there. We had a session earlier today talking about the policy and other issues around that. And there's a bunch of them and some things, but they're another tool in the toolbox that we have these days that are out there. And I'm glad to go into detail if you want on particular questions around that. And thanks for having me here.
Thank you very much, Dan. And we really appreciate you being here. I know you were concerned about why we're inviting Dan to this session. I think you're seeing the benefit of it now. So that's exciting. And maybe the post offices can become a new thrust in the Internet Society world. Why not? We're happy to work with you. We're here to UPU. We will give us a call. We're right here. So we've said a few things about.
Should I write you a letter? Sorry, I had to do it, Tracy.
Yeah, no choice. Yes, postcard probably. So we've talked a bit about connectivity. We've talked, about how to get to the last mile, different types of technology. We haven't talked yet about securing that connectivity, ensuring that not just the physical layer is secure, but also transactions and how we communicate with stakeholders in both directions. It doesn't make sense to just connect people and there's a risk in that connectivity. And how do we really treat with that? I have another colleague who I know quite well, which sounds like a lot of people I know very well in this open forum. Ms. Carrie-Ann Barrett. She is also from the Caribbean, surprise, surprise, from Jamaica, but now she's based at the Organization of American States, and she is the chief of the cybersecurity division there. So, Carrie-Ann, I have a question for you. Maybe this is something that you can help us with. What are the cybersecurity implications of connecting postal infrastructure, and how can countries best equip themselves to be more cyber resilient? Would you consider posts to be critical infrastructure for that matter? Over to you.
Thanks for that, and thanks to all the speakers who went before me. Thanks to the UPU for inviting OAS. It's a critical discussion that's happening, and I think similar to the Internet Society, we haven't had the opportunity to work with UPUS closely. But I think through this session, we recognize that there's a link that we can't ignore, and we will be working together going forward. I think the discussions so far have really laid the platform that as the postal system shifts towards automation and digitizing, doing all the e-commerce integrations, digital mail tracking, electronic payments, all these things to make more efficiency, unfortunately, it usually means more vulnerability with this connection. It doesn't mean that we should fear it or that the postal system should be worried in as much as to identify the risk and prepare itself for it, as the question is about. Many of the countries are investing in smart postal infrastructure. And in doing that and those connectivity, it just means that there are now more entry points for cyber attacks. If you think about what you are in the question to critical infrastructure, the more connected postal systems get, you're now handling more sensitive data, including personal identifiable details. You now have more financial information. And if compromised, it would lead to identity theft, financial loss. And in some rural areas where you are improving their connectivity and accessibility for the citizens, you're also recognizing that the rural areas may not have the required staffing that's needed on the technical side to do what's required. So if you compare the postal system to other high-profile examples, such as transportation or healthcare, I would probably say that the postal system in identifying whether or not it's a critical infrastructure needs to start looking at, one, the type of information and data and the criticality if it is that the systems are stopped. In preparing for this, there was some thought about who's impacted if the postal system goes down, and how does that actually affect society if the postal system goes down. And if you think about criticality, it's as the postal system offers more and more services to people and citizens, especially in the rural areas, which we've spoken about so much in this session so far, you'd have to think the impact and the ability to be able to bounce back from such an attack and the agility that's needed for that. Who'll be targeted if you think about it? A lot of the times we have the systems, and that's one thing, but we also have to think about the postal workers, recognizing that they are a key component to that value chain for offering the services. And oftentimes, if it is that you are doing more connectivity, it means that your postal workers as well would need to be focused on as a key entry point for cyber attacks. Phishing campaigns aimed at postal workers and across the globe start to connect, and you compare it to some regions like Latin America and the Caribbean, there's going to be varied levels of cybersecurity maturity. I've heard some of the examples already in this conversation in some more advanced countries, but we also have to take into account some of our countries who, one, already struggle with internet connectivity, like our Pacific Islands, or some of our smaller Caribbean countries who may have emerging economies, but lack the financial resources to put the cybersecurity infrastructure or talent to be able to secure the postal systems adequately. And then we also have to look at the more broad challenges of corporation, which oftentimes cybersecurity requires. So to your last aspect of the question you asked me, and just reflecting what are some of the solutions, because it's not a doomsday solution. I think the postal system has been robust for so many years and carried us through so many things. I think this other element of connectivity is just yet another challenge for them to overcome. And collaboration is going to be key, working with government to ensure that the postal operators have connections with cybersecurity firms, that they understand the international landscape with other international organizations. We already have the UN as a part of this discussion. Also, looking at how they would manage third-party risk. a lot of the postal workers and the postal systems work with other third-party vendors to be able to do their work. How you actually look at the reliability with the logistics for them and the technology that they're employing to make sure that they are protected. And the last two critical things I would probably say is thinking about strategies, such as establishing, for those who may not know, an incident response team, which is really your firefighters when a cybersecurity incident happens, just to make sure that we start thinking about establishing those for the postal systems. The financial sector is a good example where they prioritize incident response teams and they have cross-network collaboration among themselves. And I think the postal system can start to think about it that way, so they have shared resources. And the final recommendation I'd probably make to make yourselves more cyber resilient is cyber education. Our workers, as I pointed out, are critical entry points to the systems. They have the passwords, they log into the computers daily. How do we ensure that they recognize what is a phishing attempt and how they handle data more broadly? And I'll probably stop there, so at least we could continue the discussions. And I hope that some of these thoughts would be talked about throughout the session. Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you very much, Carrie Ann from the OAS. I'm seeing a lot of comments coming in from Rodney in the chat, giving some information, some links. And just putting back to Carrie Ann's point about cyber resilience and the second last point you made about CSIRTs. I'm going to make a plug here for what we are doing at the UPU. We're establishing an Information Sharing and Analysis Center, an ISAC, which will be global for the postal sector. That's currently underway. We're in the last stages of our design, and we expect to have that up and running, if all goes well, next year in 2025. In addition to that, we're also implementing a secure.post platform, which would allow the postal, as you said, the postal employees, their stakeholders, to get, I would call, user-friendly access to information, education, training, awareness, resources generally about cybersecurity and how to become more cyber resilient. So I think from where we sit, we are trying to do the very best in ensuring that the sector becomes more resilient. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, of course, the fact that we also run the .post top-level domain, which we like to think is one of the most secure, if not the most secure, top-level domain on the internet, and encourage all stakeholders who are interested in this sector to look into what that brings to the table, as well as the services we offer with that. So while I have just given a plug for ourselves, I'm going to pause now to an open forum and ask the audience if there are any questions, any thoughts. I'm seeing 2 hands already going up, so I would maybe pass the mic. Is there the third mic? The third mic, mic number 3. Yes. And I saw gentleman in the red jacket first. Introduce yourself and let us know who you are.
Okay, hello, my name is Nicolas Fiumarelli, and you mentioned a lot about connectivity and inclusivity. For me, the postal services is a new topic. You also address about cybersecurity, but we are talking here about digital transformation as well. So I like to touch on the role of emerging technologies in the postal services, right? For example, in the UK, in the USA, they are using drones for postal deliveries in remote areas. In the US, is leveraging AI to optimize delivery routes. And countries like Rwanda, for example, have demonstrated drone efficiency in logistics. This technology not only improve accessibility, but also help reduce emissions, right? And enhance sustainability. So how can postal services in the Caribbean, right, adopt similar innovations to address infrastructure challenges while aligning to environmental sustainability goals? Thank you.
Thank you. And the way I like to do things is not to do immediate answers. I'm going to ask Kevin, the UPU expert in the postal sector at our table today, to think about that for a second and to come with an answer. There's another question in the crowd, and I have my lovely Internet Society colleague, Alejandra, helping me here. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm from the Internet Society Foundation. I just had a question. You mentioned that a lot of these post offices are rural, and Kevin mentioned the emerging e-government services. So my question is, are there any plans, or does this program include any kind of digital literacy training for people? I know that we currently have a chapter that's doing training in rural areas so that people are able to use e-government services, but also thinking of it from in terms of cybersecurity or cyber literacy, cybersecurity literacy.
Thank you. And Nigel, did you have a question? I saw your hand go up.
Yes, my hand did go up, but I think the question I had has come up. So
excellent. Third question.
Okay.
Introduce yourself and yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Siletsa Tsilehoa from Lesotho. I'm the president of Internet Society Lesotho. And I'm working as the system librarian. So I'm wondering if this concept we can go into the digitization of the library and bring in the library to the people, not people come to the library. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I think all three questions seem like they can start with a response from the UP, but I'll also ask other colleagues to be able to give some responses. No, but let's start with our expert from the UPU, Kevin.
So thank you very much for the question about drones. I think, yes, 100%. I think with drones especially, it's a very particular case because I think this also democratizes delivery to rural areas. Why am I saying that? Is because when you've seen pilots for drone delivery, they've tended to be concentrated in rural areas because this is something that's very hard to make work even in urban areas. So I think it's actually one of the rare emerging technologies that works better in rural areas than it does in urban areas for delivery. So I think there's a lot to explore there. And also at the UPU, we've recently did a survey where we've asked all the, over 150 postal operators about their use of emerging technologies. And drones were one of them, but we asked about a very wide variety. There are even some using things like exoskeletons and other really out there emerging technology. So there is actually a lot of use of emerging technologies by postal operators, but I haven't done the analysis yet, so I can't tell you which ones are the most used yet or not, but that will be coming out in the near future. And then there were two questions that kind of were about digital literacy programs. So the reason why I came back to this slide is because this is the kind of thing that happens in this setup. So it all depends. Everything is context specific. So in some countries, you'll have postal operators who will set up this kind of community center inside the post office, and that's what you see here. And the post operator will offer digital training to its citizens. But in other places that might not work. And in other places, I think you made a great plug when you were speaking about libraries. So actually, Maria was here earlier from the IFLA, so the International Federation of Library and Associations. And we're actually at the moment trying to formulate a MOU to kind of determine whether there are any potential or there is any potential to create ecosystems of digital inclusion where maybe citizens go to the post office for one type of service and then maybe they go to the library for another type of service. Because although in this example, in this context, this works very well, in other contexts, the post office might not be set up to offer the digital literacy training. It might be, we might be better off having the like e-government services and these kind of transactional services happening in the post office, and then maybe some more of the digital literacy type programs that you were explaining happen in the library. But the thing that we find is that this sometimes happens, but it happens informally. And we're trying to find to see if there is any potential to formalize these kind of relationships between post offices and libraries so that, people can be sent from one to the other and quite seamlessly instead of, an ad hoc fashion. Thank you. And I know you've done a lot of work with libraries. I don't know if you want to pick up.
Well, yeah, I mean, it actually kind of speaks to the more that, we talked about the sustainability of community networks, and part of it is the financial aspect, right? And that was the part I focused on in my earlier remarks. But you really have a much broader sense, which is that they need to be human sustainable as well. That digital skills training, that digital literacy, that ability to know and do that is so critical, because otherwise you don't have a system that's long-term sustainable. One of the things we found is that this community-centered model that we're talking about here and that we've been working on really is the way to deploy this, because it's bottom up, it's coming out of the community. And this is where I would say, as you look at your systems, what we found works is that when it's really of the community and by the community, then the people are bought into it and working with it. It's not imposed by some central entity. It says, wire up every, put this in every post office, something. But it's more of, the communities that are around that are wanting to build that connectivity. They're using the post office or other entity as that hub, and they're working with it in that way. But we found that when communities do that and build that, they develop the expertise, they develop the ability to create this. And that means that they're much more invested in it. They also have that human resilience, the capacity to understand what it is, how it works. They're able to ensure that it keeps on working, through in the Caribbean, the next hurricane or whatever, the recovery time, the ability to do that. So that digital skills and building that human capacity is vital to have sustainable, community-centered connectivity in so many different ways.
Thank you very much. Before Yuping, I think you have some responses, but let me see if any of our colleagues online have a response. I see Carrie Ann, her hand is physically up, Carrie Ann, yes.
Yeah, I think the questions are really good, and I think what's important as we even look at the efficiency, anything that is an IoT, whether it be a drone or any other smart postal infrastructure that's implemented, I think the last speaker in terms of highlighting the need to have the digital skills is critical. It's just always to keep in mind that the more connected that they get, it's another surface or another attack point in which a cyber criminal can enter. And even as we improve efficiency, I think it has to be coupled automatically with the necessary cybersecurity, at a minimum awareness training for the users that are being given these tools to make it more efficient. The idea of digitizing and improving or closing the digital divide for many persons and making these services more accessible, it's also informing the users of these services, recognizing that if they are more sensitive to some of the risks that could happen, they would be able to partner with their service providers in rural areas, et cetera, to be able to keep their data more secure and their information more secure. So I just wanted to highlight that it's one of those things that has to be a coupled approach, making sure that you kind of think about all the risk factors at the same time and ensure that not just standards are implemented, but that persons have the ability to implement the standards.
Thank you very much, Carrie Ann. Just to remind everyone, Carrie Ann is Chief of Cybersecurity at the OAS. I forgot to introduce who I am. I'm Tracy Hackshaw. I'm with the UPU. I am the head of the Dot Post team, along with my colleague on my right, Mesa Sebra. And we work at the Postal Technology Center, and I see my boss is online. So that's what reminded me that I have to say who I am. Did he still there? I don't know. So let me just say who I am, just for the record. So we have about 5 minutes left. So let me do this. I'm going to ask SG Taylor to respond, if he has any response, and to give a closing comment, then come back to Yuping, same thing, respond and a closing comment. And I see Nigel, who may want to give a response to the closing comment, and then perhaps if there's time, Dan and Kevin. So let's go to SG Taylor first, and then response and closing comment. And we have less than 5 minutes left.
Thank you. I like the question on the drones and so on, and it further highlights the need to partner with the Postal Service that understands, in particular, rural communities in developing countries. Some of these communities are unplanned settlements, so there isn't a very neat addressing system. Very often, the postman or post person is the trusted person in the community, understands where people live and so on. So even for delivery by drones, this is something that may be best done through the postal network. If we're talking about rural communities and unplanned settlements, the skills issue is a very big one as well, where those persons who are unskilled from a digital perspective are able to receive that hand-holding for the application of online services at the Postal Service. And this is something that's being done in Barbados, for example, with the application for the US visa, which is 100% online. It cannot be done in person. So I want to again in closing, thank the Tracy and UPU for the partnerships that we have established and for the work that is being done to bridge the divide between postal services and digital transformation strategies. And we think this is a winning strategy that will help us to ensure that persons are not left behind, in particular rural and underserved communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashitila, and thank you as well for sparing your time. It's early morning, I know, in the Caribbean, and for you to bless us with your presence. And of course, thanks to Nigel, who will also give us comments in a bit from the CTU. I'll hand over to the UPU. Sorry, the sign threw me off. To Yu Ping Chen from the UNDP for her final comments and a response if she needed.
Just very quickly, I think I just really want to pick up on this point on skills and capacity building. That's what we have as the #1 priority from the program countries that UNDP works with. And it's particularly important for least developed countries and underserved communities as well. So again, as we talk about all these global solutions, connectivity, and so on, as a lot of other colleagues have said, it's really the ability to use these in a sustainable fashion. And that really starts with building that digital capacity right there. So just to reiterate around, it was a really great conversation. I'd like to pick this up with a lot of colleagues around the table. And thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yu Ping. So there seems to be time for Nigel and Dan to give a few comments, and maybe a last word from Kevin. So Nigel?
Yes, very quickly. Thanks as well from me to UPU for the opportunity. At the point I wanted to make, we haven't had time to discuss it here, was what about financial services? Because I mean, I certainly recall a thing called a postal order. So the post offices were part of the financial system. And what about the technology associated with financial services or fintech thing? Is that part of the developments going forward as well? Thanks.
And I see, like, great minds think alike. Rodney just raised that in the chat, exactly the same point. Yep, so we'll let Kevin answer that question, but maybe Dan, last thoughts, last comments, and then we let Kevin wrap it up.
I'll just say thank you, Tracy, for putting this, and Kevin for putting this whole panel together. And this was a very interesting conversation. I look forward to further conversations around this. And I think I've said plenty before, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, Nigel. Yes, digital financial services are definitely a part of it. I didn't really have time to delve into it. I have a longer presentation which speaks about the types of services that we target, and they tend to be e-government services, digital financial services, and e-commerce. But actually, any digital service that can be offered through the postal infrastructure, I believe, would be more inclusive due to what I was saying earlier about their presence in rural areas. But yes, I think you hit the nail on the head. And it's digital financial services are offered by many posts. I'm analyzing data right now that shows, like, think about almost 60% of postal operators deliver some type of digital financial service. So it's something that we want to build on and help even more postal operators deliver. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Carrie Ann, any last thoughts?
I think the only thing I would probably emphasize is for persons to recognize that digital resilience has to be coupled with cybersecurity. And I think those would be my last words.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank all of our participants and those who've joined us in the room today for a wonderful open forum. We cracked it in the nick of time. So thank you to Kevin, to Dan, to Yu Ping, to Nigel, to Rodney, to Carrie Ann, and Mesam in the room, and everybody online, and everybody in the room. Thank you so much for your participation and engagement. Please contact us at upu.post and trust.post more information, and of course at connect.post for the project title that we talked about today. So it's pretty obvious, right? Connect.post. Thank you very much, and see you somewhere else somewhere soon. Kevin, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, connect.post is also our URL. So you can just type that in your browser and you will find us.
And that is the most brilliant thing I've heard so far. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Also, guys. Kevin, photo, picture, okay, stop us. Thank you. Hi guys, it will take 1 second to do a photo. Let's go. 1 second. Come on, let's come. 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 Right. All right, well, I think only me and Sam. Me and Sam will take a photo, or someone else. Can you ask? Hi. Can you take a photo for us, please? Once you don't block the lens, let me stop. Small up, small up, small up, small up, small up. Yeah. Everyone look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I say wave now. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Awesome. Can you click this one? Picture together, I think. Nice. Please, can you take us a picture together? Thank you very much. How much? I'm sorry. Thanks both ways. Thank you very much. We should get the first. See if we could collaborate. I didn't really know it's concluded by because I didn't know Maybe I should imagine if I worked with some services here, some services. Exactly. All right, thanks. See you. So I think
Take care, Tracy. Thank you.
Thanks again. Thank you so much.
خلاص enough we can go.
Thank you for coming.
انا جيت على السيشن تاعي.
What is that?
I would say hi, say send me hi, and I will send you. Should I give
I have one. I have my last one. Oh,
Okay, I have to do that.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
I'm sure it's speak further. هلا عندي بعد نحن.
انا بتعمل السيشن ما هو صوت احضر ولا سنه بعمل لي نشر انا ما
Hello. Hey, Luis, are you there? Hi, Beth. Elizabeth? Sorry, you can't speak. I mean, unmute. Hi, Elizabeth. I unmute you. Did we make our interpreters co-hosts?
I can't start my video, just so you know.
Okay, let me. Elizabeth, where are you? Mute, allow. Wait, how do I? Captain allowed to record. But anyway.
No, still not working.
Wait just a second. I'm working on.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Who's speaking? Can
Hello.
you
Hello. Hello.
I don't know how to turn down Elizabeth's video.
Check.
Also, Beth needs to be able to speak, the interpreter.
Yeah, Beth and Christopher should be the co-hosts. Let me see. Where's Beth?
They also can't turn on the camera.
I can turn on camera, but I can't seem to get over it. Oh, then
Check. 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 Hey. Hey.
I am muted, but I cannot turn on the video. Can we turn on the video for our speakers? Doesn't seem to work for me. Action. Lina,
Check.
Not
Not working. Check.
It's unmute there. It's off, right?
Luis, are you there?
Check.
Can I
Check.
show you for Elizabeth and our speakers?
Check.
Hey, Mama.
Got it?
Video chat. Sorry. God. Mute.
Can you hear me?
Howie, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Well, hello first.
Hello.
Yeah. Quick question. Are you going to moderate the online space?
Yes, I'll be monitoring that. And then I
Okay.
can hand over the questions to you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks.
your video's on.
Yes, it just worked.
Has to start video. Okay. Captioner? No, wait. Who else? Video. Unmute. Has to start video. So I did Elizabeth, Joseph. Start video. Did it work for you, Joseph? Can you speak? Can you show your video?
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Good to see you.
Are our interpreters okay with the video and also the co-host spotlight?
Good morning. I can use my audio now, so that works, but I don't work without Chris.
Where's Chris?
Because I work from English to ASL, and then he works from ASL into International Sign. So he's usually the one on camera, and I'm not.
Is Chris here?
No.
यो पनि गर्नु सक्दैन तर हामीले विद्यार्थीले त्यसरी ओरिएन्ट गर्नु पर्यो नलेज सबैको राख्नु पर्यो मेन भविष्यमा चाहिँ केमा चाहिँ म फाइदा खुट्टा चाहिँ टेक्ने त त्यो त हामीले विद्यालयमै विद्यार्थी भाइहरूलाई सिकाउनु पर्छ नै भन्ने
What? One. Yes. Wait a minute. Wait.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone.
Is Chris here?
We can start, yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Papa Sek, and I'm the Chief of the Research and Data Section at UN Women. I'm also wearing another hat today as a member of the steering committee of the Collaborative on Citizen Data. The collaborative was established last year to foster partnerships, build capacity, and promote the responsible use of citizen-generated data for inclusive and sustainable development. UN Women was the inaugural chair of the collaboration together with the UN Statistics Division. And we're really happy to organize this session today. Colleagues, in the digital era, the participation of citizens in data-driven processes is essential for fostering inclusive, equitable digital environments that can serve the diverse needs of all communities, community members. Since Sunday, day 0 of this forum, we've heard repeatedly the reasons why the data that feeds AI algorithms, for example, needs to be representative, but also needs to be scrutinized. And this absolutely necessitates citizens' inclusion and engagement. The newly adopted Global Digital Compact considers inclusivity as a cornerstone for a fair and equitable digital future. Meaningfully engaging all citizens in the data production and use is important to ensure that digital systems and policies reflect their unique experiences and priorities. And this paves the way, of course, for a more inclusive digital transformation. And if we put that another way, there will be no transformation without inclusion and diversity. And this panel today really reflects that. So we have distinguished speakers from civil society, Human Rights Institute, National Statistical Office, and the private sector, who will share with us their experiences today on the ways citizen data, the citizen data movement, can really help foster inclusion and human rights in public services and policies in the digital age. So the session will also explore how the recently launched UN Collaborative on Citizen Data and the Copenhagen Framework on Citizen Data could support marginalized individuals and communities in this endeavor. So we have 5 distinguished speakers today. We have Lynn Garaf Rasmussen, who's the Senior Advisor on Human Rights and Tech at the Danish Institute for Human Rights. Joining me in the room is Bonita Namware, who's the Research Director of Policy. And online again, we have Elizabeth Lockwood, who's the representative of the UN at the UN of the stakeholder group of persons with disabilities for sustainable development. We have Dr. Hemraj Regmi, who's the deputy statistician in the Nepal National Statistical Office. And last but not least, Mr. Joseph Hassan, who's at google.org and is AI for social goods at google.org. So let me first start with Lina, let me start with you. We will start with a round of just 2 questions, 1 question for each of the panelists. And what I ask you is, can you really please briefly describe for us your experience on citizen data, human rights and digital transformation? How does this come across in your work? It will be the same question for all of you, and I kindly ask each of you to stick to the time allocated of 2 minutes. So, Lena, let me start with you. Lena, can you hear me? Okay, so while we sort that out, Bonita, I'll go to you then.
Thank you so much. At Policy, where I work, we are based in Kampala in Uganda, and our team is spread across the African continent. So our work is deeply rooted in empowering citizens through data. We've led initiatives that leverage citizen-generated data to advocate for improved digital services, inclusivity, and accountability. And by integrating data-driven approaches, we've explored the intersection of human rights and digital transformation, ensuring that marginalized voices, especially women and girls, are heard in policy-making processes. So our work mostly focuses on improving digital technology services for women and girls across the African continent. And so a significant focus of our work has been ensuring that digital transformation does not exacerbate inequalities, especially gender inequalities, but rather create opportunities for more inclusive and equitable societies. This therefore includes extensive research that we have done as policy in various African countries on issues like technology-facilitated gender-based violence and the need for safer digital ecosystems, and other research on citizen engagement in data governance processes, as well as application of gender data in data governance. Thank you, Papa. Back to you.
Great. Thank you very much, Bonita. Linek, should we start? Should we try again? Or whether you've been able to unmute? We still cannot hear you, but let me see if we could try to fix it with the technician in the room. So in the meantime, then let me go to you, Elizabeth. Sorry, Elizabeth, are you speaking?
I am. Now I can unmute. Apologies. I couldn't unmute.
Okay,
Thank
so
you
now
so
it's
much. Apologies. Thank you so much, Papa. Along with Papa, I'm also one of the steering committee members of the Collaborative on Citizen Data. So I'll speak to that, and then I'll speak to my other role. One of the key outputs of the collaborative is our Copenhagen framework, which highlights the importance of meaningful citizen participation across the entire data value chain. It outlines principles for citizen data and the necessary enabling environment. And a central objective of the framework is to integrate citizens' perspectives into broader discussions with the national data ecosystem, including topics such as digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and data governance. The human rights-based approach of data is also central to the framework, ensuring open, transparent, inclusive, participatory, confidential, ethical, and other approaches. As the stakeholder group of persons with disabilities, we really focus on data led by organizations of persons with disabilities, citizen data in particular, to fill critical data gaps, to provide evidence to influence policies and ensure data reflect reality. This includes data to address the increasing digital divide that disproportionately affects persons with disabilities who live in, 80% live in the global south, and of that group, 90% do not have sufficient access to assistive technologies that they require. And I'll talk about that a bit more. Thank you, Papa.
Great. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Lena, shall we try again?
Yes, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, now it's good. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you for waiting. Yeah, so working in this space of technology and human rights, there's always this dual relationship where tech creates these wonderful opportunities for promoting and protecting human rights, but it also can cause serious harm to human rights. So at the Danish Institute, we obviously take a human rights-based approach. So that means we work on the responsibilities of states and businesses to use and deploy technology in a way that's human rights compliant. But I find that sometimes we forget ourselves as human rights professionals that when we use technology, we also have to think about how we make sure that it's happening in a way that is not causing harm to human rights. So that's why we're working with this human rights impact assessment methodology, where you actually try and assess the risks and the impacts that the technology will have on the users involved in your projects. And that's why we made a few toolkits on human rights impact assessment in the digital space, and also a tool called the Digital Rights Check that I will talk about a little bit more later. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Ham.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to everyone. Yes, we all know that these data are required for almost everyone, from individuals to the governments, policy makers to the decision makers, researchers to the business people. We also know that these data don't come automatically. We need to invest a lot in the production of the data. Some data can be produced with a little bit less efforts, like managing administrative data or MIS, Management Information System. But the data outside the system are quite costly, particularly the censuses or surveys or even the studies. Even the governments like Nepal have not been able to fund sufficiently to produce sufficient amount of the data to monitor national plans, as well as to report for the SDG indicators, which are the international obligations agreed by the governments. So we are looking for the alternative data sources, which may be a little bit cost effective, which may be more reliable, which may be more representative. These non-traditional data sources may be different. Different types. For example, big data may be there, supported by the AI, and then all these computers, and then with high velocities. But the capacity is always limited to manage this big data. That's why the best alternative data source that we assume may be the citizen-generated data. Within these constraints, the citizen-generated data may be the best alternate for the data production. For the data users, not only for the governments, even for the broad data user society. That's why we have collaborated with the UN Citizen Data Generated Group to focus to produce some data, not all, maybe some data, particularly on the social side. For example, the violence, the household level violence, even the gender-based violence, which are quite common. Then to report that type of the information, or maybe the disaster related information. If disaster occurs in any place, for example, Nepal is prone to many types of the disasters, and in that situation, if we can develop some mechanism to report this data from the citizens, or the issues that we are discussing over here, like human rights violation, or maybe the issues related with the human rights, then these data sources may be invaluable for the governments, even for the National Statistics Office, so that we can claim that we have been able to provide the data to the data users, the national data users, the global data users, as well as those who are living behind, as per the theme of the SDG. That's why we are collaborating with the Citizen Data Forum, or the trying to advocate this Copenhagen framework. A little bit issues are already there in the Statistics Act of Nepal.
So,
yes, I can go later on, Papa. Thank you.
Dr. Ham,
This
exactly.
much for
Thank you
now.
very much. Sorry, we're a little bit limited in time, but I'll come back to you with the second question. So last but not least, over to you, Joseph.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. I'm grateful to participate. And so in my role at google.org, I look at this from the lens of a funder and external partner, where from Google's philanthropy, I'm responsible for helping nonprofit organizations and civil society leverage AI and technology toward digital transformation and ultimately toward more positive societal outcomes. Specifically, my team funds nonprofits to build with AI in fields like health, where AI can accelerate diagnostics, education, where it can be a supportive tool for teachers, or food security, where AI can help predict famine to enable earlier, more effective response, just as a few examples. All of this work requires data, data that is accurate, accessible, inclusive, And thus, we also fund work to encourage a more open data ecosystem as a whole, such as through our partnership with the UN Statistics Division to build UN Data, which is a tool that uses Google's Data Commons to build an open source platform for understanding vast amounts of UN data in a single interface with natural language search functionality. So these types of projects are really all towards that goal of a more open data ecosystem that provides us a more clear and accurate understanding of the world and the challenges we're facing. So I'm looking forward to talking more about this work and how it connects to the work that some others have mentioned by the Collaborative on Citizen Data as well. Thank you for having me.
Great. Thank you very much, Joseph. And really, thanks to all of you. I think, again, each of you has highlighted really one area just as examples of, why the work on citizen data is really so rich. So, well, for the second round of questions, I'll have specific questions for each of you. And in 5 minutes, Lena, can you tell us a little bit more about, deeper about what you've shared with us? You've touched upon some of the tools that the Danish Human Rights Institution offers to prevent and mitigate human rights risks related to digital projects and solutions. In the citizen data context, can your tools be used to assess whether data collection using mobile apps or the development of platforms to showcase data are in risk of violating human rights? Over to you.
Yes, sorry for that small recess. Yeah, definitely, indeed. We do develop these tools. I shared in the chat a link to what we call the digital rights check. It's something we developed together with the GIZ to really have a tool for digital for development projects where they could, where the staff involved in these projects could have a sort of risk management guide for what will be the human rights risk or impacts of this particular project. So the tool gives you several entry points. You can enter as technical development corporation, as an investor or others, and it allows you to, it's an online questionnaire that helps you identify these potential issues and some corresponding actions that can help you rectify or mitigate the risks that you identify. So it will help the users consider technology-specific risks, application-specific risks. So what kind of technology are you using? Is it AI? Is it cloud services, etc.? And then also the context-specific risk as relates to, for example, data protection regulation in the context or country where you are deploying this technology. It also, as a human rights-based tool, has attention to vulnerable and marginalized groups and makes you consider also accessibility issues. So it really gets you around the whole process of identifying the different risks, and also it makes you consider stakeholder engagement and how you think about transparency and accountability. It also gives you these case studies and further readings that you can link to. And then in the end, you get this final results page with the risk identified and a sort of human rights action plan that you can use to follow up and really react on the risk that you have identified. This is an open source tool that is open to everybody. So if anybody would like to adapt it to their own context, their own projects, that's perfectly feasible. And in the true spirit of privacy by design, the data is also for many of your projects. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you also for sharing the tool. And I've looked at it myself, and it's really, I think, an excellent product. So I encourage you, all of you, to do so. So now over to you, Bonita. You've extensively researched the intersection of women, girls, and technology. Could you please share your insights on why it is essential to involve women and girls in data governance practices? In what way can they be meaningfully involved?
Thank you so much, Papa. So involving, Excuse me, women and girls in data governance is essential because their perspectives, their needs, their experiences are oftentimes overlooked in decision making, and yet they are very important. And so as a policy, our research that we have conducted with women and girls shows, for instance, that they are disproportionately affected by issues like online gender-based violence or technology-facilitated GBV, data privacy breaches, and other kinds of online injustices and discrimination. So we've done research and looked at women in politics, women in the media, women human rights defenders across several countries on the African continent. And so why they need to be involved in these processes is one, involving them helps to identify and address systemic biases, ensuring fairer systems and policies. Including their perspectives also ensures that their unique challenges, such as the ones I've already mentioned, TFGBV, algorithmic discrimination, are not overlooked, but rather prioritized in governance practices, as well as safeguards developed for them. And then involving women and girls also ensures fair representation in the digital age, because as data becomes central to governance and development, excluding women and girls perpetuates their marginalization. Their inclusion, therefore, is vital for achieving gender parity in leadership, in decision-making roles in the digital era, but also to achieve on Sustainable Development Goal 5. And so how do we involve the women and girls in a meaningful way? So meaningful participation for women and girls can take various forms, ranging from involving them in participatory workshops where women could design as data governance stakeholders on data governance policies, ensuring that solutions are truly reflective of their realities. And we have done this as policy with women politicians, with women in the media, on our different programs. We have a program for women politicians called Vote Women that we have implemented in Uganda, in Tanzania, and in Senegal. And we have seen their involvement help to protect them online, but also improve their well-being in digital spaces. We also have had another program which is still running, Future of Work for Women in the media, where we are also creating their resilience in online platforms, but also to see that their voices are amplified. Then the other one on meaningful involvement of women is need to invest in digital literacy programs to improve their digital skills, because our research also has shown, different researches we've done, that women lack digital skills. So involving them through capacity building, especially on digital literacy and skills building initiatives, will enable their participation in any online programs. Then also the other one is to ensure that their representation in data policy boards and leadership and decision-making bodies is also improved, which will further ensure that they are key stakeholders in decision-making processes, whether at community level, national or global level. So it is important that women and girls are also involved in the decision-making processes at different levels. Then the other one is to create safe spaces for dialogue where their voices can influence both national and global data governance policies. And these are some of the spaces for dialogue, like here where we are at IGF and several others. And so, and we have seen involvement of women in these spaces actually improve their participation and amplifying their voices in data governance. And then meaningful involvement also requires removing barriers to participation by embedding gender and intersectionality lenses in every stage of policy development and digital transformation. Very important is this point on embedding intersectional lens at every stage of data governance process so that no one is left behind. Then lastly, it is also important to foster collaboration and accountability in the tech ecosystem to prioritize the needs and rights of women and girls. And so this will involve collaboration with the women and girls' rights networks and organizations, as well as government departments that work on gender issues. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Bonita. And at UN Women, and this was tasked by the UN Statistical Commission to several agencies recently. We are developing a new framework for the measurement of technology facilitated violence. So, and I'm increasingly convinced that citizen data has to be central to this because it takes so many different forms. And I think at this IGF, we've heard several examples of that where measurement becomes really tricky if you don't have inclusion. So thank you very much. And I will definitely be looking at some of the tools that you and some of the work that you've done in this area, because I think, you know, this again has to be part of our global efforts to develop meaningful measurement of this phenomenon. So, Elizabeth, we turn to you. With your work on disability statistics, could you give us an example on how citizen data help to ensure that the digital tools are inclusive?
Yes, thank you, Papa. I have 3 brief examples from partners. First, during the COVID pandemic, we had very little data on persons with disabilities and their experiences during the pandemic globally. So as a result, NGOs, organizations of persons with disabilities, gathered data themselves using citizen data to understand the barriers and solutions for persons with disabilities. And the findings that the stakeholder group of persons with disabilities collected indicated that persons with disabilities face barriers in accessing digital technology in many vital areas, and this was critical for their survival in many cases, actually. And this included lack of access to fast internet connection, lack of financial means to purchase data packages for devices, and lack of captions and sign language interpretation for those daily news briefings that we had. And what happened, since governments really weren't supporting this, organizations of persons with disabilities came in and they supported their members, they shared the information, and they advocated to their governments. And in the case of deaf organizations, captions were added, national sign language was added in many cases, and still continue today in emergency settings. This isn't universal, and there are still many hurdles to jump for this, but it's important to recognize this. And then another thing that's interesting is digital platforms such as Zoom increased for persons with disabilities in terms of accessibility, but when the pandemic lessened, this actually got worse because it wasn't a priority for the general population. So it's an interesting point to add. My second example is a large-scale example. It's called the Digital Accessibility Rights Evaluation Index. It's a benchmarking tool developed by the Global Initiative for Inclusive Technologies for advocates, governments, civil society, and others to trace ICT that's accessible in different countries around the world. The data collection is based on a set of questionnaires and was done in cooperation with Disabled Peoples International and along with other organizations of persons with disabilities. It has been documented in 137 countries in 8 regions in the world, representing 90% of the world. Their findings from 2018 and most recently 2020. And if you look at the index score, the very nice platform online, you can see global and regional ranking, peer economic development group ranking, and implementation ranking. And for many countries, you can compare 2018 to 2020. Most countries have improved, but not all. And so that's something I really recommend you look at. And then my final example is from the European Blind Union that has done significant advocacy around accessible voting. Feedback was collected from blind and partially sighted members, individuals on their barriers using digital voting systems and election materials. So this turned into advocacy campaigns. And as a result, this advocacy has included improved compatibility with screen readers and other accessibility enhancements in voting in the European region. And in closing, it's only by ensuring that organizations of persons with disabilities are leading or co-leading citizen data initiatives that digital tools will be inclusive, reflecting the reality and needs of the communities themselves. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Great work. I've followed this, and I think you and I have also had conversations on some of the work that we are doing, because I think, in the space of statistics, there's still more that can be done, particularly on disability. And we've had several of these conversations, and I think the collaborative is definitely well placed to enrich that work. So, Dr. Hem, over to you. You are considering, as you mentioned, the use of digital tools to collect data on gender-based violence, as an example. Could you please let us know how you plan to engage with the communities to ensure that the tools are inclusive? But also, I would add, in this space, obviously, there are lots of ethical concerns when it comes to collection of data on gender-based violence, and how do you aim to address those concerns?
Thank you, Papa, once again. The statistical system in most of the countries has been governed by the fundamental principle of official statistics since last many years. The Statistics Act, rules and regulations, they are particularly based on those principles, which were promulgated by the UN last 20-30 years ago. Now the situation is getting changed, and then we need to change our statistical system to include other dimensions, particularly the citizen generated data, for example. Luckily, in Nepal, we promulgated a new Statistics Act in 2022, almost 2 years ago, and then there are few provisions where we can use such type of the data as an alternative data source, though it's not yet streamlined, but it can be an alternative what we are producing right now by different censuses, surveys, and studies. There is a provision of the data, the survey kill range system, called survey kill range system, which is almost similar to that Copenhagen framework, where the different modalities has been suggested to produce the data by the either led by the CSOs, the civil society organizations, or in collaboration with the NSO and CSO, or even led by the NSO. These formalities are over there, these frameworks are over there, and similar, not exactly similar, but up to similar modalities are there in the Statistics Act of Nepal that was promulgated in 2022. We plan to use those modalities to generate the data in the future. For example, the data of the marginalized people, the data for the sector where there is a data gap exists. If there is a data gap, and then the national level surveys or the studies, they are not able to produce the data at that level for those marginalized people that we are discussing over here, for those areas which are quite remote, or for that particular segment of the society which are marginalized. Then in that situation, we plan to use that Copenhagen framework to produce the data of the different sectors. And then recently we did one national level workshop to implement this citizen generated data, and we have decided these two areas that I mentioned in my previous statement also. One is on the violence, particularly the gender-based violence, the domestic violence. And the other one is the disaster, particularly the impact of the disaster, not on the hazards and risks. When that disaster occurs, then the economic impact, or the impact on the livelihood, and the impact on the life of the people, or even crop, livestock, or infrastructures. These two areas may be like piloting on the implementation of that Copenhagen framework in Nepal. If the confidence, if the reliability of the data can be raised with these pilot activities, then we hope that in the future we can take these citizen generated data as an alternative data source, which may be the major part of the official data system. Like the census survey and official MIS has been the major part of the official data system right now. This citizen generated data may be the another source of the data systems, which can help us, particularly for the marginalized people, for the women, children, displaced people, people affected by the disasters. Yes, that's the plan, Papa.
Great. Thank you very much. I really look forward to seeing this work, and I think one piece of advice I can also offer is that there's a lot of work on citizen data and violence that has been done in Ghana in particular, and I would definitely advise you to also talk to them and also learn about their experiences, and I'd be happy to make the connection. And Joseph, again, all our gratitude for the strong support to the work of the collaborative on citizen data. With that, my question to you is, what motivated you to invest in this space? What social challenges in the context of technological innovation do you hope to address through your investments in citizen data?
Thank you. And we're thrilled to be able to support. So grateful to be part of this work in a small way. I can zoom out a little bit. So Google.org's work on data has historically focused on two things: data that enables more informed policymaking or decision making, and data that enables more accurate and inclusive AI tooling, sometimes both. So the funds that we provide might be used to build a new data analysis platform, create advocacy tools that allow folks to communicate with policymakers on critical issues, or collect data in different languages and contexts in order to improve the accessibility of AI models. Citizen-generated data in particular is foundational to all of these efforts, because at the end of the day, it helps give us a more inclusive and accurate picture of the world around us, which is critical for any tooling that is built upon that data. At the same time, the data is only helpful if it's used to inform some action through new understanding of a community or a problem. And in order to make data useful, from my perspective, there's some amount of validation and standardization that's critical in order to ensure that these individual, small or large scale citizen data efforts are seen as trustworthy and usable and ultimately able to spur positive change. I think it's not dissimilar to the digital rights check, for example, that a colleague mentioned, of needing kind of an expert in this space to create a set of standards that others can follow when building, so that we can look at data that's produced by these entities and know that it meets some amount of benchmarks. And so that type of work is part of what makes us excited to support the collaborative on citizen data, because I think the collaborative is filling that critical role through the Copenhagen framework, through pilot efforts, to ensure that there's reliability in this citizen data ecosystem that continues to grow. So we view that kind of central leadership as really critical to build capacity and create standards in the space, and thrilled to be able to support the collaborative to continue to build upon that.
Great. Thank you very much, and again, thanks for your strong support. So we still have some time, and I would like to now open up for questions, both from those in the room but also online. Yes, please, and please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dina. I'm from Brazil. And first of all, thank you for this amazing meeting and other information shared. And my question is, how can data-driven human rights initiatives also include children and other adults? Because it was mentioned about women and people with disabilities, but I would like to also know about these initiatives, and would be amazing if you can also mention inspired examples regarding these communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I also had a question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that discussion. That was actually really helpful. So I had a slightly different question. When you build what we're essentially talking about, having like really high quality, good value data sets that you can use for better policy making and you can use for citizens' good, there's also a lot of, I think, harm you can do with these kind of data sets. Because when you have these data sets and you're essentially maybe sharing them with the aim of doing public good, uh, if you're sharing them widely, or actually if it's anywhere out that's accessible, there's nothing to stop maybe a company or any other actor from using this data to exploit, say, certain kinds of societal problems or any sort of a divide to make things worse. You already have political consultancies that do this when it comes to elections. So sharing public data, yes, it could lead to public good, but there's also, I think, potential for public harm, especially now with so many AI systems being deployed. So how would you prevent against that? Like, how would you ensure that all of this data collection is only being used for good?
Thank you. Harry, do we have any questions online?
Not at this moment.
Great, thanks. Does any of you want to take do any of you want to take the questions that were asked?
I can go on.
Yes, please, Bonita, go ahead.
Yeah, I can go on the children one. So I know that one is, that is why I talked about using the intersectional lens in gathering citizens data, because when you do things using the intersectional lens, then you're able to see who has been left out, who has been included, even the different categories, because if you're focusing on children, they also have different categories, you know, and the same applies to women and girls and also the adults that you talked about. I know that there are some organizations that are doing work on children being online. I know that Plan International is doing work on that. They have done research on gender, on cyberbullying online for young girls. I know that UNICEF is also doing a lot of work on that one. I know that also Child Fund, the different offices of Child Fund globally, they are also doing work around children's rights online. Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else for the second question on the harm?
I can go ahead. This is Elizabeth.
Yes, please go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Just briefly, in the Copenhagen framework, we do have principles that guard human rights. So it is the central core theme of the framework. So this can be something that can be used to apply to address the very good question that was asked in the audience. And I also think that it's important that data need to be confidential and protected, but also in other cases be open and accessible. So I think we also need that balance, and it's really important to look at that balance and monitoring and retain that balance. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dina, just to add to your question, as part of the collaborative, we have various organizations working on different issues. So obviously, gender, women and girls is an important dimension of it, but it's not the only one. There are other organizations that are working on various different dimensions, and I think that's really what makes also the collaborative really rich.
Papa, if I may, I would just
yes, please
add,
go ahead, Joseph.
Just one point to the second question. I think there's some organizations doing really interesting work in ensuring that data collection efforts are equitable and fair. I think in particular areas that I've seen, such as, for example, Indigenous language, these are areas where Indigenous communities can benefit from leveraging AI tools, but they're often not available in native languages. At the same time, AI could be a tool for preserving native language, many of which are unfortunately becoming extinct in the US and elsewhere. But of course, that has really meaningful risks associated with ownership of that data, whether these communities want their data ingested by systems. So I think these questions take place at a large scale, but also at a more issue-specific scale, where it's how do we make the data appropriate and safe in this particular instance. And I've spoken to some organizations who are for example, leading efforts on, if you're collecting Indigenous data, here's kind of a charter and a constitution of how that data can be used, how communities should be compensated, how they should be included in the process, and what ownership they should have of data moving forward. And I think work like that is really critical to that second question of how we avoid some of the risks here.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Joseph. So we have time for just one final lightning round for all the panelists. Just I think in no more than a minute, what would you advise the collaborative to do to enrich its work in the digital space? Just a piece of advice for the collaborative that we can take into consideration. So let's start with Line.
Yes, thank you. One piece of advice, that's hard, but I think one thing we have to realize is not just consider the end result. So we might have great citizen data that's inclusive and that really reflects the society we're in, but we also have to get it in a way, the process has to be human rights based as well. And that means that we have to think about the human rights based principles of participation, accountability, non-discrimination, empowerment, and legality. And also remember that this human rights due diligence, if you want to call it, is ongoing. It's not something you do once and then you're sorted and then the rest you do for the next 5 years is fine. You have to keep doing and keep assessing who might be harmed by the products or services that you're using and how you're using. And then one final thing is maybe also this thing about considering offline alternatives as maybe the only option for some people to participate in and be empowered by this, that we cannot, just, even if we have like universal access, even if it's affordable, there will be people that we cannot reach online. So we have to think about and be serious about offline alternatives as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The point about the digital divide is actually, I think, quite central to, I think, all of the discussions in order to make sure that we don't leave anyone behind. Bonita, can I go to you?
Thank you, Papa. So for me, my final, I think one piece of advice would be that all key stakeholders within doing work in the digital ecosystem, looking at all these issues, should not work in silos. They should work together. Because you find government is doing this, the same thing civil society is also doing, the same thing that private sector is also doing, but instead would all work together, leverage on each other's efforts, leverage on the structures and the systems that each of those stakeholders have to be able to address some of these issues. For instance, the safety issues that one of the participants has asked about, it would be, looking at what does government have, what does the tech companies, what do civil society have, and then working together to sort most of these issues, and then also to ensure that we do not leave anyone behind, because working in silos, we may forget some people, but working together, we will not leave anyone behind, plus all the categories that have been talked about, the women, the girls, the children, the adults, the persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Elizabeth, over to you.
Thank you, Papa. I think the collaborative needs to be in the conversation. We need to be part of this work and meaningfully part of this work. One way is to engage in the monitoring implementation of the Global Digital Compact. I think that's a very, very good way that we can really be part of this as a collaborative, and then strengthen the capacity and invest in inclusive citizen data and participation in the digital space, especially for marginalized groups, which we've been talking about. And I also echo that we should work cohesively and collaboratively instead of in silos. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Dr. Ham.
Thank you, Papa. Yes, according to my understanding, the citizen data are not going to replace the existing official data quite immediately, but in the future we can think about it. So the focus should be on those areas where there is a data gap. Since COVID, the data collection system for the official data has already been changed. We have already transferred from PAPI, the paper-based approach, to the CAPI, computer-based approach, and even the telephone surveys has become quite common, where we can link those information with the digital world. My idea is that let's start from a small area, maybe from a municipality, or with a small theme, or maybe for a district, or maximum for a province. Let's not focus at the national level immediately, that citizen generated data can fulfill the gap at the national level. Let's start from the municipality, or let's start from some marginalized areas, from marginalized communities, from some societal segments, a particular caste, ethnicity, or women, children, or elderly. Then we can integrate this data with the national data system. And then they will be available digitally and then in different forms. Yes, that's my opinion, Papa.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Ham. Joseph, over to you.
Thank you. I think I view this through a lens of how do we get more resources to the collaborative. And to that end, I think the work that's been done already to pilot some of these efforts is critical. And a critical next step that we often miss in the data space is like, how do we capture the impact that that is having and tell that story? Because I think that we'll ultimately need those through lines of what data an organization created, what decision that ultimately led to, and what impact that ultimately had on a community of people. And the better that we can get at capturing and telling those stories, the more we'll be able to find support for this work and continue to scale it.
Great. Thank you very much. And this wasn't part of the plan, but I will make it as a prerogative to as a chair's prerogative. So I would like to put on the spot Ms. Haoyi Chen, who's at the UN Statistics Division and who's really been, I think, at the forefront of this work, and including driving this session. So I don't think we can close without giving you the floor, Haoyi. Please, over to you.
Thank you, Papa, for putting me on the spot. No, it's really great session. Thank you so much, first of all, Papa, for being such a great moderator, and to all the speakers. And great to see you over there, Bonita, and all the speakers. And without all the help from you, that it would not be possible. Thanks to Francesca and her team to make it happen, the interpretations. And of course, the collaborative is a collaborative. We all work together. So really grateful for all the great work that we've done together. And thank you, Papa, for co-leading the collaborative with us. And we look forward to continue the conversation.
Great. Thank you very much, Haoyi. And really, again, thanks to all of you for a rich conversation. There are many takeaways, and obviously I won't summarize, but I think for me, just some of the key points that came up really are around meaningful citizen participation in the data value chain, and ensuring that digital systems and policies address the diverse needs of marginalized and underrepresented communities. We also need to foster inclusivity and equity in the digital era. Citizen data initiatives, as we've heard, such as the Copenhagen framework, are vital for integrating citizens' perspectives into digital transformation. We also need them for promoting transparency and safeguarding human rights in data governance processes. We've heard, really, I think, how, and seen also how partnerships between civil society, national statistical offices, human rights institutes, and institutions, academia, and the private sector can really help to identify amplify the effectiveness of citizen data in creating innovative policy and policy solutions. And here, again, I think given the richness of the work in this area, I think, the sky is really the limit. In terms of action points, three of them, I noted. One is promoting and encouraging the adoption and implementation of the Copenhagen framework on citizen data to ensure meaningful citizen participation and integration of marginalized communities in data governance. We need to develop and promote tools such as those that were highlighted here today. and include really relevant stakeholders to ensure both compliance with ethical and human rights standards, but also data standards as well. We need to strengthen capacity and increase investments in inclusive citizen participation in digital spaces. And again, we need to ensure that marginalized communities and population groups are also included. So with that, we'll close here, and thank you very much to all of you for a great session.